We have to get out of here. Fast. Alarm rose within Wang Baol. The intense danger made his breathing quicken, and he had no time for the others. He sped off into the distance in a blur. Everyone around him was the same. They scattered and attempted to dash out of the area surrounded by moon goo, dispersing from their previous clustered formation swiftly. Even though they could have allied themselves while staying close to one another, the moon goo would spurt out a black corrosive liquid across a wide area. If they stuck too close to one another, someone would inevitably get hit and might die. It was better to scatter and rely on their dexterity and agility and attempt to avoid all attacks to the best of their ability. They could also have united their forces and mounted an attack on the swarm of moon goo. However, the feasibility of the strategy relied on no other bizarre or strange occurrences taking them by surprise during the attack, as well as the number of moon goo remaining the same. In reality, something had already occurred in the mystic lunar realm. In the distance, deep underground, many more moon goo were headed their way swiftly, from all directions. The rolling and quaking of the earth all around them was a terrifying sight to bear. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would have chosen to flee instead of fighting to their death. The rumbling sounds of the sound barrier being broken resounded in the air multiple times. Everyone hastily pulled out their numinous treasures, cast their spells, and fled for their lives. Wang Baol hurriedly did the same. His physical body was of the Foundation Establishment realm. He could have exterminated the whole lot of them if there had been fewer moon goo, but there were just too many of them. He was left with no choice but to escape as quickly as he could. He was like an arrow shooting off a bow. With a deafening explosion, he charged out of the surrounded area. Fortunately, while the moon goo were many, they appeared to be at the 3rd and 4th levels of the True Breath realm. As long as one didn't get trapped or cornered, it wasn't difficult for the cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, determined to make their escape, to get away from the monsters. Unless one was truly unfortunate, the black corrosive liquid was generally an attack that could be easily dodged. The few hundred cultivators soon made their way out of the ambush. 20 or so of them perished in their attempts to escape, but the rest had fled. They were all panting heavily as they watched moon goo continue to crawl out from underground, roaring ferociously. They had escaped and survived the first ambush though, which gave them hope and made their feet swifter. Wang Baol was the same. He turned his head around as he ran, and saw Zhui Yifan, Zhao Yaming, Chen Yutong and many other familiar people who escaped the moon goo closing in. He let loose a sigh of relief secretly and was about to continue running. It was then, when hope was burning in Wang Baol's and every one of the 4 Dao College's disciples' hearts, that calamity struck again. A low growling rumble, louder than thunder, suddenly exploded in the sky above the crimson wood seal. Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions shook the earth and nearly shattered the heavens. The ground splintered and exploded. The series of explosions created aura waves that rippled and spread across the entire mystic lunar realm. Every single person within the mystic lunar realm, regardless of where they were, was at that instant deafened and dazed. Nearly half of them had blood seeping from their lips. The moon goo seemed alarmed and cowed as well. The monsters trembled and seemed to be on the verge of bending their bodies in half in a deep cowering bow. The young master of the Trillionaris Corporation had been reclining comfortably on his sedan. He was also startled. As his breath quickened, his guards stood around him protectively, on high alert. Over at the Galactic Dusk Sect and Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect, many showed varying degrees of fear and shock. The same happened for the 5-generation Sky Clan as well as the 17-member Senate. In an instant, the sudden thunder had alarmed everyone scattered across the entire mystic lunar realm. As the thunder rumbled, numerous large inscriptions appeared above the array formation in the skies. There were more than 100 of them, each one enormous and looming over various parts of the realm, covering the entire sky of the mystic lunar realm. Lifting one's head skyward, regardless of where they were, they would see the terrifying inscription looming over him. The heavens above the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges were as such. The gigantic inscriptions had appeared suddenly, and they started sparkling. As they sparkled, Wang Baol felt a tremendous weight pressing down on his head. The feeling was indescribable. It was the descent of the hundreds of inscriptions onto the earth, blanketing the vast mystic lunar realm. The nearly 10,000 cultivators from the various political forces in the Federation spread across the mystic lunar realm stopped breathing at the same moment. Gasps of shock rang out from all around the mystic realm. Everyone was trembling. Trying to withstand the force of the inscriptions weighing down on them was like facing a celestial foe, an enemy of all humankind. Every single one of them was shaking from the depths of their souls with a gut-deep terror. Their cultivation was also being suppressed at the same time. Wang Baol shuddered and panted. He saw how everyone around him was similarly affected, and the immense danger he felt grew stronger. What is going on with this place? As Wang Baol let out a frustrated shout inwardly and tried to free himself from the oppressive force and flee, the hundreds of inscriptions in the sky started glimmering at a more rapid rate. A sudden violent suction appeared in the sky. The ferocity of the suction transformed the entire heavens into a black hole. It pulled at the nearly 10,000 cultivators across the various parts of the land. What was most bizarre about it was how no one could resist against or fight its pull. Wang Baol watched with his very own eyes as college cultivators all around him shuddered. Wisps of white smoke were drawn out of their bodies and raced towards the inscriptions in the sky. As he stared at the white smoky wisps, Wang Baol instinctively realized that was a person's life force. Its absorbing life force? Wang Baol was shaken. As the suction force persisted, he could sense his body start to tremble and the vitality that usually remained unseen being forcibly pulled out from him and departing his body. As his vitality was drawn out, he felt his body weaken. He even sensed signs of shriveling and aging in his meridians and the rest of his physical body. Absorbing my life force? Give it back. Wang Baol sucked in a cold breath of air. The look on his face turned vicious in the moment of crisis. The devouring seed inside him activated suddenly. He dispensed with any attempts at concealment. As the devouring seed started churning, the vitality that had been drained from his body was sucked back in again. While the devouring seed inside Wang Baol's body fought back fiercely, the life force of everyone, not just the 4 Dao colleges but all the cultivators in the mystic lunar realm, raced towards the heavens. There were a few others like Wang Baol who had a few tricks of their own up their sleeves, but they were few. Zhao Yaming, the young master of the Trillionaris Corporation, as well as the prodigies from the 2 main sects and the 5-generation Sky Clan, had their own means to temporarily halt the draining of their vitality. The majority of the cultivators, though, did not possess such abilities. They were quickly stripped of a tenth of their vitality, which fused fully with the hundreds of inscriptions in the sky. After draining a tenth of the nearly 10,000 people's vitality, the suction force vanished. The hundreds of sky inscriptions shone a glaring blood-red light and glimmered in the sky, showing signs of transformation. The draining of life force and fusion with the sky inscriptions had taken place within the span of a dozen breaths. Amidst the growing horror and shock of everyone in the mystic lunar realm, the inscriptions in the sky started to shift forms, one by one transforming into giant blood eyes. Hundreds of blood eyes appeared and started scanning the lands, surveying all life within its domain. They seemed to be searching for something. The blood eyes hovering above the region where the 4 Dao College's cultivators stood did the same. Their stares fell upon the crowd and swept past each person. Everyone shuddered when the blood eyes' gaze fell on them. Wang Baol held his breath as the blood eyes' gaze fell on him. It seemed uninterested though, its stare sweeping past Wang Baol and turning to the next person quickly. It's looking for something. Wang Baol let out a slight breath of relief. As soon as the thought surfaced in his mind, the giant eyeball in the sky suddenly widened into a stare. Its gaze withdrew from the crowd and honed in on a young man amidst the cultivators of the 4 Dao colleges. The young man was the one whom Zhao Yaming had felt familiar yet unfamiliar, and whom Wang Baol had felt the same. Huang Shan from the Traps Pavilion. It's looking for him. Wang Baol whirled around. Huang Shan's features were twisted into a grotesque expression. It was as if he had been caught completely by surprise by what was going on. as if he had believed in his ability to pull the wool over their eyes and had full confidence in his own concealment. However, as the eyeball swiveled and honed in unblinkingly on Huang Shan, he retreated sullenly. An explosion of spiritual energy burst forth from him as he fell back. A cultivation that reached the core formation realm surged from within him and rose to the heavens. As aura erupted, its intensity sent many disciples from the 4 Dao colleges around him spitting blood from their mouths and staggering back. A few of the moon gu, unable to withstand the force, were instantly ripped into shreds. The giant tree. Numbness spread across Wang Bao's scalp. The instant its core formation aura erupted from its body, he immediately identified the familiar source. He was shocked to the core. Isn't it dead? Emotions spread across Wang Bao's face. The reason he and Zhao Yaming hadn't suspected Huang Shan was the giant tree was because they had trusted in the Ethereal Dao College's report and truly thought the giant tree killed. Who could have known that it still lived? That's not right. The feeling is similar but not exactly the same. As Wang Bao panted, he soon realized something was not quite the same. Zhao Yaming and Zhui Yifan were equally alarmed. However, Zhao Yaming, similar to Wang Bao, felt a flicker of doubt. The current situation prevented them from communicating, and there was no time for it either. Just as Huang Shan's core formation realm cultivation erupted and he retreated hastily, the hundreds of blood eyes in the sky, except for the one currently staring at Huang Shan, shifted into a blur and vanished in an instant. They appeared in the next instant, layered on the singular eyeball left. In the span of a breath, in the sky above the disciples from the 4 Dao colleges, the hundreds of eyeballs layered together and formed a singular giant blood eye. The eyeball stared unblinkingly at the rapidly retreating Huang Shan, who was desperately looking for an escape, its gaze devoid of mercy and filled with a vicious intensity. All of a sudden, a bolt of scarlet lightning slashed across the sky. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the red lightning bolt raced towards Huang Shan. It appeared with a burst of power that awed and terrified everyone. They could sense the immense power behind the lightning bolt. It was powerful enough to decimate them on the spot and destroy their flesh and spirit. From afar, it looked as if the giant red lightning bolt was tearing the sky in half. It roared and approached the retreating Huang Shan, and a myriad of emotions shifted on his face. He knew he couldn't escape the strike. Rage burned in his eyes, and his hands came together to form seals as he attempted to fight back. He growled, "Don't push your luck." As soon as he spoke, the red lightning bolt came racing and landed directly on him. A deafening thunder resounded through the air. The force of the lightning bolt tore Huang Shan's body apart. From the shredded remains of Huang Shan's body, countless tree branches emerged. The branches struggled while they gathered together swiftly in the sky, forming a 300-meter-tall giant tree that reached the heavens. It stood, towering, facing off against the giant crimson eyeball. The giant tree had an enormous crown and thick, old branches. Felt extremely old. Wang Bao, Zhao Yaming, and Zhui Yifan saw the scene before them and stood rooted to the spot, stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. The remaining people weren't as acquainted with the giant tree. However, the sight of the enormous tree unfolding from someone in their company caused their faces to go pale in shock. Using the mothership array formation to suck the life force out of the masses should be the limits of your capabilities. Let me see how many more crimson fairy lightning bolts you're capable of summoning. High above in the skies, the giant tree roared. It was no longer retreating. Instead, its form seemed to be blurring rapidly out of existence, as if it was using some other means of leaving. As soon as its words rang out, cruelty and ruthlessness flashed across the giant crimson eyeball in the sky. In the next instant, another bolt of scarlet lightning came crashing from the skies. It was yet another heaven and earth-shattering strike that threatened to rip the heavens apart. It sped towards the giant tree. In its true form, the giant tree couldn't avoid the attack, and the lightning bolt hit its blurring form directly. The blurring tree form shuddered violently. Terrifying cracks splintered across the bark of the enormous tree, numerous branches burst into dust, and countless leaves disintegrated in an instant. The incoming lightning bolt instantly shattered an invisible air bubble that had encased the giant tree and could allow it to slip away into the oblivion. The grievously injured giant tree was forcibly expelled from its blurry state. That wasn't the end. As the cracks grew, the giant tree broke apart and collapsed. A tender green shoot sprouted out from the remains and sped off swiftly into the distance. As everyone looked on, stunned, the red eyeball flashed once again. Cracks could be seen deep inside its pupil. It seemed as if it was no longer able to keep itself together. With a deafening sound, louder than everything that they had heard earlier, the red eyeball collapsed, forming a third crimson lightning bolt. It raced towards the fleeing young shoot. No! A face emerged on the green tree shoot. It was filled with despair and intense hate and frustration. It howled and desperately attempted to fight back and to escape. Leaves sprouted and flowers blossomed in abundance in an attempt to defend itself against the lightning. But it was all for nothing. In the blink of an eye, amidst its raging howls, the crimson lightning bolt struck the tree shoot. A thundering roar resounded in the air. The crowd watched as the tree shoot disintegrated, inch by inch, collapsing and turning into dust. The foreboding aura that had weighed down on them gradually dispersed with the destruction of the giant tree. The skies remained blanketed by the wood-like inscriptions that sealed the mystic lunar realm. However, those within the realm felt the considerable weakening of the oppressive force from the skies. The earlier scene of the lightning bolts striking and exterminating the giant tree stirred everyone into unease and alarm. Wang Baol, Zhao Yaming, and Zhui Yifan, especially, could see the shock in the others' eyes as they looked at one another. They couldn't help but recall the events of the Coulomb Basin. Is this tree the one from the Coulomb Basin? If not, how many trees are there? Are they all on the moon? So why have they come? The seal obviously has something to do with it. Wang Baol mused. His spirits were overcast with gloomy thoughts. At the same time, like the rest, he too placed hope on rescue from the Federation. What had happened was too huge, so they believed the Federation would have already noticed. As the gloomy mood overtook the crowd, the cowering moon goo once more raised their heads and readied to strike. Everyone immediately refocused their thoughts and hurriedly sped away. As the moon goo slowly awakened, the crowd from the 4 Dao colleges raced off and was about to break free from the land of the moon goo. It was then that the unpredictable mystic lunar realm struck, silently and unexpectedly. Again, the moon goo began to abandon their pursuit and burrow deep underground, as if in escape. They had no time to feel surprised. The sounds of sobbing and whimpering came drifting in from afar. A thick mist had appeared out of a sudden in the distance. It spread far into the horizon without an end in sight, appearing tens of miles long and rolling forward swiftly. Wang Baol and the surrounding people stood in its rapid approach. From afar, the mist looked thick and impermeable. It was like an ocean of mist that devoured everything in its path. The mystic trace fog. Someone in the crowd gasped in terror. The fog was a unique weather feature found in the mystic lunar realm. Where and when it appeared were unpredictable. As soon as it appeared, any living thing that was in its path, save the moon itself, would be randomly transported across the various parts of the mystic lunar realm. Wang Baol grimaced as he stared at the rapidly approaching mist and the less than 100 yards separating them from it. Everyone around him fell silent. They knew there was no escape, and they looked at one another. Everybody, take care. We have to hold on. The Federation will send help soon. I hope we'll live to see each other again. The farewells seemed especially low-spirited at that moment. Wang Baol took in a deep breath. He turned and bade the rest farewell, hugged Zhui Yifan and Shen Yutong, and nodded at Zhao Yaming. The mist came rolling towards them, blanketing the nearly 1,000 cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, lingering where they stood. Perhaps the 41st year of the Spirit Inception era was meant to be a year of troubles. It was the year when disastrous change struck the Luna colonies and shocked the entire Federation. It was impossible to conceal or withhold the news. The colonies on the moon were too many. Besides the ones belonging to the major political forces, there were also many others that were owned by the many smaller political entities. The various media agencies across the Federation were soon broadcasting the disastrous events that had taken place in the mystic lunar realm to the entire Federation. Within a short span of time, the residents in the cities scattered across the Federation were all ensnared by fear. Terror and chaos swept through the population. Conspiracies of all kinds and breeds were being spread. Calamity strikes the moon. My God, it must be the aliens from the ancient green bronze sword. They must have appeared. I've always urged against walking the path of the cultivator. As I've guessed all along, something has happened. Cultivation is the power of the gods. It's not something we mere mortals should try and possess. Don't talk nonsense. The Federation will resolve whatever is happening up there on the moon. As the entire Federation got into an uproar, Wang Bao's parents were beset by anxiety as well. They were helpless to do anything. Fortunately, Lu Daobin's father and the city lord of Phoenix City often visited. Through their own channels, they dug up new news and were able to reassure Wang Bao's parents. The elderly couple was able to gain more understanding of the matter and know that Wang Bao might not be in trouble. Something had happened on the moon and led to its lockdown, and the Federation was in the midst of saving everyone. At the same time, a team led by the Federation president and formed by members from the various major political forces had moved out and was headed for the moon. Even the Grand Supreme Elder from the Ethereal Tao College was included in the team. The Elder himself had been moved to action. The true and most powerful of the other political forces wouldn't be sitting still and waiting. The sudden change on the moon was abrupt, and a great concern to many. They could sense that something else was going on. Mid-journey, the rescue team received transmissions from the strong men of the various political forces on guard at the Luna Base colony. They found out within the mystic lunar realm the appearance of a core formation realm cultivator, Crimson Eyes, and a scarlet lightning bolt that could kill a core formation realm cultivator. The new discoveries made what was happening on the moon even more alarming. After they reached the base colony, more than 100 of them, near 7/10 of all core formation realm cultivators in the Federation, gathered immediately. After consolidating all the evidence and clues they had, they reached their conclusion. When a tree gains sentience, it is able to assimilate a cultivator, hide within his body, and enter the mystic lunar realm. Our assessment shows that there are at least 2 or more such sentient tree lifeforms. Their cultivation is at the core formation realm, and they seem to be at odds with each other. Their objective unknown. How they managed to wrestle control of the array formation and use it for a counterseal, unknown. The evidence was presented before everyone. No one had spoken out, but each member of the rescue force clearly couldn't help but suspect that the matter was a result of collusion between an outsider and someone within the Federation. Federation President Duan Muk's expression was solemn. He didn't make a decision immediately, turning instead to an elderly man behind him. The latter was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College, the former president of the Federation. The elderly man narrowed his eyes. After a moment, an icy glint flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low, gravelly voice, "Regardless, we have to break through the array formation and mount a rescue." His thoughts were exactly that of Duan Muk's. After the two had decided, the other political forces agreed as well. The 100-odd core formation realm rescue force soon moved out and attempted to blow open the array formation. Duan Muk even activated a shred of the power of the divine armament. In that instant, a thunderous rumbling shook the skies, and the entire moon quaked. However, the mystic lunar realm's array formation was resilient and had been infiltrated by demonic spirits who had obviously been prepared. The rescue force didn't know what kind of power or spell they had wielded. The array formation breaking efforts progressed at a snail's pace. It wouldn't be broken anytime soon. The only option was to use the divine armament itself. However, the appearance of the divine armament would definitely awaken the night immortal king slumbering within the mystic lunar realm. The extent of the resulting catastrophe would be unimaginable, so they wouldn't resort to that option until they exhausted all their means. During that period, while the rescue team attempted to break through the seal, within the mystic lunar realm, The land where the disciples from the 4 Tao colleges had stood remained blanketed in mist. After a very long time, with the gradual shifting of the mist, the area was finally exposed. There wasn't a single soul in sight. The 100-odd cultivators from the Tao colleges who had previously been caught in the mist had vanished. The mist left in its wake barren earth and shriveled plant life. Besides that, nothing else remained. Even the deep burrows that had been left behind by the moon goo were gone, as if wiped out of existence. It was as if nothing had ever happened in the region. If someone was around to witness the entire scene, they would be shocked by the sight. It was beyond bizarre. One would be faced with the deceptive feeling that everything that had happened, the meadow of fragments, the 100-odd cultivators from the 4 Tao colleges, and even the battle with the moon goo, had been a lie and hadn't actually taken place. The strange weather was what made the moon a dangerous place. It was a danger that took one by surprise. The disciples from the Tao colleges were presently being transported to various parts of the mystic lunar realm by the mystic trace fog. The fortunate ones remained on the visible side of the moon. The more unfortunate ones were transported to the more dangerous, restricted area on the dark side of the moon. Wang Baol didn't know where he was. After the mystic trace fog had swept over him, he only felt his vision blur. When it cleared up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. As soon as he reappeared in the new location, he immediately activated his cultivation in full force. He raised his right hand, the force of the supernova vibrating in his fist, and surveyed his surroundings quickly and alertly. He was no longer in a desert land. The ground was covered in muddy brown soil. In the distance, he could see the rise and fall of small mountains. If not for the wood seal lining the dark night sky, he might have thought he had returned to Earth. After making sure that there was no danger, Wang Baol released a sigh of relief. The various events he had experienced since he had arrived in the mystic lunar realm had been immeasurably bizarre and terrifyingly dangerous. Am I on the visible side or the dark side? Wang Baol wondered. He looked at the sky hastily and settled his panicking heart when he saw the bright blue planet Earth in the sky and realized he had been lucky enough not to be transported to the dark side of the moon. He wouldn't have been able to see Earth if that had happened. After all, one would not be able to see Earth when standing at the dark side of the moon. The inception of spirit chi had affected the orbits. The information he had read had mentioned the dangers inherent to the dark side of the moon. Some of the deeper regions were so dangerous that a true breath realm cultivator who ventured there faced almost certain death. Once Wang Baol was reassured of his relative safety, he sighed again. He rubbed his hand across his forehead. He felt that a large chunk of his luck seemed to have vanished since he arrived at the mystic lunar realm. He had been robbed by Shi Ling of the first opportunity in the hunt for fragments and crossed paths with the giant tree again. Even though the giant tree had been killed, the realm was still sealed. Could it be that I really am the destined son of Earth? That's why my luck turns for the worse when I leave the planet? Wang Baol smacked his stomach and lamented. The worry in his eyes didn't go away despite his self-mockery. Wang Baol was a generally optimistic character. However, his optimism was merely a means for him to manage his anxieties. He knew very clearly that in the mystic lunar realm, death and danger were always near. In order to be assured of his safety, he had to reach the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. I wonder how the others are doing. Wang Baol fell silent. His eyes flashed with determination. Only by attaining the Foundation establishment realm could he guarantee his ability to protect himself. I have to find fragments quickly. Wang Baol made up his mind. He saw that there was no one around him and unleashed the full extent of his devouring seed. As the devouring seed erupted into wakefulness, Wang Baol concentrated on sensing any disturbances in spirit chi. He raced forward, speeding across the mystic lunar realm while feeling for spirit chi. He kept his guard up for any surrounding threats and dangers. It didn't take long. 2 hours later, the speeding Wang Baol still didn't catch sight of a single soul. However, in a brief instant, he felt the weak rippling of spirit chi. It was so faint that Wang Baol wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't had the devouring seed and keen senses. Amidst his gleeful surprise, He shifted directions and dashed towards the source of the spirit chi. After following his senses and searching for some time, he finally found a half-shriveled plant that looked like some sort of hedgehog cactus. He stared down at it and couldn't contain his surprise. There are hedgehog cacti on the moon? Wang Baol could sense the origins of the spirit chi. It was faint but there, beneath the hedgehog cactus. It was so weak that someone practicing the chi-fostering art and passing the cactus by could easily have missed it. Wang Baol happily grabbed at the hedgehog cactus. As soon as his hand reached out, a big mouth suddenly appeared on the hedgehog cactus. It reached for Wang Baol's hand and took a bite. It bites? Wang Baol stared. Wang Baol snorted when he saw the hedgehog cactus about to bite. His right hand tightened into a fist, and he activated the supernova. Spirit energy erupted all around him, and dust and earth stirred from the ground and rose into the air. The hedgehog cactus had its mouth wide open and was about to take a bite. Upon witnessing the sight, it shuddered and without waiting for Wang Baol's fist to land, spat out a mouthful of green liquid. It wasn't directed at Wang Baol but rather was spat out like a pool of blood. The cactus grew limp. Even the spines started falling off in bunches. It appeared to be defeated. Faking death? I haven't even landed a hit. Wang Baol blinked. His fist stopped right before the hedgehog cactus. He glared. He found the cactus rather interesting and yelled, "Let go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the cactus roused into movement. It pulled its roots out from the ground and, like a tiny person, retreated speedily. It stopped after it had retreated for a yard. "At least you know what's good for you." Wang Baol's right hand reached deep into the earth. The hedgehog cactus had just vacated and grabbed hold of a fingernail-sized fragment. The moment his hand touched the fragment, a strange sensation traveled from his fingertips to his heart. The feeling was akin to that of an endless hunger and longer coming from deep inside him to meld with the fragment. Wang Baol shuddered, and his breathing quickened as he held the fragment in his hand and studied it. He was very sure that it was a special fragment that could be used to build his foundation establishment core. Overjoyed, Wang Baol placed the fragment close to his chest. Such an extraterrestrial fragment might be able to be used for one's foundation establishment core, but it wasn't something the storage bracelet could hold. Brimming with satisfaction, Wang Baol lifted his head and found the hedgehog cactus gone. Not paying its disappearance any attention, he mused for a while and realized the reason for the cactus' human-like intelligence. Probably has something to do with this special fragment. Wang Baol looked around, confirmed there were no other fragments, then turned and dashed off. After he had finally left, the soil in the ground rose slightly, and the hedgehog cactus popped out anew. It looked towards the direction Wang Baol had gone with what seemed like resignation, opened its mouth wide and bared its teeth, then burrowed back into the earth and ran off. Wang Baol was running along happily. Except, after running for some time, he stopped and stared at the fragment he had placed close to his chest. He seemed slightly dispirited. There's something wrong with this thing. The reading materials only said we're unable to store it in our storage bracelet. They didn't say anything about the fragment being a source of spirit chi that draws attention. Wang Baol grabbed at his hair in exasperation. It would have been fine if the fragment hadn't been discovered, but once it was discovered and came into contact with a cultivator, it became like a burning torch in a pitch-black night. Something that would obviously be discovered by others located within a certain radius. That's why they said it was dangerous here, and that the competition amongst the various political forces was brutal. With such a feature, it'd be weird if the fight isn't fierce. Wang Baol thought for a bit and considered hiding the fragment somewhere else. He tried digging a hole and burying it, but its spirit chi remained obvious. The chances of someone finding it soon after he had left were high. There's no other way. I'd like to see who dares to rob me. Wang Baol gritted his teeth, glared, and continued running. The devouring seed inside his body churned and searched for other sources of spirit chi. Time crept by slowly. 3 days passed. In the 3 days, Wang Baol found quite a few fragments. Most of them couldn't be used for the foundation establishment core. Of such special fragments, he had only found a second one. Wang Baol thought of how difficult it was to find the special fragments and couldn't control his sighing. He, at least, had his devouring seed, and the speed at which he was finding the fragments was faster than the ordinary cultivator. Even so, his results were dismal. The others must be facing the same problems. Wang Baol believed himself right in thinking so. During those 3 days, he had encountered the lunar monsters. Most were mutated moon beasts that were of the ancient martial realm. They posed no threat to him at all, and some of them even looked like they would make a delicious meal. For example, he saw a lobster that was half the size of a person. It made Wang Baol hesitate for a long time. He remembered he had eaten lobsters found in the ocean, but he had never eaten one that was found on land. However, the lobster gave off a purple glow and looked poisonous, so after deliberating for a very long time, Wang Baol decided to abandon the idea. 2 days passed. On that day, Wang Baol was continuing his journey within the mystic lunar realm, searching for fragments, when he passed a small mountain. His eyes suddenly flashed. Through the devouring seed, he felt a startling spirit chi disturbance in the distance erupting. The disturbance excited Wang Baol. He was about to approach when he felt through the devouring seed the source of the spirit chi stirring, then dashing towards where he was. Wang Baol raised his head swiftly, startled. He gazed into the distance. Soon, he saw in the horizon the first silhouette of a cultivator he had seen in all those days. It was a youth dressed in black robes. He looked thin and slightly malnourished, with cold eyes and a scar on his face. Wrapped around his right hand were black bandages, and waves of black chi seeped out from between the bandages. He gave off a feral air and looked like a tiny killer god, cold and merciless. From his attire, he didn't look like someone from the 4 Dao colleges. The waves of spirit chi were coming from his person. Upon closer observation, Wang Baol could feel 3 sources coming off the youth that stirred longing inside him. 3 special fragments? Wang Baol was shocked, and a sour feeling spread inside his heart. He had thought himself extremely diligent, but despite his hard work, he had only found 2 special fragments. The youth, who didn't even rival him in good looks, actually found 3. Should I attempt to snatch them off him? Wang Baol deliberated. However, as he was deep in thought, the youth turned and looked at Wang Baol suddenly. He immediately switched direction and raced towards Wang Baol. He was swift like a bolt of lightning and stirred dust clouds off the ground as he approached. He's coming right to my doorstep? Wang Baol blinked. He fell back a few steps and stared at the approaching youth. The youth soon stopped 10 yards away before Wang Baol. He stood there and eyed Wang Baol coldly, lifted his chin, stuck his right hand out and said coolly, "Hand it over. Don't make me say it twice." Wang Baol's eyes popped out as soon as he heard what the youth said. He stretched out his right hand as well and hollered, "Hand it over. Don't make me say it twice. You have a death wish." The youth narrowed his eyes. He dashed out as he spoke, and stood before Wang Baol in a blink of an eye, his fist flying out. He didn't land a direct punch. Instead, as he threw his fist forward, he opened it wide into a palm, and out flew a black jade pendant. As the jade pendant flew out, it summoned black winds that formed an indistinct shape of a black tiger's head. It roared and charged at Wang Baol. "A numinous treasure? Don't you know your granddaddy here is a dermic armament cultivator?" Wang Baol said arrogantly. He raised his right hand in a sudden sweep and pulled out multiple numinous treasures which blanketed the sky and raced towards the youth. Amongst the numinous treasures were the self-exploding beads, the rope, the large seal, and the flying sword. The numinous treasures dashed out in multitudes. The rope and large seal, especially, looked extremely dangerous and threatening. The youth eyed them with great caution. However, the 2 numinous treasures that he had eyed so closely, upon flying out, didn't charge at the youth. Instead, radiating a terrifying forceful aura, they sped towards the heavens and disappeared into thin air. The youth froze as he watched the 2 numinous treasure make their bizarre ascent into the skies. He immediately raised his guard. While keeping an eye out for the numinous treasures, He glared viciously at Wang Baol and wielded the black tiger jade pendant in his hand and pushed his palm towards Wang Baol. With a deafening roar, Wang Baol's numinous treasures and the youth's black tiger collided. The black tiger howled as it clashed with the numinous treasures. Amidst the thundering battle sounds, the youth narrowed his eyes and leaped right through the battling numinous treasures and arrived before Wang Baol. His finger surged towards Wang Baol's forehead. Die! Wang Baol might be famous, but for a disciple of the Galactic Dusk sect, a sect whose disciples were inclined towards the traditional and were divorced from the outside world, his knowledge of Wang Baol wouldn't be considerable. What the youth knew was even more pitiful. At that moment, he applied his usual strategy to exterminate dermic armament cultivators, which was to approach them and rely on close combat to wipe them out. Based on his experience, dermic armament cultivators, array formation cultivators, and alchemy cultivators alike had tremendous abilities, but once an enemy came within close reach, they were vulnerable to an extreme. In his merciless arrogance, his finger snaked forward like a bolt of lightning and was about to land a hit on Wang Baol's forehead. On the tip of his finger, black chi had appeared. He had full confidence of piercing through a skull with its touch. However, what was ideal was indeed good, but the reality was slightly different from his imagination. As his finger reached out, Wang Baol's eyes flashed in excitement. How long has it been since someone dared to raise their finger before me? Wang Baol started reminiscing about the good old days. Since he had gotten famous, many people had grown wary and cautious of his finger-bending killer move. As a result, he had to actively seek an opportunity to employ the move in each fight. That made him yearn for the days when he was still not famous, for the feeling of having someone point their finger at him. At that moment, he could finally embrace those feelings of the past. As the black-robed youth's finger shot towards his forehead, he happily raised his right hand and caught the youth's finger with an extremely practiced move. The devouring seed inside his body activated. As the strong suction force was triggered, he bent the finger upward forcefully. "Call me Daddy. What kind of quirk is that?" The expression on the youth's face changed. It wasn't that he hadn't come across people who were into bending fingers, but someone who bent fingers and asked their opponent to call him Daddy? That was the first. A surge of shame rose within him, and a cold glint flashed across the youth's eyes. He was a brutal and merciless character. He disregarded the extreme agony in his finger and didn't struggle to free it. Instead, black chi surrounded his finger instantly, and the bandages on his hand ripped apart. An earth-shattering force surged from his finger. It was sharp like a blade that could cut through everything around it. Upon closer look, one would see waves of inscriptions rippling off his finger and hitting against Wang Baol's palm. "Let go!" In his imagination, Wang Baol's palm would explode in the next instant and become a bloodied mess. That was, in fact, the viciousness of that particular attack. Many had perished under it. But something unexpected occurred. The inscriptions that seemed capable of destroying everyone, upon hitting Wang Baol's palm, appeared to have landed on a wall of metal. Instead of causing damage to Wang Baol, they disintegrated as soon as they landed. "You trying to scratch an itch for Daddy? Are you trying to bully Daddy because he's a dermic armament cultivator and is weak and can't fight? Is that why you're trying to rob me of my fragments?" Wang Baol glared. He was thick of flesh and hard of skin. His physical body had attained the foundation establishment realm. The youth's finger had struck a powerful attack, but its impact was slight. Wang Baol's leg abruptly kicked up and towards the youth's crotch. What manner of attack is this again? Aiming for that place, the expression on the youth's face shifted. He could feel the winds stirred by Wang Baol's kick whipping fiercely against his trousers. His heart pumped fiercely as he struggled to escape, but Wang Baol's hand was like a pair of pincers that he couldn't free himself from. He could only raise his leg to block the attack. With a loud thud, his leg collided with Wang Baol's. As the sound rang in the air, the youth's face turned pale. He felt a strong force traveling through his entire body. From his bones to his flesh to his blood, a tremor shook through his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn you dermic armament cultivator! What's all that rubbish about being weak and not knowing how to fight? The youth was on the verge of madness and howled in fury. He had never encountered a dermic armament cultivator with a physical body that was a complete freak of nature. He wasn't someone to be messed with as well. The youth used that sudden burst of energy between them and, deciding he could do without his finger, twisted upwards. A cracking sound of a forced break rang out. He raised his left hand in a fist and sent it flying viciously towards Wang Baol's face. "Go to hell!" the youth howled. Wang Baol smiled mirthlessly. He released the finger the youth had broken himself, grabbed his wrist, and moved fluidly into the next step, twisting the next joint. Break! An excruciating pain more extreme than the previous agony sent the youth shuddering instantly. He cried out in pain as his wrist cracked and was instantly broken by Wang Baol. Amidst the agony, his left fist flung towards Wang Baol paused. In the next moment, Wang Baol turned and grabbed hold of his left hand, bending it at the joint again. Break! Another cracking sound rang out. A pain even stronger than the previous one made the youth shudder violently. In that moment of danger, he bit the tip of his tongue immediately, spilling blood and activating a mystic technique. In an instant, a black light started erupting from his body. The light was blinding and appeared like a black sun. It was the secret mystic art of the Galactic Dusk sect. Upon eruption, a strong force expanded outwards in all directions. Despite Wang Baol's Foundation establishment realm-level physical body, he was still driven back by the force of the attack. The youth used it to speed away. In a blink of an eye, he had put more than 30 yards between himself and Wang Baol. At that moment, the youth had the feeling of having escaped the devil's clutches. His gaze at Wang Baol was filled with terror. He had never met such a foe in his entire life and had never suffered such a shameless defeat. His eyes were filled with confusion. He stared at his broken bones and his dangling palms that remained connected to his arms by limp muscles. Everything felt so surreal. He's so powerful. Seems like I still have to work harder as a dermic armament cultivator. Standing more than 300 feet away, Wang Baol rubbed his chest in surprise. The earlier force of the attack had made him feel slightly sore. As he sighed in awe, he raised his right hand in a wave. 70 to 80 puppets appeared in an instant. "Come on, let's have a proper battle now." Wang Baol sucked in a deep breath. As his spirit energy erupted from his body, the puppets surrounding him started to exude spirit chi. Quite a few of them started chirping as well. The sight made the youth, who had been lost in a daze, shudder fiercely. When he heard the words, dermic armament cultivator, he could feel his heart skip a beat. He was alarmed by Wang Baol's puppets. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. His arms might be dangling uselessly from side to side, but his legs remained strong and fit and ran swiftly. Trying to escape? Leave your fragments behind. Wang Baol glared. He swept his hand in a wave. The 70 to 80 puppets around him started chirping and chasing the youth. From afar, the swarm of puppets was like a descending crowd of demons and the youth like a terrified little rabbit. His face drained of all color as he fled in terror. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on the youth's side. Amidst his terrified escape, he didn't notice a rope falling from the skies. It was swift, like a bolt of lightning, and soundless. It seemed to exude a sort of perverse aura as it descended suddenly. It appeared above the fleeing youth's head, approached speedily, and before the youth could notice anything amiss, wound itself 5 to 6 times around him, binding him tightly. The youth toppled straight to the ground. What is going on? The youth was shocked. He found the rope familiar and realized it was the one Wang Baol had flung out earlier, the one that had raced into the sky. He would never have expected it to suddenly fly back after such a long time and tie him up. It was one thing to tie him up, but the rope was touching him inappropriately as well. As the youth remained stunned and struggled to free himself from the rope's restraints, suddenly, another alarming and deafening sound sounded from the heavens. A giant seal appeared in the sky. It was infused with an awesome energy and seemed like it was gazing upon the lands in contempt with the eyes of a supreme ruler. Came rumbling down. A thundering rumble rang in the skies. The large seal crashed and landed on the youth. He spat out pools of blood and passed out immediately from the collision. Before he lost all consciousness, the only thought that surfaced in his mind was that of incomprehension towards the rope and the giant seal. He could not understand what sort of numinous treasure they were, to be released for such a long time before they suddenly unleashed their power. He was not the only one. Even Wang Baol was shocked by the sight. However, he had known that the rope was peculiar. In the Kulom Basin, he had witnessed the strangeness of the giant seal as well. As such, he wasn't that surprised by their reappearance. He even thought the two treasures had done quite a good job. He walked up to the unconscious youth, eyed the rope and large seal, and nodded approvingly. "Good job, the both of you. Great teamwork. Keep it up," he said, then kept the rope and seal. He eyed the unconscious youth with interest, stooped down and started searching. Wang Baol stripped the youth of all his belongings, including the 3 special fragments. After recalling how vicious the youth had been, Wang Baol snorted and stripped him naked as well, not even leaving him his underwear. He turned on his transmission ring and activated the video recording function. "He's really still just a kid. Can't compare with me at all. It's all right, I won't kill you. This is just a lesson to you," Wang Baol said cheerfully. He finished recording and left. Hours later, the youth came to. He seemed to be in a daze and hadn't yet realized what had happened. He stared at the surrounding, confused, then looked down at himself. The next moment, a wretched, furious howl rang out across the land. Wang Baol was in a region far away from where the youth had awakened. As he charged ahead at high speed, he was despondent, lowering his head time and again and looking at a wooden slip, which brought him a lot of shock. The wooden slip was from the youth's storage bag. Even though there were other possessions in the bag, it was difficult for one to access them if they weren't of a high enough level of cultivation. However, to the dermic armament cultivators, it wasn't as complicated. As long as they knew which grade the bag was, they could focus on its characteristics to unlock it. To Wang Baol, who was able to refine a 3rd-grade numinous treasure, he could use the method of further refinement to change the internal inscriptions and open the storage bag without its marks being erased. That wasn't too difficult for him. After opening the storage bag, Wang Baol came to know about the youth's identity. He was Wen Huai, one of the core disciples of the Galactic Dusk sect. He wasn't very clear of the structure within the Galactic Dusk sect, but from the identity token, Wang Baol felt that Wen Huai must be a relatively impressive true breath cultivator within the Galactic Dusk sect. There were many pills and numinous treasures inside the storage bag, along with other cultivation technique jade slips and a myriad of objects. There was even a cruiser stored inside. However, it was a pity that the items couldn't be used within the mystic lunar realm due to the presence of array formations. Despite that, the gains that Wang Baol obtained made him feel that snatching from a villain was a way to strike it rich. There was also the Spirit Stones card, which was specifically tagged to the owner. That made it difficult for Wang Baol to reclaim it from a specific place. Other than that, there was another unique item in Wen Huai's storage bag, which was the wooden slip in Wang Baol's hands. It was only half the size of his fist, with a map carved on its front. It wasn't difficult for Wang Baol to recognize that it was a map of the mystic lunar realm. Ethereal Dao College also distributed similar maps. However, it was apparent that Wen Huai's map was more detailed and complete. There were also some markings on it, and after taking a close look at one of the marked positions, Wang Baol realized that it was the exact spot where he had found the unique fragment. He grew excited. There was also a map on the back of the wooden slip. On that map, there was a region with 3 small mountainous peaks. A drawing of a tree was on it as well, but there were no markings of its exact location. All that was on it was the overall view of an area. The tree was the element that made Wang Baol surprised. At the same time, Wang Baol felt a sense of familiarity with regards to the texture of the wooden slip. It made him think about Kulom Basin, as well as the giant tree that was previously destroyed by the red lightning. Why is such an object in the possession of a Galactic Dusk sect disciple? From the texture of the wooden slip, it is highly likely that it is made from that giant tree. Wang Baol fell silent as he thought about the danger that he, together with Zhui Yifan and Zhao Yaming, had faced while in the Kulom Basin, as well as the eeriness of being inside the giant tree. The giant tree can assimilate cultivators and control them. To a certain degree, it could also mimic their voice transmissions, making it difficult for people to differentiate between the real and the fake. The skies of the mystic lunar realm are filled with wood grains as well. It seems like the transformation of the mystic lunar realm is closely related to the large tree. Then, what role did the galactic dusk sect play in all of this? Thinking about all the connections, Wang Baol was shocked. As there weren't enough clues, it was difficult for him to analyze the situation accurately. However, the information that he already had was enough to make him feel that all of it encompassed an incredible amount of cunning plots and planning. That made the sense of danger that he already had even more significant. His breathing gradually began to grow rapid, and his determination to reach the Foundation establishment realm grew stronger by the moment. I need to speed up. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He already had 5 fragment pieces that were suitable for Foundation establishment, but it was still a long way to go before he had the required number of 20 pieces. I can't use the cruiser here, and the area is large and teeming with danger. To find sufficient unique fragments as soon as possible will be extremely difficult. Wang Baol was somewhat troubled. However, there was nothing he could do but continue activating his devouring seed, charging forward, and continuing his search while staying vigilant. Just like that, 3 Earth days passed quickly. Wang Baol searched for a long time in those 3 days before he found the 6th fragment. There were 2 occasions when he met with people from the other factions, but as they seemed foreign and wary of each other, there was no intention for him to make contact and communicate with them. The people from the other factions hesitated momentarily after sensing the vibe given off from Wang Baol's 6th fragment. However, they controlled themselves and left hurriedly, though the chill in their eyes and their desire to contend for the fragments intensified as time passed. After realizing that, Wang Baol grew even more vigilant. Right now, all the disciples from the various factions, with the exception of those who already had a penchant for killing and snatching, seemed to be able to control themselves. However, if the assistance from the Federation isn't efficient, coupled with the fact that as time passes the number of fragments one has increases, a single attempt at killing or snatching could allow one to have a go at Foundation establishment, especially if one is only a few pieces away from reaching the requirements. When forced to make a choice, the restraint that everyone exercises will dissipate. When that happens, it will be the actual battle between life and death. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he continued his search. Soon, after another day had passed, he stopped in his tracks upon reaching a small mountainous region. It wasn't that he wanted to rest, but in an area several kilometers in front of him, he could see that there a churning fog was approaching. It seemed like the fog would be able to completely engulf the mountain that Wang Baol was on in no time. That was the mystic trace fog. That threw Wang Baol into a dilemma as he hesitated. He had searched a large area of the surrounding region, but hadn't managed to find any unique fragments. If he were to continue like that, he would likely not progress much. If he were to go to another area, he could perhaps break his dry spell and find something. However, the mystic trace fog was so unpredictable that Wang Baol was worried that he might be transported into a dangerous place. If only I could control the mystic trace fog. Wang Baol sighed as he looked at the approaching fog. He rubbed his glabella and was about to make a decision when a thought arose in his mind. I don't have to control the location where the mystic trace fog sends me. I only need to come up with a way to keep a portion of the mystic trace fog and take it with me. That way, I can use the mystic trace fog to teleport myself as and when I need to. Even if I were to be teleported to the dark side of the mystic lunar realm, I can immediately teleport elsewhere. With that thought, Wang Baol instantly became tempted. He tried to imagine the process in his mind. If he succeeded, not only could he search all the different areas and find the fragments fast, he could also be less worried about safety issues, his top concern at that moment. If there was someone who dared to provoke him, or if he wasn't able to fight the other party, he simply needed to release the mystic trace fog and send the other party on a joyride. That made Wang Baol even more excited as his eyes lit up brightly. Once I succeed, it will become my trump card. Wang Baol took a deep breath. retreating quickly as he looked at the mystic trace fog approaching from the distance. On one hand, he was trying to increase the distance between him and the mystic trace fog to buy time, and on the other, he was analyzing and imagining the scenario in his head. Should I use the spirit stones as raw materials? After analyzing the situation, Wang Baol felt that the key advantage of the dermic artifact was that it was able to absorb the fog and store it. Therefore, as he retreated, he took out the spirit stones, carving inscriptions onto them to form a spirit kernel. After half an hour, the mystic trace fog completely enveloped Wang Baol, who was raising a spirit stone beat up high. As he disappeared and reappeared in another region, Wang Baol heaved a sigh of relief after realizing that he was still on the front side of the moon, before hurriedly looking at the bead in his hands. It didn't succeed. Wang Baol scratched his head. When he recalled what had happened, he realized that even though the bead could store the mystic trace fog within it, the stored fog dissipated as he was being teleported. I need to improve on it. Without losing steam, Wang Baol immediately researched the matter. As he carved new inscriptions, he continued his search for the fragments at high speed. After several days, Wang Baol finally found the 7th unique fragment. At the same time, he came across the mystic trace fog again. In order to build my trump card, I'm going all out. I will definitely succeed this time. Looking at the mystic trace fog, Wang Baol took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he held the improvised bead and charged directly towards the mystic trace fog. Very quickly, he disappeared, appearing in another region. The dermic artifact that he had tried to refine in order to store the mystic trace fog had failed once again. Just like that, the first, second, and third attempt passed. A month's time flew by, and the number of attempts that Wang Baol made grew to 9, including the previous 2 tries. He was still considered lucky, as there was only one instance where he was teleported to the moon's dark side. Thankfully, it was an area on the periphery and not in the depths. However, it was still extremely dangerous, as he met with a night immortal that was on a similar level as someone at the core formation stage. He was able to escape as he wasn't teleported right in front of it. At the same time, he was satisfied with the number of fragments that he had accumulated, which had grown to 10. The only issue was that Wang Baol's research on the mystic trace fog, despite them being directed improvisations, were all failures. I don't believe this. The next time will definitely be a success. Wang Baol grabbed a handful of his hair tightly, and a look of stubbornness and determination was apparent in his eyes. The more he failed at developing and researching the bead capable of storing the mystic trace fog, the more indignant he felt. He knew well that the bead would likely lose its function when he left the moon. However, it was his trump card within the mystic lunar realm. It was something that could allow him to move freely inside the realm. If he met with a ferocious beast that was an inhabitant of the mystic lunar realm, he could use it on himself to escape. If he met with cultivators from other factions, he could use it on them and send them away. A function like that set the value of the bead highly in Wang Baol's heart. If there were no progress from the start, it wouldn't have bothered him. However, in the many teleportations, Wang Baol had made many improvements to the inscriptions as well as other adjustments on the bead such the bead could already absorb the fog into it. The only challenge was in storing the fog. The bead could absorb the fog, but as soon as Wang Baol was being transported away, the fog within the bead would dissipate on its own, and that wasn't what Wang Baol had envisioned. I will definitely succeed in my research. Wang Baol was determined. He looked around him before charging towards a particular direction, activating his devouring seed to search for the fragments while adjusting the bead's inscriptions. At the same time, he was also looking for the mystic trace fog. After researching the mystic trace fog for the past month, Wang Baol gained an understanding and grasp of the mystic trace fog. Typically, the mystic trace fog was more likely to appear on lower ground. Therefore, in the process of searching for the fragments, Wang Baol also neared areas of lower ground. He wanted to wait for the appearance of the mystic trace fog so that he could test whether his creation would succeed. 2 days passed just like that. In those 2 days, Wang Baol had completed his improvements to the bead and made several different versions of it. As he was confidently searching for the mystic trace fog, he was suddenly taken aback one evening as he was charging towards a low-lying area. He hurriedly looked into the distance to an area on his right side. Even though he couldn't see any changes with his naked eye, he could feel that in a location on the right, there was a shocking flow of spirit chi rising towards the skies. It was as if a huge torch had appeared in the middle of the night and could be sensed by anyone who was within the region. Wang Baol had experienced such movements of the spirit chi previously. He was clear that the movement wasn't because there were fragments present in the area. Rather, someone with fragments was in that area. The only issue was that, in the past, the movement of spirit chi that Wang Baol had experienced was only 30 to 40% of what he experienced then. Such a significant movement of spirit chi like the one he was feeling was something new. Darn it! How many fragments are there? Even if there aren't 20, it would be close. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He felt incredulous and shocked after comparing what he experienced with the spirit chi that he was giving off. He initially thought that he was very efficient, having made use of his devouring seed in the mystic lunar realm. Despite that, he had only found 10 fragments suitable for foundation establishment. On the other hand, it seemed like someone in the area on the right was already extremely close to reaching foundation establishment stage. That made Wang Baol somewhat troubled, as he instinctively grew vigilant. He was clear that something was amiss, as it was unusual. Therefore, he ditched his original idea to snatch and was about to leave when his eyes narrowed. At that moment, in the direction where the astonishingly strong spirit chi was spreading from, the concentrated spirit chi source seemed to have sensed the spirit chi movement coming from Wang Baol. It changed its direction and was charging towards him. A cold chill immediately flashed across Wang Baol's eyes when he realized that, and he decided not to leave. Instead, he stood there, looking at the spirit chi source arrogantly. Is this an attempt to rob me? That's fine by me as well. If I eliminate him, I will have enough fragments myself. Wang Baol inhaled deeply, exercising his cultivation while warming up his body. He maintained his physical force at the highest level and ready to be unleashed, making the necessary preparations to attack later on. It is not that I, Wang Baol, want to rob him. I am only protecting myself. Wang Baol sneered arrogantly, raising his head as he looked into the distance. Soon, Wang Baol had made all the preparations. Dust was swept up in the area a distance away, and a crowd appeared before his eyes. Looking at them, it was as if Wang Baol had been struck by lightning as he was filled with shock and held his breath. Damn! Who are these people? Even though Wang Baol felt that he was already very well read, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. There seemed to be 40 or 50 people, with 20-odd strong men positioned on the outside. Each of them had perfected true breath realm cultivation, and every single one of them looked unfriendly. Their eyes carried an intention to kill, and it was clear that they were combat cultivators who were no strangers to battle. In the middle of the group were 20 women dressed in different colors. They were also people who had perfected true breath realm cultivation. What was most unbelievable was that as they surveyed their surroundings vigilantly, they were also activating their skills. There were array formation cultivators, alchemy cultivators, as well as beast taming cultivators. There were also 3 of them who were repairing their numinous treasures at the back of the group. In the very center, protected by those 50 people, was a youth wearing flower print pants and a flower print top. He had a pair of aviators over his eyes and was lying lazily on a large chair. The chair was carried on the back of an 80-foot-tall muscular ape. It was moving very quickly, advancing forward with the rest of the crowd. They were the group protecting the young master of the Trillionaris Corporation. Wang Baol was dumbfounded seeing that such a huge crowd had appeared in the mystic lunar realm, where danger was all around. His breathing was rapid, as such a huge crowd surprised him greatly. This is a tour for the Scion? He's having a party? Wang Baol stared with his eyes wide. The youth with the aviators appeared so laid back that Wang Baol felt that it was a mismatch for the atmosphere of the mystic lunar realm. He felt that the youth would fit in better if there were a beach, bikini ladies, and the blue sea instead. At the same time, an extremely strong movement of spirit chi could be detected. After analyzing it, Wang Baol guessed that the number of fragments suitable for foundation establishment that the other party possessed was at least 20, if not close. What made Wang Bail jealous was that the women surrounding the youth were all beauties. Some were sheltering him with umbrellas, some were massaging his shoulders, and some were feeding him freshly peeled fruit. Looking at him and then back at himself, Wang Bail felt that he couldn't compare to the youth no matter how confident he was. Wang Bail sighed deeply, turning right around and began to run away. There were too many of them, and Wang Bail felt that if he were to go against them head-on that he would definitely be robbed of all his possessions. He was filled with regret for acting like he was formidable and pretending that he wasn't afraid as he waited for the other party to appear. The moment Wang Bail turned to escape, the youth with the aviators lying on the chair hurriedly cried out, "Fellow Taoist, please stay." His words caused 20 people to spread out and try to surround Wang Bail. Every single one of them carried a glow given off by the numinous treasures that they carried. With the added boost from the numinous treasures, all of them were not only fast but was also releasing a shocking amount of suppressive force. After sensing it, Wang Bail was shocked. Damn! Even the bodyguards are loaded. Wang Bail was indignant and extremely incredulous. It seems like the youth had never come across the mystic trace fog in the mystic lunar realm. If not, it was impossible that there were still so many people with him, as they would have long been segregated. As for the request for him to stay, Wang Bail pretended not to hear as he charged forward. A chill flashed across his eyes. If the bodyguards tried to block him, he would definitely battle it out with them. Sensing the intention to kill that was given off from Wang Bail's body, the youth took off his aviators. He continued lying there, revealing a genuine smile as he cried out once again, "Fellow Taoist, do not be afraid and do not worry. Robbing is such a low-class tactic that I, Jean Duoming, would never use. At the Trillionaris Corporation, we base everything on fairness and reason. I already have 19 fragments for foundation establishment. I am only short of one, and since fate brought us together, list a price and sell me one." The youth smiled confidently, as if negotiating a business deal. As he spoke, he even waved at Wang Bail. "I'm not selling." Wang Bail was unhappy. He only had 10 fragments while the youth already had 19. As he thought about how he had found all the fragments using his own effort, his unhappiness grew into arrogance, and he turned around and continued on his path. The youth, Jean Duoming, continued smiling the same way. His confidence didn't seem affected as he spoke calmly while looking at Wang Bail's back view. "A 7th-grade dermic armament in exchange for a fragment. Deal?" He spoke while retrieving a saber from his storage bracelet, placing it right by him and pressing down on it with his right hand as he looked at Wang Bail. The moment the saber emerged, an astonishing baneful wave instantly erupted from it, resulting in the formation of a black hurricane that swept loudly in all directions. Vaguely, a gigantic black crocodile appeared from within the hurricane. The black crocodile, which was covered in scales, looked extremely frightening. It opened its mouth wide, gnarling its teeth while sneering noiselessly. It looked so formidable that it was capable of shaking heaven and earth. The instant the saber appeared, the apes carrying Jean Duoming's chair trembled vigorously due to the immensely strong suppressive force. They shook so much that they kneeled down and didn't dare move an inch. Even the female True Breath Realm disciples around him breathed unsteadily. They were aghast with shock as if a force that gripped their cultivation was given off by the Dharma artifact. Even though the force couldn't be considered earth-shaking, it was still very strong. Dust was kicked up and spread in all directions, and ripples appeared on the patch of sandy ground. As if struck by waves of thunder, Wang Bail turned his head and dazedly looked at Jean Duoming, flabbergasted. Then, he looked at the 7th-grade Dharma artifact pressed under Jean Duoming's hand. What are you saying?" Wang Bail stood there, dumbfounded. He was unsure and confused, and he asked again as if he had heard wrong. "I said, I would exchange this 7th-grade Dharma artifact for one of your fragments. Deal?" Jean Duoming, who was sitting on the chair, spoke while smiling. He was extremely confident, and the female cultivators beside him looked unfazed as if they were used to his mannerisms. Seventh-grade dermic armament in exchange for a fragment. Looking at the response of the people beside the youth, Wang Baol felt that chaos had erupted in the world. Everything felt strange to him. Even after he had clarified his doubts, a torrent of emotions still crashed in his heart, hitting him so strongly that it felt unreal. As a dermic armament cultivator, he had a deep understanding of dermic treasures. The first and second grade items were dermic artifacts, while the third to fifth grade items were numinous treasures. Only the seventh grade items could be termed armament, and were officially called dermic armaments. Every dermic armament was so shockingly powerful and unbelievably expensive. To a certain degree, there was no market for it despite having a supply. It wasn't possible to buy it if one didn't have the right connections. Even if one of them showed up during an auction, it would immediately be bought away. The price was so shockingly high, but that didn't deter anyone. Instead, the successful buyer would think that they had managed to get a good deal. Wang Baol, who was a dermic armament cultivator himself, had only seen the smoke formed by Zhou Dishi's dermic armament from afar. As for how the dermic armament actually looked, he had never seen it before. To most dermic armament cultivators, it was a life goal to refine a dermic armament. At the same time, only those foundation establishment cultivators who had a strong family background and family lineage had the chance to own a dermic armament that belonged to them. As for true breath realm cultivators, in the entire Federation, the Trillionaris Corporation young master was probably the only one who was able to possess a dermic armament with such a level of cultivation. That inevitably made Wang Baol shocked and confused. The value of the dermic armament was astonishing, and yet, the youth was treating it as if he were selling vegetables, trying to exchange the dermic armament for a fragment. To Wang Baol, it was like someone trying to exchange a sports car with a lollipop held by a child. He even felt that the sports car paled in comparison to how ridiculous everything was. It would seem more appropriate if it were a luxurious cruiser. The feeling made Wang Baol stand in shock. He was holding his breath, but it had gradually grown rapid. As his vision blurred, Jin Duoming smiled arrogantly, thinking about how there wasn't anything that he couldn't trade for in the world. The fatty had been so stubborn and proud to say that he wouldn't exchange the fragment for anything. He wanted to see if Wang Baol would give in if he presented the dermic armament right before him. In reality, the youth hadn't found any fragments on his journey. He had gained all of his fragments through exchanging his possessions. At first, he made the deals with numinous treasures, but since he was only short of one at that point, he decided to use his dermic armament. To him, the dermic armament was nothing much. If he had none left, he simply needed to ask for one from his father when he returned home, since there would never be a shortage of them. The people beside him seemed to have gotten used to how their young master handled matters. Everyone, especially the female cultivator who looked like a housekeeper, seemed unfazed. She even revealed a smile, as she felt that her young master wasn't too adamant that time. The young master has grown up. He has become more mature since he didn't exchange an 8th grade dermic armament for the fragment. Deal or no deal? After a moment, realizing that Wang Baol didn't say anything despite his eyes glowing brightly, Jin Duoming asked with his eyebrows raised. He was slightly annoyed and bewildered at the lack of response from Wang Baol. Deal. Ignoring the annoyance in Jin Duoming's tone, Wang Baol immediately exclaimed before tossing over a fragment. He was extremely exhilarated. Jin Duoming grabbed hold of the fragment and took a look at it, before satisfyingly throwing a 7th grade dermic armament to Wang Baol. The moment he held the 7th grade saber, Wang Baol trembled vigorously. He experienced a force emerging continuously from the dermic armament that was so strong it couldn't be described with words. It seemed more like a ferocious crocodile he was holding in his hands than a dermic armament. He even felt that he had become a commoner. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or power, it was difficult to control the dermic armament. At the same time, as a dermic armament cultivator, he could immediately see that the dermic armament was genuine. Gosh, I feel like I'm in a dream. Agitatedly, Wang Baol immediately kept the dermic armament in his storage bag, afraid that the loaded fellow would regret his words. However, he seemed to have belittled Jin Duoming. As Wang Baol kept the dermic armament, Jin Duoming laid on the chair, putting on his aviators again as he waved at Wang Baol with a satisfied look on his face. "Thanks, fellow Taoist." Wang Baol raised his head, looking at the boisterous crowd leaving. He felt that the youth's values were corrupt, especially after hearing his words of thanks before leaving. What a prodigal, exchanging a dermic armament for a fragment, and even thanking me for it. Wang Baol grew even more confused. He felt that poverty had put a limit on his imagination, as he could not understand the logic behind what the young master of the Trillionaires Corporation was doing. However, one thing clear to Wang Baol was that he wasn't a single bit unhappy. He even felt that it would be great if the youth were lacking more than one fragment. Even the feelings of jealousy that he felt before had dissipated. He felt that it was a given that the youth could gather the fragments needed for foundation establishment in such a short time. If he were unable to accomplish even that, then that would be truly unjust, and he should be struck by lightning. "I have learned something new." Wang Baol inhaled deeply. He was extremely emotional and agitated when he suddenly noticed that the chair that Jin Duoming was lying on should be carried by two apes, instead of the one like it was. Therefore, with a quick thought, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, "Taoist Jin, I still have other high-quality goods that you can't buy elsewhere. Premium-grade puppets that can carry your chair and massage your shoulders. They can even act as your bodyguards. As long as you buy a puppet, they can do anything." As Wang Baol exclaimed, he patted his storage bag, taking out 3 puppets. One was a beautiful lady, another was a jock, while the last one was a small diamond ape. The pretty lady puppet was extremely alluring and attractive. Her face was like a beautiful picture, as if the flowers had bloomed, capturing the hearts of whoever saw her. The jock puppet had a strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people. He looked so ferocious and carried such a frightening vibe that he could make one feel safe just by standing there. As for the diamond ape puppet, it was like a small mountain, lifelike and extremely real. He wasn't sure of the youth's tastes, and that made him take out 1 puppet of each kind. Hearing Wang Baol's exclamation, Jin Duoming, who was lying on the chair, raised his right hand slightly. Immediately, the giant ape carrying the chair stopped and even turned around so that the chair was facing Wang Baol. After noticing the 3 puppets beside Wang Baol, Jin Duoming suddenly took off his aviators and took a closer look. For the first time, he sat up from his unchanging lying position with a look of surprise and interest apparent in his eyes. "These are puppets? There are other people selling puppets as well. What's so special about these 3 of yours?" Jin Duoming asked curiously. Noticing that Jin Duoming seemed interested, Wang Baol also grew excited. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the diamond ape roared loudly, looking at the giant ape carrying Jin Duoming's chair. The giant ape's eyes instantly lit up, and its breathing quickened. It looked very agitated, as if it was deeply attracted to the diamond ape. "Interesting." Jin Duoming smiled slightly, impressed by how shockingly real-life the diamond ape puppet was. After all, ferocious beasts usually had some level of instinct themselves. If the ferocious beast could be fooled into thinking that it had met its fellow beast, it meant that the puppet was extremely lifelike, which was something rarely encountered. Noticing Jin Duoming's facial expressions, Wang Baol cleared his throat and pointed towards the beautiful female puppet. Immediately, changes to the puppet's facial expression took place. It was like a real human, no longer trying to stand provocatively. Instead, it instantly looked cold and distant, and as it raised its right hand, it took out a long sword. It was standing there, with its long hair over its shoulders as the dress it was wearing flew in the direction of the wind. It was like a beauty that had walked straight out of a painting. Jin Duoming's eyes instantly lit up. Wang Baol was delighted as he activated his hand seals and pointed again. Immediately, the beautiful, yet cold and distant female puppet became extremely provocative, charisma emanating strongly from head to toe. Jin Duoming leaned forward uncontrollably to take a closer look. Finally, Wang Baol suddenly stepped forward and swept the ground with his feet. It was shockingly forceful, instantly creating a sonic boom that hurled towards the beautiful female puppet. The puppet managed to block the impact with all its efforts, retreating amidst the sound of impact. As Jin Duoming grew surprised and as the dust settled, cracks could be seen on the female puppet's body. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would see that the cracks were healing on their own. Taoist Jin, this puppet of mine is extremely hardy and is carved with self-repairing inscriptions. Regardless of whether you are using it for protection or for other purposes, it can do the job. Wang Bail spoke calmly, noticing that Jin Duoming's eyes were glowing brightly, extremely tempted by it. After that, he activated his hand seals again, pointing towards the burly puppet. The puppet immediately moved, showcasing a set of routines in front of Jin Duoming. It looked ferocious and impressively strong. After it ended its performance, the burly puppet stood there, sneering. Hearing that sound, the bodyguards from Trillionaris Corporation all trembled with shock, flabbergasted at what they saw. That was especially so for the female cultivators, who stared with their eyes wide, dumbfounded. Jin Duoming also shivered. He then slapped the chair while laughing heartily. He was about to speak when the female housekeeper beside him suddenly grew alert and exclaimed hurriedly, "We want all of them. 1,000,000 spirit stones for each of them." Hearing that the housekeeper had offered a price before him, Jin Duoming looked somewhat unhappy. However, he didn't say much as he looked at Wang Bail. Wang Bail seemed to understand what was going on as well. He felt that even though Jin Duoming was rich, he wasn't someone silly, but was instead someone who simply didn't place much emphasis on money. Wang Bail understood that he shouldn't be greedy as he agreed to the price humbly, before taking out 100 other puppets. Eventually, with the housekeeper seeped in shock and Jin Duoming basking in satisfaction, both parties completed the transaction. Holding the spirit stone card that was non-identity bearing, Wang Bail sent Jin Duoming and company off with a smile. Before leaving, Jin Duoming, who apparently grew more interested in Wang Bail, asked for his name. He looked surprised upon hearing Wang Bail's name. It sounded familiar as if he had come across it previously. He then waved and left. "Tycoon, this is a real tycoon." Looking at Jin Duoming who was leaving, Wang Bail was full of emotions, even somewhat sad that they were gone. He only turned around when he could no longer see them. "In my entire life, my favorite thing is to make friends with tycoons." Wang Bail caressed his storage bracelet and felt for the non-identity-bearing spirit stone card as well as the 7th grade dermic armament saber. A fire lit up in his heart as if there was a pool of lava in his body. Delightfully, he began searching for the mystic trace fog while trying out the 7th grade dermic armament. The only issue was that such a powerful dermic armament could only reach its fullest potential when used by someone of Foundation establishment stage. It was a stretch for a true breath cultivator to use it, as it would be like a child trying to wield a large axe. Even though Wang Bail was on the same level as a Foundation establishment cultivator physically, the most he could do was hold the saber and use it as a close-quarters combat weapon. He was still unsteady in using spells to control the saber like a flying sword. Despite that, the power of the saber was astonishing even if one was using it as a close-quarters combat weapon. Wang Bail had merely activated a tiny portion of his cultivation and gently wielded the saber, but a deafening sound was immediately produced. An imaginary figure of a crocodile appeared, creating a frightening crack in the ground. That made Wang Bail exhilarated, as he felt that he had gained an additional trump card. Therefore, he excitedly tried it out a few more times before realizing that he couldn't use the saber excessively as he was only at Foundation establishment stage physically. He then kept the saber and continued his search for the mystic trace fog. A few days later, when he had found the mystic trace fog, he began to try out the teleportation repeatedly. He was bolder since he was protected by the dermic armament. Just like that, a week flew past. In that 1 week, Wang Bail was transported numerous times and had failed on all occasions. The alterations he made to the bead grew in number, and the size of the bead changed as a result. At the same time, Wang Bail managed to find 2 fragments in the process, making the total number of fragments he possessed 11. He also finally found a way to mask his spirit chi source temporarily, and to a certain degree weaken its movement as it spread out. It required the use of his devouring seed, but it still couldn't last. Within the week, Wang Baol also met some people he knew. They were all disciples from the 4 major Dao colleges, and after meeting and exchanging information with each other, they all left on their separate ways. Wang Baol hadn't met Shui Yifan and Zhao Yaming since the start. However, from what the others told him, he came to know that they had also managed to find numerous fragments themselves. In terms of dangerous situations, Wang Baol came across the nocturnal moonbat and also experienced the poisonous rain. He even saw the mirage from afar once. Just like that, after researching and searching continuously, Wang Baol's luck seemed to have been exhausted, which wasn't unexpected. Therefore, 2 days later, when he reappeared after being teleported by the mystic trace fog, he realized that he was surrounded by a dense forest. It wouldn't have been an issue if it was just the forest, but when he climbed to the top of a tree and looked towards the sky, he held his breath as he could no longer see the earth. Looking into the distance, it seemed like the forest covered the entire area. That instantly made him realize that he had been teleported to the dark side of the moon, and was deep within it rather than on its periphery. I won't die if I don't kill myself. Wang Baol was bewildered and extremely vigilant as he looked at the silent forest, his breathing rapid. The vegetation there was different from that on Earth, both in terms of color and appearance. Most of the vegetation was of a purple hue which would change according to time. At the same time, in terms of appearance, they were all circular. It was similar to being in a fantasy world, and one could occasionally see segmented creatures the size of a calf scurrying by. The spirit chi was clearly more concentrated there than on the front face of the moon. However, the environment was unfavorable to Wang Baol as it meant that the creatures there were also capable of absorbing spirit chi, which made them exponentially more dangerous. As Wang Baol carefully advanced, he came across a 2-headed, multi-segmented creature, the size of a lion, which was changing its color between blue and yellow. As it climbed onto a tree, the tree suddenly split apart, swallowing the creature whole. That sent chills down Wang Baol's spine, and he grew even more alert. I need to get out of here soon. I need to find the mystic trace fog and be teleported away. Wang Baol inhaled deeply, advancing at an even faster speed within the forest. After 3 hours, he was still unable to find the boundaries of the forest and didn't sense the mystic trace fog. That made him anxious, and he was about to change his direction in search of another marshland when he suddenly paused in his steps, looking towards his left. There's someone there? Wang Baol was appalled, as he saw through the gaps between the vegetation that there were hundreds of cultivators in the area before him. They were all dressed similarly, and Wang Baol realized that he had met someone dressed in the same manner as them when he was in the mystic lunar realm. He immediately recognized them to be from the 5-generation Sky Clan. They had placed array formations in the area and excavated a huge trench, and hundreds of people were moving about as if trying to transport something. At the same time, in another direction, Wang Baol saw something that made his pupils constrict and gripped his heart with shock. He saw a giant tree. The tree seemed to be communicating with someone, and that person was an elder who was frowning in thought. The vibe given off by him was of someone who had reached core formation. This. The scene made Wang Baol's head buzz with activity. Core formation. Wang Baol's pupils immediately constricted. Even though he felt that the giant tree wasn't the same one he encountered in Kulom Basin, and was also different from the one in Huangshan's body, he could immediately sense that they were of the same kind. That created a torrent of emotions in Wang Baol's heart. Additionally, seeing the core formation elder talking to the giant tree, and realizing the elder's level of cultivation, Wang Baol felt like his mind was on the brink of exploding. After all, before coming there, he was clear that people of core formation cultivation were not allowed in the mystic realm. However, before his eyes, there was a core formation cultivator from the 5-generation Sky Clan who had appeared within the mystic lunar realm. It was the dark side of the moon. As for the exact location, Wang Baol wasn't able to locate a landmark and thus was unable to find out. Determining one's location was made more difficult, especially after the area had been sealed, as it interfered with the Jade Slip's location tracking function. However, based on the many times that he had been teleported, Wang Baol could vaguely make out that he wasn't in the depths of the moon's dark side. However, even if that was the case, it was likely that he wasn't far from it. That was probably the reason why there were so few people there. If he had not been teleported there, he would never have stepped onto that piece of land on his own accord. If it was just the people from the 5-generation Sky Clan assembled and the giant tree wasn't present, Wang Baol would have thought that the 5-generation Sky Clan were cheating. However, since the tree was around, everything became clear. The 5-generation Sky Clan are in cahoots with the giant tree to plot something devious in the mystic lunar realm. Wang Baol regretted his choice deeply, as he felt that he shouldn't have taken the path he had. He knew that he was catching a lot of attention with his spirit chi, and even though the devouring seed could help tone it down a little, it was still unwise. Therefore, without hesitation, Wang Baol decided to leave. He knew well that if someone were to discover his presence, death would be the only outcome for him. However, even though Wang Baol tried his very best to retreat cautiously, it was too late. True Breath Realm cultivators may not have been able to detect Wang Baol's spirit chi source, but the core formation elder and the giant tree beside him could, and they suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction where Wang Baol was. That was especially so for the giant tree. In its eyes, a glow suddenly flashed as it looked directly at Wang Baol. Wang Baol's mind buzzed noisily as the giant tree looked at him. It was as if a sense of consciousness appeared out of nowhere, occupying his brain immediately, and a crowd was sneering at him as if trying to destroy his consciousness and take it over. Everything, from the instance Wang Baol discovered them to the 5-generation Sky Clan discovering him, happened in the snap of a finger. With danger looming, Wang Baol decided to activate the devouring seed within his body, forcefully driving away the consciousness that was surging into his mind. Blood spewed out of his mouth, and he turned extremely pale as he unleashed all his speed and retreated quickly into the distance. As for the hidden spirit chi source, it was naturally dissipated when Wang Baol harbored the thought of chasing away the invading consciousness. That made his body seem like a flame in the dark, and he was extremely eye-catching. It's just a small fly. Zhou Fei. Bring some people with you and eliminate him. The core formation elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan looked at the situation coldly and didn't care much about it. He had more important things to do, and after settling the matter calmly, 20-odd people from the 5-generation Sky Clan rushed out, charging after Wang Baol. There was a middle-aged man amongst them. He was Zhou Fei, the person named by the core formation elder. His cultivation level far exceeded that of a true Breath Realm cultivator and was at the foundation establishment level. He bowed as he looked at the elder, before following the others and disappearing within the forest. Wang Baol, who was in the middle of the forest, felt a torrent of emotions. As he charged forward, he slapped his storage bag and immediately retrieved 5 puppets that he had intentionally kept for further refinement. The characteristic of the 5 puppets was that they looked completely identical to Wang Baol, down to his clothes. As they emerged, they crossed paths with the actual Wang Baol, overlapping with his figure. It looked messy, and the 6 figures, including the real Wang Baol, began spreading out in different directions. To make it more believable, Wang Baol didn't care about wasting his previous efforts as he distributed the fragments to be used for foundation establishment between himself and the puppets, in order to close up any points of suspicion. That way, there were 5 other Wang Baoles charging within the forest, making it difficult for one to instantly recognize the real Wang Baol. The tactic was extremely effective within the forest. When Zhou Fei and the 20-odd other 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators caught up, they were confused as they looked at the 6 figures running in different directions. Cunning. Zhou Fei squinted his eyes. He raised his right hand and growled, and 3 other figures instantly appeared behind him. The 3 figures appeared to be that of his previous incarnations, with each of them giving off a vibe that far exceeded the level of a peak True Breath Realm cultivator. Even though they weren't on the level of foundation establishment, they were close. They also spread out and charged in 3 different directions. As for the actual Zhou Fei, he was running in a 4th direction. Before leaving, his loud voice rang out in all directions. Spread out and give chase. Once you find him, send a signal. The other cultivators were excited as they spread out, running at high speed in the remaining two directions. Noticing the pursuit going on behind him, Wang Baol grew anxious. After all, a fantasy world like the forest on the dark side of the moon looked extremely beautiful but contained no shortage of danger. That was especially so for Wang Baol. The environment, coupled with the danger of being chased by the 5th-generation Sky Clan, made him so anxious that his mind buzzed ceaselessly with activity. I need to find the mystic trace fog as soon as possible. The thought of a core formation cultivator from the 5th-generation Sky Clan inside the mystic realm, coupled with him colluding with the giant tree, sent chills down Wang Baol's mind. He wasn't sure when the Federation would come to save him, but even if they arrived, they wouldn't be able to reach his exact location as they didn't know the situation well enough. No matter what, his only chance of survival was to find the mystic trace fog. Thankfully, Wang Baol wasn't foreign to finding an escape route within the forest. Even though the area was bizarre, Wang Baol was extremely agile as he weaved within the forest. He flailed his hands and instantly, 10 mosquitoes appeared around him, with 9 of them being ordinary ones and the last one being a gray-colored one. When the 10 mosquitoes appeared, they all spread out, covering an area of 100 feet and providing an all-round view of the surroundings for Wang Baol. That allowed him to hold a good grasp of the surrounding region. Coupling that with his experience escaping from the forest previously, he could charge forward even faster. However, it seemed like the preparation made by the 5th-generation Sky Clan was also very sufficient. Even though the one pursuing the real Wang Baol was not Zhou Fei nor the figures of his previous lives, the 10 or 12 peak True Breath Realm cultivators all took out incense and lit it up. That covered the entire area with thick fog. They also disregarded the dangers hiding in the forest and were all moving at such a high speed that, before long, the fastest of the lot was merely 1,000 feet away from Wang Baol. After seeing that there were people already nearing him through the vantage point provided by the mosquitoes, Wang Baol's pupils constricted. He sensed their intention to kill him, and that made him decide to kill them as well. He didn't originally plan to attack, as that would reveal his identity and make it known to others that he was the real Wang Baol. However, he had no other choice. If he did not attack, it wasn't possible for his puppets to delay them for long, as they would eventually find out where the real him was. However, the longer I can drag it out, the more beneficial it would be for me. Wang Baol suppressed his urge to attack and continued charging forward. However, soon, he was shocked when he began to realize that the signs from the puppets he released were disappearing one by one. Before long, there was only one puppet left out of the 5. I can't wait anymore. The viciousness in Wang Baol's eyes grew. He no longer hesitated as he turned back, charging in the opposite direction while the 10 mosquitoes around him also dashed out, racing directly at the people after him. The youth that had come after him was taken aback. As he charged forward, he heard buzzing sounds by his ears, but he didn't care much about it, as he thought that it was given off by some creatures within the forest. He believed that the fog around him would cause them to dissipate. However, just as the thought arose in his mind, the buzzing sound from the mosquitoes grew louder. Even before he could react, pain was felt in different areas of his body simultaneously. He stared with his eyes wide open and was about to scream when his vision blurred. A gray-colored mosquito had flown directly into his mouth. In his shock and fear, he was unable to make any sound. The pain was compounded as it got fully unleashed. He wanted to struggle, but at that moment, his body immediately turned blue, and his glabella split open as a gray-colored mosquito flew out from it. It was game over for him. At the same time, a flying sword suddenly appeared from within the forest in front of him. It was traveling so fast that it instantly pierced through his throat. As his corpse collapsed, Wang Baol's figure emerged. He was shocked by how ferocious the gray-colored mosquito was. However, he didn't have time to take a closer look. Without stopping, he dashed backwards with a chill in his eyes. The 10 mosquitoes seemed to have grown even more excited after they were covered with blood. As they all spread out and charged backwards with Wang Baol, with the aid of the mosquitoes' fields of vision, Wang Baol moved through the forest like a god of death, swiftly and with his eyes seemingly everywhere. His enemies were stung by the mosquitoes without even noticing his presence. Under Wang Baol's control, the mosquitoes swarmed the cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan after stinging them. The cultivators, in their immense agony, had no time to send out a signal. They were slain immediately by Wang Baol, who would charge out suddenly at them. The gray mosquito was bizarrely powerful. After discovering how powerful it was, Wang Baol allowed it to operate on its own. From Wang Baol's observations, he found that the cultivators who were bitten by the gray mosquito would very quickly turn blue in color and collapse. It was as if they had transformed into a block of ice. Every time the mosquito burrowed its way out of their foreheads, it seemed to become more powerful than before. With the aid of the gray mosquito, Wang Baol was like a tiger given wings. In less than an hour, he had slain all 11 cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan who were in the vicinity. When his flying sword pierced through the forehead of the last 5-generation Sky Clan cultivator and killed the cultivator who had been mutilated beyond recognition by mosquito bites, Wang Baol inhaled a deep breath and wasted no time in turning away and fleeing into the distance. With his speed pushed to his limits as well as the aid of the mosquitoes, Wang Baol was like a monkey spirit in the forest, running faster and faster. He had slight regrets in his heart though. In order to escape being killed, and to split all the pursuing enemies and prolong the distraction, he had no choice but to distribute the fragments amongst his replicas. He was only left with 2 fragments. 5-generation Sky Clan, I won't let this matter rest. Wang Baol gritted his teeth. He searched for low-lying areas while running away, and gradually sensed signs of teleportations around him. The signs were accompanied by wisps of mist. Wang Baol saw them and was overcome with glee. His experience told him that those signs pointed to a mystic trace fog in the making. Even though it's not possible to tell when the mist will form exactly, but the deeper I go, the sooner the mist should form. Wang Baol got a boost to his spirits. He decided to venture deeper. However, at that instant, through his mosquito's visions, he saw a silent silhouette hidden in the translucent mist. Its form melded to a certain degree with the surroundings, and it was dashing at a startling speed, without the usual sounds accompanying the breaking of the sound barrier, towards him. The speed was too startling and unimaginable. The silhouette was 100 yards away that moment and the next. Right in front of him, Wang Baol had no time to think further. He raised his right palm and slammed it into the ground, triggering the supernova. With a loud rumble, dirt and soil exploded into the air. Wang Baol used the force of the attack to leap up and away from the translucent figure approaching him. Everything happened too quickly. The figure cut through the air and struck where Wang Baol had stood. When Wang Baol turned around and took a look, it was no longer translucent, but had revealed its true form. It was a middle-aged cultivator wearing the attire of the 5-generation Sky Clan. He looked vaguely dumbstruck. He was the one leading the team hunting him, Zhou Fei. Alarm rose in Wang Baol's heart when he saw Zhou Fei. Waves of spirit qi rippled off the ladder, creating an oppressive weight on his person. It was clear that Zhou Fei wasn't at the earlier stages of the Foundation establishment realm but appeared to be at the mid-stage. His spells were bizarre as well. If Wang Baol didn't have the help of his mosquito's fields of vision, he would have been killed instantly like any other person without even realizing it. Interesting. That must be why you became one of the Federation's 100 seedlings. If we were on Earth, it'd be a challenge killing someone like you in public. But here, there's no escape for you. Zhou Fei clearly recognized Wang Baol. He sneered, a flash of cruelty flickering across his eyes. It was as if killing a prodigy was something he thought to be a fantastic life experience. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll make you beg for your death, and record the whole thing so that I can enjoy rewatching it in the future. There was perversion in Zhou Fei's expression, causing Wang Baol's scalp to go numb. His temper exploded, and he shouted, "Damn you! Damn your ancestors to hell!" Wang Baol hollered. He didn't escape and instead charged forward without regard for his life. He pulled out numerous numinous treasures and mindlessly flung them into the air. Countless treasures blanketed the skies and flew towards Zhou Fei. A mere true breath realm cultivator with a bunch of third-grade numinous treasures. You don't even deserve to fight for your life. Zhou Fei shook his head. He raised his right hand and was about to smack them all away. It was then, after pulling out huge quantities of numinous treasures and charging towards Zhou Fei, at the moment that Zhou Fei let his guard down, that Wang Bail pulled out from his storage bracelet a saber. The saber was a 7th-grade dermic armament. As soon as the saber appeared, the skies transformed. A startling energy force erupted in the heavens, forming a black tornado that surged and howled around Wang Bail and grew outwards in all directions. The silhouette of a giant crocodile appeared inside the tornado, and it let loose a thunderous roar. Wang Bail, with a fearsome expression on his face and battle lust in his eyes, gripped the saber with both hands and leaped out from the black tornado in a single bound. He raised the saber and sent it sweeping towards Zhou Fei. As the saber descended, the crocodile in the tornado lashed out its tail. Its enormous tail seemed to merge with Wang Bail's body, augmenting his power as he approached swiftly. You! Zhou Fei's eyes widened. His thoughts were swept away by tumultuous waves, and he was overwhelmed by incredulity and shock. Everything happened too fast. The appearance of the dermic armament was beyond Zhou Fei's expectations. He would never have thought in his wildest dreams that Wang Bail would actually possess a dermic armament. Furthermore, Wang Bail had initially thrown at him multitudes of numinous treasures as a visual distraction. The sudden and unexpected attack was like an earth-shattering lightning bolt that tripped Zhou Fei up. At that critical moment, as his mind was swarmed by buzzing confusion, he let loose a sudden roar. His features contorted, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of his lifeblood. 3 forms of his past lives appeared behind him. They merged with his blood and transformed the latter into a bloody palm that raced towards the dermic armament. As the palm smacked at the dermic armament, Zhou Fei pulled out a purple shield. It exuded an immense aura. It might not rival a dermic armament, but it seemed to be at least a 6th-grade numinous treasure. Zhou Fei prepared to defend against the incoming strike with everything he had. As Zhou Fei fought with everything he had, Wang Bail burst out from the black tornado with the saber in his hands. An immense, awesome force erupted from inside his body and rose to the skies. The awe and terror-inspiring force seemed to come from within Wang Bail, from the world, and even, to a certain extent, from the entire galaxy and the universe. Enlightened, the mere utterance of those words inside his heart sent the immense force roaring into the skies, forming an immense, indescribable oppressive energy that seemed to originate from the distant, faraway stars. It was as if an ancient consciousness was on the verge of awakening. The rise of the energy force came too suddenly and too quickly. Zhou Fei, his spirit chi erupting and at full force, suddenly lost all capacity for thought. The expression on his face transformed even before terror could threaten to take over his mind. The cultivation resting inside his body shuddered and quaked without stop. An instinctive feeling of utter helplessness and impotence rose from his gut. He was caught by the sudden urge to run. As his mind was shaken, his spell showed signs of dissipating. His control of the small purple shield before him, due to the mental blast, also suffered and showed signs of destabilizing. Everything happened within the span of a moment. As Zhou Fei's mental strength wavered and his control over his spell and numinous treasure slipped, Wang Bail charged forward and swung his saber at the bloody palm print. A deafening thunder resounded in the air. The bloody palm print collided with the dermic armament, their clash ringing loudly in the sky. The bloody hand was sliced into 2, disintegrating instantly. Wang Bail spat out a mouthful of blood, but the expression on his face remained fierce and vicious. There was a tinge of madness in his eyes as he gripped the saber tightly and swung at the purple shield. Another loud clash pierced through the air and rose into the skies. The force of the collision swept towards, sweeping the small purple shield away instantly and smacking Zhou Fei in the chest. A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth as Wang Bail's dermic armament appeared before him and swept past in a single slice. A thin line of blood appeared on Zhou Fei's forehead. The saber hadn't pierced his head. He let out a sudden cry of pain, and his body flew backwards rapidly as he retreated 100 yards into the distance. Staring at the retreating Zhou Fei, Wang Bail sighed with regret. The backlash from his attack had been too much. He had expended all his energy, and blood seeped from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His head buzzed without stopping as a sudden weakness overtook his entire body. An icy glimmer flashed across his eyes. This hasn't ended yet. In an instant, from around him, the 10 mosquitoes, which had hidden and been lying in wait, dashed out and flew straight towards Zhou Fei. The 10 mosquitoes had been dispersed throughout the area earlier. When Zhou Fei had first appeared, Wang Bail had immediately assessed the considerable disparity in their power. It was possible to kill Zhou Fei, but the probability of that happening was too low. He had planned accordingly. He would kill the man if possible. If not, he had to at least frighten him off. It was due to those considerations that he hadn't sent out the mosquitoes and had decided to first use his many numinous treasures as a distraction before executing a surprise attack with his dermic armament. He had even uttered the beginning of the scripture inwardly, as both a scare tactic and a means to temporarily augment his abilities and complete the final strike. At the same time, he had thought of a backup plan in case he had failed, and that was the mosquitoes. After his experiences in the Pond Cloud rainforest during the Beast Tide, as well as in the Kulon Basin, Wang Bail had become more ruthless and calculated in his attacks and strategies. In order to let the mosquitoes succeed, he gritted his teeth and retreated swiftly to distract Zhou Fei. The instant Zhou Fei lifted his head and looked towards Wang Bail's direction, the 10 mosquitoes swarmed in. A howl of pain rang out from Zhou Fei's lips suddenly. His body swelled up, an agonizing pain and an indescribable itch drove him mad. His body hummed and let loose a sudden burst of Foundation Establishment realm energy that rippled outwards. It shattered the 9 mosquitoes. The gray mosquito, strangely, remained and continued racing forward. It bit Zhou Fei on his arm viciously, and a patch of blue spread across his body abruptly. Zhou Fei was immediately alarmed. He retreated hurriedly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and attempted to crush the gray mosquito that was trying its best to burrow into his body. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes at the rapidly retreating Zhou Fei. He didn't pursue the latter. He could sense the immediate regeneration of the mosquitoes, excluding the gray one, in the scabbard inside his body. The gray mosquito didn't immediately regenerate but was clearly forming inside the scabbard. After a while, it was ready to be deployed again. He released a sigh of relief, turned, and sped away, deeper into the forest. The battle made him realize the rift separating him and a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though it wasn't his first fight with a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, it was the most significant one. After all, the last time he had fought against one was when he battled alongside Zhao Yaming and Zhui Yifan against the giant tree, which was at the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. There hadn't been such an intense and direct battle then, like what had taken place between him and Zhou Fei. He knew that he had a chance to win the fight. However, the dermic armament he had wasn't something a true breath realm cultivator could fully wield and control. Even though he had used his wits and uttered the scripture, frightening Zhou Fei and destabilizing both his spell and numinous treasure, he himself had been relying on his Foundation Establishment realm physical form to wield the dermic armament forcibly. His strategy had worked, but it wasn't perfect. He failed to kill Zhou Fei. The backlash on his body was also considerable. If he employed the method more than 3 times, the enemy wouldn't have to dirty their hands to take him out, as he himself would collapse. I'll have to risk great injury and almost dying to kill him. Wang Bail thought seriously and weighed his options. He retrieved a pill swiftly and swallowed it. Then, with great regret, he vanished into the depths of the forest. In the forest, behind him, was the hastily retreating, pale-faced Zhou Fei. He realized Wang Bail hadn't continued his pursuit and started grinding his teeth. In reality, despite his grievous injuries, his earlier retreat had been a trap. He had intended to lure Wang Bail into pursuing him and use that as an opportunity to relaunch an attack on Wang Bail. He had even rehearsed in his head how he would strike back as he retreated. However, Wang Bail hadn't followed. The sly bastard. Zhou Fei wiped the blood from his mouth. He regulated his breathing and lifted his hand to touch the cut on his forehead. His heart pumped rapidly as he stared at the blue patch on his right arm. It was like a terrible poison that he could only use his cultivation to suppress but not fully dispel. His arm was numb and ice-cold to the touch. That terrified Zhou Fei. To think that he, a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, had suffered so terribly at the hands of a perfected true breath realm cultivator. He didn't even manage to kill the latter. He couldn't quench the raging fury in his heart. However, an unprecedented hunger soon appeared in his eyes, and his breathing grew uneven. He actually has a dermic armament. Zhou Fei grew more and more excited as he recalled the earlier battle. He knew too well the rarity and value of a dermic armament. Even he only had a 6th grade numinous treasure. He had hungered for a dermic armament for years. However, a dermic armament was too costly. He simply couldn't afford one and hence couldn't own one. However, a dermic armament had appeared in the hands of a perfected true breath realm cultivator. After the initial alarm and fear, the surprise and excitement that overtook him was indescribable. It was especially so after he experienced the power of the dermic armament firsthand. As he thought back to the terror that had overwhelmed him, his hunger grew. To his mind, the power of the dermic armament must have been the cause of his terror. It's at least an 8th grade dermic armament. It's mine now. Excitement flashed in Zhou Fei's eyes. Initially, he had pursued Wang Baol because he had been given the mission of silencing the latter. However, his goal had changed. Silencing Wang Baol was simply a secondary objective. His real aim was to possess Wang Baol's dermic armament after killing him. He thought about how, with the dermic armament, he could even hold his ground against a perfected Foundation establishment realm cultivator to a certain extent, and he grew even more excited. However, the numb icy feeling on the blue patch on his right arm and the blood on his forehead made him very much aware of how difficult a foe Wang Baol was. He narrowed his eyes, lifted his right hand, and pulled out a round bead and shattered it. In an instant, thick black smoke rose into the sky. Soon, multiple shadows sped from all 4 corners of the forest towards him. They were the remaining dozen or so perfected true breath realm cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan. They appeared and saw the disheveled Zhou Fei, and they were all instantly alarmed. They didn't dare question Zhou Fei though. Wang Baol has been injured badly. All of you are to go after him. I'll seek a reward for the one who kills him. You'll get 20 fragments and can advance to the Foundation establishment realm immediately. Zhou Fei spoke slowly. When the rest heard what he had said, their breathing quickened, and their faces flushed red immediately. They followed their orders and started their pursuit in the direction Zhou Fei had pointed them. Zhou Fei followed behind. He stared at the dozen cultivators in front of him, contempt and indifference hidden deep in his gaze. Their only purpose was to wear Wang Baol down. If they could force Wang Baol to use the dermic armament again, it would be even better. With them wearing Wang Baol down, he would be able to kill the latter more easily and get his hands on the dermic armament. If the rest didn't perish in battle and found out about his possession of the dermic armament, he could simply kill and silence them. Their deaths would be on Wang Baol's head. The plan was flawless. At the thought, the greed and excitement in Zhou Fei's eyes shone more brightly. Alongside the rest, he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, Wang Baol was deeply wounded and breathing heavily. The most serious injury came from the backlash from using the dermic armament. If he hadn't possessed 100% spirit meridians and practiced the compression art the little Missy had taught him, resulting in his cultivation vastly surpassing the typical perfected true breath realm cultivation, the backlash would have been even worse. Fortunately, his understanding of the mystic trace fog greatly surpassed that of an ordinary person. In his continuous search and journey forward, the initial rare wisps of mist grew more numerous as he ventured further in the direction he had taken. It was then that he saw, in the field of vision of the mosquitoes that were scattered around him, the perfected true breath realm cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan. They just don't know when to quit. Wang Baol frowned. He ignored them and quickened his pace until he reached the center of the region where the mystic trace fog would form. He studied the surrounding and whirled around suddenly. Instead of continuing to run, he raised his right hand and pulled out the 7th-grade dermic armament, his saber. With a sweep of the saber, he drew a circle with a 50-yard-wide radius on the ground. He stood still, in the middle of the circle, dermic armament in his hand, and stared into the distant forest coldly. Soon, multiple shadows dashed out and surrounded Wang Baol. He who enters this circle dies. Wang Baol stared coldly at the people surrounding him. He gripped his saber, the tip of its blade pointed to the ground, the tone of his voice casual. An intense battle aura erupted from his slightly round body suddenly. A black tornado circled around him, blanketing the rapidly gathering mist. Within the black tornado, a ferocious giant crocodile loomed. The erupting spirit energy roared and rose to the skies. Death loomed in the air, and a cold, merciless aura surged outwards with Wang Baol's words. The assailants could feel a sudden drop in the surrounding temperature. His words, together with his blood-stained clothes and his icy stare, seemed to be imbued with a startling power that alarmed all cultivators who heard him and shook them to their cores. It was like a warning from the god of death. Gradually, the cultivators around Wang Baol started breathing heavily. They were all highly strung and cautious, and they didn't immediately approach. The circle, and the person standing in the middle of it, had shocked them greatly. They weren't idiots. Someone who had fought Zhou Fei and survived could hardly be a weakling. As a result, in the forest, be it Wang Baol in the center of his circle, or the group of cultivators surrounding it, all gradually fell quiet. A deathly silence broken only by breathing descended upon the area. Wang Baol gazed at the group with calm and cold eyes. He looked unfazed, as if he had cast aside all worries and anxieties and was unconcerned about his life and death. He cared not for the cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan before him. Even if he didn't use the dermic armament, even if he was heavily wounded, it wouldn't be that difficult for him to wipe them out in a fight to the death. His only real concern was the earlier Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. The man had clearly gotten ahead of himself and wasn't willing to put himself out again. That was why he had made use of the True Breath Realm cultivators to wear him down and test his strength. The man must have been hidden nearby, watching them intently. From the looks of it, they don't know that the mystic trace fog will appear here. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he confirmed his understanding. It wasn't surprising. He knew that there were few foolhardy enough to be teleporting all over the place using the mystic trace fog. In this case, the best strategy is to use a delay tactic. Wang Baol made up his mind then. The backlash from the 7th-grade dermic armament was too great. He had just barely suppressed its effects and wouldn't use it a second time unless it was his final resort. Time crept by slowly. The span of 30 breaths passed, and the oppressive aura in the air grew stronger and tenser. The cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan started stirring into action. Wang Baol stood, holding the dermic armament saber in his hand, exuding an aura akin to that of a warrior god. The black tornado and the crocodile that swam in and out of sight within formed an awesome backdrop and added to his fearsome aura. However, the standoff couldn't persist indefinitely. Gradually, the breathing of the dozen people around him eased. Murderous intent flashed across their eyes. The bolder few stepped towards Wang Baol, growling. "Everyone, let's attack together. This Wang Baol is only one guy." As the words rang out, 3 people dashed forward and stepped into the circle. Murderous intent flashed in the others' eyes as well. They charged into the circle as well, whipping out their numinous treasures and spells. In an instant, an explosion of colors attacked Wang Baol in the circle. As soon as the first 3 people stepped into the circle, violence flickered in Wang Baol's eyes. He leaped, swift like lightning, and approached instantly. He didn't attack with the saber. Instead, he formed a fist with his left hand and, disregarding the injuries caused by the earlier backlash, used his full force to punch. The supernova erupted instantaneously. It formed a whirlpool that ripped everything apart. colliding directly with the 3 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators. Upon collision, the 3 people resisted and fought back without avail. Pools of blood spilled from their lips as their bodies flew backwards. With a flick of Wang Baol's storage bracelet, 3 flying swords dashed out and shot through their foreheads. With a series of heavy thuds, the 3 corpses fell outside the circle. Everything happened within a blink of an eye. The others, who had been about to strike, froze in alarm at Wang Baol's sudden turn of his head and the air of violence rolling off him. They retreated out of the circle swiftly, afraid to encroach further. "He who enters this circle dies," Wang Baol said coolly after suppressing the blood churning inside him discreetly and slowly swallowing the blood in his mouth without drawing attention from the rest. The heavy scent of blood in the air and the aura of violence emanating from his person gave his repeated words a greater, more awesome weight than his initial utterance. Under the oppressive, terrifying aura, the cultivators surrounding him took a few more steps back. When they looked at Wang Baol, it was with fear. They had never met someone who was also at the perfected true breath realm but possessed such terrifying and demented fighting abilities. Someone had noticed the saber in Wang Baol's hand but had no time to think about it further. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes at the group's collective retreat. It was then that, within the black tornado, where no eyes could see, the mystic trace fog started to gather and form soundlessly. Wang Baol sensed that a teleportation was about to occur behind him. He seemingly took a casual step back, then another. His grip on the saber tightened. In the forest, a short distance away, Zhou Fei stared unblinkingly at the battle before him. His brow slowly creased. The weakness of the true breath realm cultivators displeased him greatly. A bunch of trash. Still, why is Wang Baol trapping himself here? Suspicion colored Zhou Fei's eyes. His gut told him he couldn't drag it out any longer. He snorted. Lifting his right hand, he was about to cast a spell. It was then that he felt something amiss. He turned his head abruptly and saw, a short distance from him, a wisp of mist rapidly gathering. He froze at the sight of the mist, and the expression on his face soon changed. A mystic trace fog. Damn it, he knew there was going to be a mystic trace fog here. He's trying to escape. You useless nitwits. Stop him. Quick! Zhou Fei was no longer concerned with keeping himself hidden as he hollered. Panicking, he dashed out with a sudden burst of speed, charging towards the retreating Wang Baol. The cultivators from the 5th-generation Sky Clan, upon hearing Zhou Fei's furious yelling, gritted their teeth and rushed into the circle at Wang Baol. As soon as they stepped into the circle, however, all of them suddenly widened their eyes. They started shuddering. They had a weird expression on their faces. Soon, all of them could not control themselves as they started scratching. They couldn't understand. They had been fine a moment earlier. However, suddenly, a sudden itch had taken them over, either in the arm, their back, or their thigh, each one of them in a different area. It was an indescribable sensation. It was an itch that was unbearable, that forced them to instinctively scratch at it. As they were scratching, Wang Baol suddenly raised his left hand. A lightning arc shot from his fingers and flew in all directions. Lightning exploded on the cultivators as a sword formed entirely out of lightning flew out. In an instant, 2 people's foreheads were pierced through. Terror surged through the remaining 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators immediately. It was then that Zhou Fei approached, howling furiously and dashing straight into the circle. He was behind the 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators and struck instantly. He landed a kick on all of them, forcing mouthfuls of blood to spill from their lips. The cultivators couldn't retreat further. Zhou Fei used them as his weapon and, with a kick, sent them flying towards Wang Baol. He followed behind, with murder and greed in his eyes, charging straight at Wang Baol. Die! He howled while forming hand seals. A cloud of black fog appeared on each of his sides, transforming into 2 enormous black hands and grabbing at Wang Baol. Wang Baol watched as Zhou Fei mercilessly disregarded the lives of his own clan and used them as human weapons to stop him from leaving, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his left hand and slammed it into the earth suddenly, causing a wave of electromagnetism to erupt. Bolts of lightning exploded from the earth suddenly, transforming the entire area into a lightning domain. He wasn't done yet. The lightning bolts that flew out from the ground fused together in mid-air, forming swords made out of lightning. The crossing of the swords in the air formed what appeared to be a web of lightning swords. A thundering roar rose to the skies, and the 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators that had been sent flying towards him with a kick were halted in their approach. Wang Baol retreated abruptly. His one foot had stepped into the mystic trace fog behind him. He was on the verge of being teleported away. Zhou Fei, however, could hardly let his prize slip away. He was filled with loathing and regret. He loathed himself for being overly cautious. He shouldn't have allowed others to try and wear Wang Baol down. He should have taken the risk of great injury and just killed Wang Baol. He howled madly when he saw the mist concealed within the black tornado behind Wang Baol. Lifting his right hand, he smacked his forehead violently, and 3 of his past lives appeared instantly behind him. They disintegrated instantly, becoming a black chi that surged into his body and formed numerous black marks on his entire body. The mystic technique gave him a temporary burst of enhanced abilities. Zhou Fei charged forward fiercely, his speed doubling twofold. With a deafening explosion, he burst through the lightning web and appeared before Wang Baol. He raised his hand and, with a crazed and violent glint in his eyes, grabbed fiercely at Wang Baol. Wang Baol was prepared for it. He hadn't let his guard down despite being half submerged in the mist. As soon as Zhou Fei approached, he gritted his teeth and, risking a second backlash, swept his right hand towards the approaching Zhou Fei. With a loud yell, he released the power of the 7th-grade dermic armament saber and sent it flying forward. The tornado around them erupted instantly. The black crocodile in the tornado howled as its tail lashed out. All the spirit energy culminated in the saber in Wang Baol's hands and clashed head-on with Zhou Fei. A loud thundering resounded in the air. An unimaginable destructive blast exploded and surged outward in all directions, destroying all plant life within a 100-yard radius. The injured 5th-generation Sky Clan cultivators saw their vision go black. Their bodies were smashed instantly, then ripped apart in an explosion. Zhou Fei started spitting blood. He staggered backwards, retreating more than 100 yards before his right foot landed on the ground and stood firm. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his hair fell loose around his shoulders. He lifted his face, which was drained of all color. Where Wang Baol had stood earlier, there was no longer any sight of him. There was only a rapidly expanding fog that blanketed Zhou Fei as he howled in fury. The fog lingered over the patch of forest for a very long time. Within the mystic lunar realm, on the dark side of the moon, on the outer region alongside the boundary separating the dark and visible sides of the moon, sat a mountain range. Wang Baol was being transported to somewhere on the mountain range. As soon as he materialized, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Unable to stand, he fell to the ground, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His face was pale, and his appearance disheveled and horrifying. He had appeared on a downward slope, causing his fallen body to roll to the bottom of the mountain with a loud thud and get stuck in a sunken depression. He fell unconscious before he could even summon his puppets out to stand guard. His injuries were too serious. Not only had he suffered a backlash from using the 7th-grade dermic armament twice, but he had also used the supernova and his mystic lightning techniques while injured by the backlash. There had also been the counterforce from the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator Zhou Fei's spells. Wang Baol's organs were on the verge of being torn apart from the cumulative damage. The extent of his injuries was almost equal to what he had suffered during his encounter in the Pond Cloud rainforest. He was unconscious for an entire day. Fortunately, while the area was near the visible side of the moon, it was still located on the dark side. Few cultivators ventured there. Nobody discovered him while he lay unconscious the entire day. During the period, his 9 mosquitoes carried out the commands Wang Baol issued before he passed out obediently. They lay on Wang Baol's body and hid him from view. They kept a lookout for anyone passing by as well. Regardless of who it was, they would immediately attack the approaching person and prevent him from getting closer. A day later, Wang Baol finally, slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't yet gotten a clear picture of his surroundings and fully awakened from his confusion when agonizing pain on every part of his body made itself known and shocked him awake. Sweat started pouring from his forehead. A long moment later, Wang Baol struggled to sit up. He panted heavily as he eyed his surroundings, then assessed his condition. He smiled wryly. That's the price for messing around with teleportation. Wang Baol grimaced. He stared at the dermic armament that he had held onto with a death grip during his unconscious state and was overwhelmed with emotions. He knew if he hadn't possessed the dermic armament, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Despite being heavily wounded, he did escape with his life intact. Not only did he escape, but he had also injured the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator as well and drove him raving mad. The thought of that made Wang Baol quite pleased. Little guy, I'll kill you when I reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. Wang Baol patted his stomach out of habit. Intense pain immediately shot through his entire body. He shuddered in pain, the agony residing only after some time. With a grimace, he struggled to his feet, then eyed his surroundings. He realized he was still on the dark side of the moon. He could see a corner of the planet Earth though. He must not have been far from the visible side of the moon. If he left in his current wounded state, he would be defenseless should he encounter any danger. After some thought, he used the 7th grade dermic armament to dig a small cave in the sunken depression. He wormed his way in, sealed the opening partially, and then summoned his puppets to stand guard at one side. He sat down cross-legged, took his pill out, and started to heal himself. Wang Baol had prepared a sufficient quantity of pills for the journey to the moon. However, he had suffered grievous injuries. He would need a long time to recover from his injuries if he only took ordinary pills. In exasperation, Wang Baol pulled out from his storage bracelet the only rare pill he had with extraordinary healing properties. It was the one he had received alongside Zhao Yaming and Zhuo Yifan after they had escaped from danger in the Coulomb Basin. The ethereal Dao College deputy sect lord who had led the rescue effort had given it to them. Wang Baol's injuries hadn't been as serious, so he hadn't taken it then. He witnessed Zhuo Yifan and Zhao Yaming, after swallowing the pill, undergo a swift recovery despite their grievous injuries. After realizing that the common pills would take too much time, he sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the rare pill. As the pill entered his body, it transformed into scorching energy that spread throughout his entire body. Wang Baol could immediately sense his injuries healing at an astonishingly swift rate. Be it injured muscle and flesh or broken bones, they healed right before his eyes. Even his damaged, slightly failing organs that had been a result of backlash from using the dermic armament started showing signs of recovery. Wang Baol was beyond excited. He focused both his mind and body on absorbing the healing energy from the pill, and his injuries gradually healed. The entire recovery process took a day. A day later, when Wang Baol opened his eyes, he was brimming with energy. There seemed to be an endless well of energy within him, and his cultivation seemed to have advanced further as well. You mean you can train this way too? Wang Baol was overjoyed. He stood up and loosened his joints, preparing to leave and continue his search for fragments. After the previous battle, he was left with only 2 fragments. He was still a long way to reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm. That was why he had no time to waste. However, just as Wang Baol approached the entrance of the cave and was about to push aside the rock used to seal the opening partially, he suddenly froze. His actions became careful and measured. Even his breathing paused for a second before slowing down, his heartbeat speeding up as dismay overtook him. How is it that my luck has become so bad after landing on the moon? I'm just sitting in a cave healing. How did I manage to bump into an eye ghoul? Through the opening in the rocks, Wang Baol peered outside and saw, on the slope beside the sunken depression, 100 and counting, eye ghouls. Each one of the eye ghouls had a form that towered 30 meters tall. Their forms looked vaguely humanoid until one saw the countless eyes covering their bodies. The eyes possessed the power to turn one into stone. The spell activated as soon as the eye ghoul trapped any creature in its gaze. The fighting prowess of each Igul rivaled that of a perfected true breath realm cultivator. If it were a true fight to the death, though, the Igul would turn out the stronger one. There were more than 100 Iguls on the slope outside the mountain cave. The thought of being discovered by them, after he had just recovered, and having to endure more injuries made Wang Bao's head throb. What bad luck. Wang Bao sighed inwardly. He dared not move an inch. He intended to wait for the Iguls to leave before going out. He waited for a long while, but the Iguls stood, unmoving on the slope. Wang Bao peeped through the opening from where he was and saw, in the distant sky, a person flying towards them. Wang Bao's scalp prickled with numbness. He instinctively thought it to be a core formation realm cultivator. However, as the figure approached, he caught a closer look and immediately realized it was not a core formation realm cultivator but a moon spirit. The moon spirit was like the poltergeist spirits people spoke of. It had an illusory form and was deadly. It rivaled a foundation establishment realm cultivator, and the stronger ones were the equal of a perfected foundation establishment realm cultivator. A true breath realm cultivator had no chance of survival in an encounter with a moon spirit. During the journey to the moon, the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College had told them, should they come across a moon spirit, they shouldn't hesitate to shatter the life-saving jade slip immediately. The jade slip is useless now. What's the point of breaking it? Wang Bao held his breath. He felt for his storage bracelet. The 7th grade dermic armament lying inside was the only thing he placed his hope and faith on. He got a closer look and saw the moon spirit drifting in from the sky. It had the appearance of a young lady. As it approached, the surrounding temperature plunged drastically. Its illusory hair started floating in the air as it descended, and its face was a blur indiscernible. It didn't land on the ground but hovered in the air above the swarm of Iguls. They stared at each other quietly. Wang Bao was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. It was as if the two sides were communicating with each other. He continued watching curiously. It didn't take long. The moon spirit turned, rising to the heavens, and drifted into the distance. One after another, the Iguls lowered their heads and, soundlessly, started marching towards the direction the moon spirit had headed. Wang Bao watched as they finally left before letting loose a sigh of relief. He waited a while longer, ensured there was no further danger, then carefully left the mountain cave. He stared at where the moon spirit and Iguls were headed. It led to the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon. He turned towards the opposite direction and started running. I have to leave the dark side of the moon as soon as possible. It's too dangerous here. His journey to the dark side of the moon had had him gripped in terror. As he raced off, he started activating his devouring seed, intending to use it to find more fragments for his foundation establishment core. As soon as the devouring seed started churning, Wang Bao froze in his tracks. Incredulity and disbelief appeared on his face. He whirled around suddenly and stared in the direction where the Iguls and moon spirit had headed. His devouring seed had clearly felt in the same direction, 100 miles away. A sudden spirit chi, immensely strong and powerful beyond description, pulsing explosively. The intensity of the spirit chi was beyond anything Wang Bao had come across. It was more than 10 times stronger than the spirit chi he had experienced in his encounter with Jin Duoming. Wang Bao wavered between surprise and suspicion. His breathing quickened. There's something there? A myriad of emotions flashed across Wang Bao's face when he sensed the startling spirit chi. He stared at the direction the spirit chi originated from. He had a vague idea forming in his head. It brought him excitement, as well as great uncertainty. It was clear that the Iguls and moon spirits were headed towards the source of the spirit chi. Wang Bao guessed that the monsters in the mystic lunar realm were drawn inexplicably towards the spirit chi. The spirit chi must have appeared quite recently. Else the area would have been overcrowded with Luna monsters. Let's give it a shot. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth. He was reluctant to abandon the area and just leave. He wasn't a coward. After making up his mind, Wang Bao abruptly dashed out and, without hesitation, headed towards the source of the spirit chi. Even though he had made up his mind, Wang Baol still remained cautious and didn't venture too near the eye-ghouls. He steadily and calmly followed them. He knew that the intense waves of spirit chi would likely draw other cultivators near. However, he told himself not to be hasty. If he panicked and did something extreme, there was a chance of him letting the opportunity of acquiring something rare slip through his fingers. He might even lose his life. It was a genuine possibility. What I'm doing is keeping a cool head during a crisis. Wang Baol grew calmer at that thought. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol maintained his speed, with a focus on caution. He steadily trailed the eye-ghouls and ventured closer to the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon. He entered the forest. Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he felt the devouring seed inside him churn with an increasingly intense and startling spirit chi. He lowered into a crouch as he ventured deeper into the forest. Wang Baol tried his best to suppress his spirit chi. As Wang Baol followed the eye-ghouls and continued his approach, he soon reached the deepest part of the forest, where the astonishing spirit chi originated. He saw immediately before him a giant fissure in the ground. The fissure had clearly appeared recently. Around it, the trees were either uprooted or ripped apart. It was as if a sudden immense force had erupted from what had been flat ground, making the earth swell and rip apart, forming the fissure. It was more than 10 feet wide and thousands of feet long. Tremendous spirit chi surged out from the fissure continuously, spreading outward in all directions. The eye-ghouls, led by the moon spirits, approached the fissure. Without hesitation, they leaped straight in and vanished. Wang Baol spotted other Luna monsters from the mystic lunar realm being led by other moon spirits approaching as well and jumping straight in. It was as if the moon spirits were hunting food for the fissure. They kept spreading out, locating monsters and leading them there. Wang Baol's heart rate sped up upon the sight. He didn't know what lay within the fissure, but what he could sense from the devouring seed told him that the tremendous source of spirit chi was coming from within. After a long moment's silence, another swarm of monsters approached from afar and entered the fissure, disappearing from sight. The moon spirits left in search for more monsters in the mystic lunar realm. As the area quieted down, Wang Baol dashed out without hesitation, stepped into the fissure and vanished. I knew it. Fat people are all greedy at heart, and stupid too. As soon as Wang Baol entered the fissure, a young woman in white at the other end of the fissure spoke. She had cast some sort of spell that made her blend perfectly into the surroundings. It was impossible to see her standing there with the human eye. Even relying on one's cultivation, it would still be difficult to sense anything amiss. The young woman in white was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was alluring. Her eyes, though, held cruelty and an absence of mercy. Her lips curved into a disdainful smirk. Her name was Chun Hui. She hailed from the Galactic Dusk sect. Amongst the many disciples in the sect, her ruthlessness surpassed even that of the youth with the black-bandaged hand. She was said to be the top disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect who had entered the mystic lunar realm that year. She had clearly arrived earlier than Wang Baol but, having sensed danger, hadn't immediately entered the fissure. She continued to observe the surroundings while waiting for the spirit chi to draw others to it, with the intention of letting others open the way for her. I planned to wait for half an hour. If no one came, I'd go ahead myself. Who would have thought there came an idiot? If that's the case, let him open the way. He'll be the unlucky one if there's any danger. I'll just reap the rewards of his efforts. Chun Hui laughed lightly. Her eyes fell on the fissure in the ground ahead of her. She waited for a period of another dozen breaths or so before dashing into the fissure. She soon reached the inside of the fissure. It was not completely pitch black inside. A faint red glow came from the lower depths, allowing the cultivator some degree of visibility. Light flickered in Chan Hui's eyes after she entered, and she raced deeper into the fissure. She could see the indistinct, rotund figure of the other cultivator in the distance moving forward cautiously. That gave her extreme pleasure. She had the feeling that she was an oriole, perched behind the unaware mantis that was stalking the cicada. She kept her distance and followed her mantis. However, as Chan Hui continued her pursuit of the rotund figure, in the not-so-far-away distance, At the edge of the fissure, the soil loosened. Wang Baol dug his way out, blinked, and stared in the direction the young woman left. He laughed, surprised. There was indeed someone outside. When Wang Baol had entered the fissure earlier, he hadn't rushed off immediately. Even though he had observed his surroundings and concluded there was no one around before entering the fissure out of caution, he had pulled out a puppet replica of himself and let the replica dash ahead while he swiftly dug a hole and burrowed inside. Since he was unsure if there was indeed anyone else lying in wait, the best course of action, in his mind, was to rig some bait and try to lure them out. If there was indeed someone else outside, after seeing him enter, they would definitely rush out and follow closely behind. They might even have the intention of letting him foolishly scout ahead first for their benefit. If there was indeed no one, he would dig himself out after waiting for a while and venture in. Seeing how he had successfully lured someone out, and that someone was not only a young woman but an extremely beguiling young woman whom he was unfamiliar with, Wang Baol sniggered. Slowly and carefully he started following her. As the two of them ventured deeper into the fissure, one behind the other, both thinking themselves the Oriole, outside the fissure, beyond the forest, in a place 10 miles away, 7 to 8 tall and muscular cultivators, their eyes shining with a brilliant strange light, were racing towards the fissure. One of them was holding a compass which rapidly pulsated with a bright red light. The light sat directly on the fissure, which Wang Baol and Chen Hui had just entered. The seeking compass that Elder Li crafted personally is amazing indeed. It can seek out all sources of spirit qi within a 30-mile radius. As long as we, the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, have this compass, our sect will have the most number of people to reach the Foundation Establishment realm this year in the Mystic Lunar realm. Even if something unexpected is to happen, as long as we attain the Foundation Establishment realm, we'll have the power to defend ourselves. The 7 to 8 Plume Manifestation Khanate sect disciples spoke in hushed, excited voices, finalizing their plan of action as they sped up. Everyone be ready. If the rare treasure falls not into the hands of someone from our sect but into the hands of someone from another political force, we'll make sure to exterminate him, regardless of who he is. We must not let anyone else have it. The group of Plume Manifestation Khanate sect disciples raced ahead with murderous intent. In a separate direction, the youth from the Galactic Dusk sect who had been robbed earlier by Wang Baol had clearly not sensed the spirit qi coming from the fissure, but he had unconsciously made his way to its vicinity in his search. He was dashing ahead dispassionately, searching for fragments to build his Foundation Establishment core. Even further in the distance were the cultivators from the Senate faction, from the 5-generation Sky Clan, and even the 4 Dao colleges. There were many who were traveling alone and many others who had formed groups of 3 to 5 cultivators. As time passed, the visible side of the moon had been fully searched. The cultivators from the various political forces soon turned their sights to the dark side of the moon. The boundary between the dark and visible sides of the moon quickly saw the gathering of numerous cultivators. Fortunately, even though the spirit qi from within the fissure was immense, unless one possessed something like Wang Baol's devouring seed, one would have to reach a certain distance before they could sense the spirit qi. If they were slightly further away, they wouldn't be able to locate it without great difficulty. As the crowd gathered and hurried about in the regions nearby, Wang Baol followed secretly behind Chen Hui and gradually reached the lower depths of the fissure. As they ventured further inside the fissure, the faint red glow grew deeper in intensity and shade, its color almost like blood. Earth lined the 2 walls of the only path, and before them was an endless crimson glow. Be it the eye ghouls or the other mutated beasts, they all leaped into the red light after entering and vanished. Wang Baol and Chen Hui, as well as Wang Baol's puppet, didn't do the same, of course. They backed up against the wall and approached cautiously. There was a slight distance between each one of them. Both Chen Hui and Wang Baol had their guard up while they surveyed their surroundings cautiously. They were also trying their best to keep themselves hidden and prevent their own discovery. As for the presence of spirit qi formed from the cumulative fragments on her person, if the quantity had been too great, Wang Baol's devouring seed, despite being able to suppress the spirit qi to a certain extent, would not have been able to completely wipe out the presence of spirit qi. His discovery would have been inevitable. That was what had happened at the 5-generation Sky Clan's secret location. However, he had only a few fragments on him now and, as a result, was able to conceal his presence temporarily. Chen Hui seemed to have some means of doing the same, as Wang Baol couldn't feel the presence of spirit qi on her. As they continued their descent, the occasional beasts continued to jump in from above, flying past them and into the red light below. It was as if the beasts had lost control of their minds. Wang Baol observed them closely and realized that they had a lost, dazed look in their eyes. It was as if they were under someone or something's control and being led straight into the crimson glow. Alarm grew in Wang Baol's heart. If not for the incredibly strong spirit qi the devouring seed was sensing from the red glow, making it impossible for Wang Baol to give it up, he would have turned tail and left by now. The bizarre red glow gave Wang Baol a feeling that behind it lay a huge secret and an unimaginable horror. I have a feeling that I'm doing something extremely stupid and reckless. Wang Baol sighed inwardly. He eyed his puppet ahead as it approached the edge of the red glow. He shook himself alert and started to exert control over the puppet, observing it. It was at that moment that, suddenly, the look on Wang Baol's face shifted. His puppet, with no rhyme or reason, after approaching the crimson glow, suddenly shuddered. It whirled around abruptly and stared at where Chen Hui stood. Its gaze seemed to sweep past her, towards him. Then, the edge of its mouth lifted into a smile. It was a bizarre smile that had a hint of icy cold to it. With a sudden leap, it loosened its grip on the wall and jumped straight into the dense, ocean-like, nebulous depths of the red light. Chen Hui's expression changed to that of alarm at the sight. She realized she had been discovered. The thought of the figure before her not being that of an actual person didn't occur to her. Even if that thought had crossed her mind earlier, his turning his head, the strange expression on his face and the flicker of light in his eyes had convinced her of his being a real human. Even Wang Baol had been taken aback. A myriad of emotions surged in his heart. What's going on? Wang Baol felt his scalp prickle. An indescribable feeling took over him. His heart started beating rapidly. His muscles twitched. He hadn't made the puppet turn its head, and he hadn't engineered that expression on its face. Despite his skill in the creation of puppets vastly surpassed many others, regardless how lifelike his creations looked, they couldn't have achieved the effect the puppet had made one feel when it had turned its head. In that instant he felt as if the puppet had come to life. If that were what had truly happened, with the puppet being fashioned in the exact appearance of Wang Baol, it would be like coming face to face with his doppelganger. Wang Baol's head couldn't stop buzzing. He was overcome by inexplicable bafflement. Wang Baol's wariness of the glowing red sea below him intensified. Just as he was deliberating whether he should leave immediately, he noticed Chen Hui forming hand seals. She was casting some sort of spell. Suddenly, a violent wind appeared where she was. As if finding it lacking, Chen Hui lifted her right hand and whipped out a wooden figurine. It was purple in color. From the far distance where Wang Baol stood, he could only see that the figurine seemed to have its arms folded across its chest and couldn't discern any other features. The sensation that the figurine gave Wang Baol, though, was that of alarm and awe. It seemed to exude a power that was only a tier below his dermic armament. After whipping out the figurine, Chen Hui quickly flung it towards the red glowing light. It fell into the red glow. The violent winds seemed to be instantly drawn towards the light and sped after the falling figurine. They seemed to draw strength from the figurine, growing larger and larger, transforming into a tornado that whirled around the figurine. As the tornado sunk into the red glow, it suddenly exploded. Air surged outwards in waves following the explosion. Wang Baol clung fiercely onto the walls, and he was nearly swept away by the rush of the violent wind. As alarm rose in his heart, he saw, following the combustion of the figurine and tornado, the glowing red light sea growing fainter. It was like a dispelling. The light grew increasingly translucent and very quickly turned clear. As soon as the light was completely dispelled, Wang Baol saw the secret that was hidden within the depths of the fissure. Deep inside the fissure was a tree branch. The tree branch was of considerable size and buried deep underground. The small part of it exposed to sight was 300 meters long. It was yellowed, with hints of black, the colors entwined with each other like markings on a snake. Many parts of the tree were completely shriveled and appeared dead. It exuded an ancient spirit energy as if it had been around for a very, very long time. Too long, in fact. The tree branch was clearly a small part of the larger whole. A greater part of its full form was buried deep underground. Its depth and width were unknown. If a fissure hadn't appeared there, Wang Bail wouldn't have known that such an enormous tree existed underground on the moon. His first instincts were that it must be the mythical osmanthus tree on the moon. That was, however, something from the ancient myths. Even Wang Bail found it hard to believe. He couldn't even begin to imagine the actual size of the tree. Only a small part of it was exposed, after all, and that was already such a stirring sight. Be it his encounter in the Kulom Basin or with Huang Shan, the trees that had been revealed couldn't begin to compare with the tree in front of him. It was like the chasm separating a human and an ant. Wang Bail saw, on the branch of the large tree, a scar that probably seemed tiny to the giant tree but to Wang Bail's eyes was huge wound hundreds of feet long. It didn't seem to be caused by an external force but the result of a shriveling and fracturing from the inside. There were no tree fluids to be seen. However, everything that entered, be it Igul or Bat Beast or even Wang Bail's puppet, seemed to be swallowed up by the giant tree of their own accord, willingly becoming part of the tree. Above the torn wound, on the tree's bark, was a small tripod cauldron embedded in the bark. As soon as Wang Bail saw the small tripod cauldron, there was a loud explosion in his head. Emotions rushed through him in a torrent. The small tripod cauldron was the source of the startling spirit chi. As soon as Wang Bail saw it, he felt a rush of instinctive longing. The object was something that could be used to form one's foundation establishment core. It was, as the materials from the college had stated, a fully intact artifact that only the ones blessed with the utmost luck could get their hands on. He had had his guesses, which was why he had risked such danger to go there. But when his eyes fell on the tripod cauldron, and his guesses were verified, he was still visibly excited. His emotions stirred, and a flash of want appeared in his eyes. Equally stirred was Chun Hui. Her breathing quickened. She calmed herself down quickly and formed hand seals, pointing at the figurine that was currently fueling the tornado. The tornado slowly changed its course and tried to nudge the small tripod cauldron, drawing it into its center. Wang Bail stared unblinkingly ahead and waited patiently for his chance to strike. Under Chun Hui's tremendous efforts, the small tripod cauldron slowly, steadily trembled and was loosened. Before long, under the watchful, nervous eyes of Wang Bail and Chen Hui, the small tripod cauldron shook and was swept away by the tornado. Chun Hui was overjoyed. She immediately wielded the figurine to bring the small tripod cauldron to her. Wang Bail's eyes brightened suddenly. He was about to strike when at that moment, suddenly, within the crack on the giant tree, a red light erupted. It was like a sea of glowing red, spreading outward and about to flood everything anew. The figurine collided with the red light and trembled with instability. It seemed on the verge of being drowned out by the light. Seeing her efforts nearly coming to a waste, Chun Hui panicked and formed hand seals rapidly, pointing suddenly. Explode! In an instant, the figurine shuddered violently and, before being drowned by the Red Sea, erupted and exploded. It strengthened the power of the surrounding wind's multiple folds and was on the verge of drawing the small tripod cauldron away. It didn't succeed, however. The Crimson Sea seemed to possess a strange power that dispelled all spells. Despite the figurine's self-combustion spurring stronger winds, it seemed to have made little difference. Chun Hui could only watch on, unwillingly and helplessly, as the tornado was dispelled, and the small tripod cauldron hovering in midair was drawn back and under the Red Sea. She knew she had no chance of snatching away the small tripod cauldron that could be used for one's foundation establishment core. A stranger may not know what the Red Sea was, but she had vaguely read about it in their sect library. She knew how terrifying it truly was. She bit her lip and decided to give up and leave. It was when she had abandoned all hope, and the small tripod cauldron was about to be swept under the crimson sea, that Wang Baol finally struck. A strange bright light shone in his eyes. The devouring seed inside him erupted with an unprecedented force and intensity, forming an extraordinary suction force that he focused in his hands. He held them towards the small tripod cauldron bobbing in the sea of red light and, across an expanse of emptiness separating them, grabbed at it. "Come to Daddy." In the sea of red light, the small tripod cauldron instantly shuddered. It was as if an enormous pair of invisible hands had suddenly grabbed at it. Chen Hui watched, stunned, as the small tripod cauldron flew out and raced straight towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol snatched it out of the air with a gleeful look. As he used the devouring seed to suppress the spirit qi, he dashed upwards towards the fisher's entrance. Chen Hui's eyes widened as she stared at Wang Baol's figure, identical to the earlier puppet. White noise erupted in her head. She came to a sudden realization and let loose a terrifying scream. She dashed out immediately and pursued Wang Baol. A murderous aura erupted from her person as she chased relentlessly after Wang Baol. Her eyes shone brightly with violence and madness. Arrogant and prideful. She never would have thought in her wildest dreams that the fatty would trick her. He had clearly set up a trap and hidden after summoning his replica. She had stalked a replica for so long, like a fool, even wasting a precious figurine. The damn asshole must have been so pleased with himself, following behind her, stealing the small tripod cauldron from her at the most critical moment. The insult to her intellect and the loss of a precious opportunity was something Chen Hui, hailing from the Galactic Dusk sect, could not swallow. Murderous intent gathered around her. At that instant, a sea of blood seemed to rise behind her. Such a strong killing intent. Wang Baol was shocked. Before dashing out from the fissure, he sent a supernova punch below him. The fissure quaked amidst the deafening explosion, and a whirlpool erupted into being. The force of the supernova surged towards Chen Hui, and a cold glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. His past near-death experiences had taught him that Chen Hui was intent on killing him. He wouldn't bother to be gentlemanly with her then. After striking with the supernova, he pulled out a handful of self-exploding beads and threw them out. A loud rumbling traveled through the air. The earth trembled and parts of the opening started collapsing. Upon seeing Chen Hui on the verge of being buried in, Wang Baol dashed out from the opening without hesitation and sped off into the distance at full speed. He wasted no time lingering. After snatching the small tripod cauldron, the latter's spirit qi, upon coming into contact with his own, had erupted anew. Its reemergence was an earth-shattering force that rose to the sky. The devouring seed tried suppressing the spirit qi, but the results were dismal. He was like a gigantic fiery hurricane in a pitch-black night, clearly visible regardless of how far away one was. It was more startling, more glaring, and more intense than it had been in the fissure. The intense spirit qi was like strong waves surging and hitting against Wang Baol's spirit. An instinctive, overwhelming longing overcame him. He longed to meld with the cauldron and attain the Foundation establishment realm. At such a time, lingering even for a moment was dangerous. If the young woman caught up with him and Wang Baol was caught in a fight, any delay, even if Wang Baol was forced to use his dermic armament and kill her, would be a waste of precious time. If Wang Baol was to be wounded, he didn't know if he would be able to guard against the small tripod cauldron being snatched by others before reaching the Foundation establishment realm. He knew clearly that the moment he snatched over the small tripod cauldron, he had become a brightly burning torch that would drive any powerful person in the mystic lunar realm mad with hunger for it. In the past, every time the mystic lunar realm was open, before the current strange happenings, death was common during contests amongst the political forces. It was worse now, with the realm sealed and them separated from the outside world, and with a fully intact artifact in his possession. The temptation and appeal were too great for everyone. He could imagine the blood that would be shed, the danger that loomed at every corner. He had no choice. Unless he decided to cast the small tripod cauldron aside, The other path left to him was to attain the Foundation Establishment realm as soon as possible. Only by achieving the Foundation Establishment realm did he have a chance to turn the tide against them. Wang Bao's greater worry was the Foundation Establishment realm and Core Formation realm cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan. He knew he had no time to waste. That was why he had immediately raced away after exiting the crevice. He sped away into the distance, swift like a sudden bolt of lightning. It was as Wang Bao had predicted. In the forest miles away, the 7 to 8 plume manifestation Khanate sect disciples had been racing when the one ahead carrying the compass froze at the exact moment Wang Bao grabbed hold of the small tripod cauldron. The spirit chi source is moving. Damn it, someone's gotten to it first. My God, this source, how can it be so strong? It's more than 10 times stronger than before. This isn't just a fragment. It's a fully intact artifact. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes popped. Their breathing quickened, and a murderous intent flickered across their eyes. They didn't hesitate, charging at full speed towards the location pointed out by the pulsing light on the compass that was 10 times brighter than it had been before. At the same time, a distance away from the fissure, the black-robed youth from the Galactic Dusk sect was approaching with a dark, solemn face. The expression on his face transformed suddenly. He twisted his head towards where Wang Bao was at, incredulity and a mad joy on his face. The spirit chi source. Could it be a fully intact artifact? I don't care who has it. It's mine. An air of viciousness erupted from his person. He swiftly unraveled the black bandages on his right hand. Wisps of black gases spread out rapidly. His speed increased multiple folds as he dashed towards the source. There was no end to it. At that moment, the cultivators from the various political forces were gathered at the boundaries separating the visible and dark sides of the moon. The visible side of the moon had been searched clean. Everyone had their sights on the dark side of the moon. As a consequence, even though the fissure was located at only one of those intersections, the cultivators gathered there still numbered in the hundreds. Amidst the chaos, killings and fights over fragments took place from time to time. They were all painfully aware that some of them might have already attained the Foundation Establishment realm. However, the mystic lunar realm was too vast. With the failing of the voice transmission jade slip, there was no way of truly knowing. At that moment, with the spirit chi source on Wang Bao erupting like a fiery tornado and roaring to the heavens, every cultivator within a 2,000-mile radius, to varying degrees, sensed it. With great eagerness and excitement, they raced from all directions towards the source of the tremendous spirit chi. As for the region where the fissure stood and where Wang Bao had snatched away the small tripod cauldron, a loud explosion rang from underground after his departure. Earth was flung into the air, and a disheveled Chen Hui, her hair loosened and in a mess, shot out from underground. She spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as she emerged above ground. Her face was pale, and blood lined the veins in her crazed eyes. She let out a shrill shriek. "I'm going to kill you." She whirled around and glared in the direction where the obvious and glaring source of spirit chi lay. She raced towards it with murder in her eyes. If someone were to stand perched atop an elevated spot and look below, he would be able to see, within the 2,000-mile radius that included the intersection between the visible and dark sides of the moon, hundreds of cultivators approaching swiftly from all directions. The location they were approaching was where Wang Bao stood. Wang Bao was fully aware of the consequences of acquiring the small tripod cauldron. He knew what lay ahead of him. He also knew the dangers that loomed at every corner after the mystic lunar realm had been sealed. He still decided to use the item to build his Foundation Establishment core. I've learned from the high officials' autobiographies not only the ways to handle human relationships but also lessons about life. There was something from the autobiographies that said, "Few things in life are guaranteed. Oftentimes, you can make a gamble for it if there's a 60% chance of success. With a 70 to 80% chance, you should bet heavily on its success." Even though the element of gambling is strong in the statement, "How could I live with myself if I don't try and fight for this?" Wang Bao's eyes shone with a brilliant light. He was rarely so serious. There was none of his usual mirth. In its place was a streak of vicious and crazed determination. He was calm, instead of impulsive, and his mind raced through his various options. He knew that leaving for the visible side of the moon was out of the question. What he was worried about the most wasn't encountering strangers but people he knew and was familiar with. Have faith in the goodness in others, but do not bet on it. That was a line from the high official's autobiographies that Wang Baol had given a great deal of thought to. In conclusion, human nature was not up to the challenge. Many times, a person's transformation was not due to himself but a result of an opportunity that others had given him, one which he might come to regret his entire life. As a result, the more familiar a person is, the closer a friend, the more intimate a family member, the more one should avoid presenting such an opportunity to the person. That was something Wang Baol was deeply aware of. Now, he was that opportunity in other people's eyes. I'm left with the dark side of the moon then. There are fewer familiar faces and fewer enemies too. I can't give up on finding the mystic trace fog either. Even at the risk of being teleported to other regions. It'll be the last resort, using the mystic trace fog to escape. Everything's just a means to an end. The most important thing now is to find somewhere to build my foundation establishment core quickly. Before that happens, if anyone dares to harm me out of greed, I may have to fight my way out. Wang Baol mused silently, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He hurriedly raced deeper into the forest on the dark side of the moon. Wang Baol knew that his strengths lay in his resilient physical body and a cultivation that surpassed that of a typical perfected true breath realm cultivator. He also had an abundance of numinous treasures as well as a dermic armament. Another clear advantage he had was his experience in navigating the forest on the dark side of the moon. Not everyone possessed his experience and knowledge. He had the experience of hunting and being hunted in the forest on the dark side of the moon. He fell back on such knowledge, and as he ventured further into the forest and the plant life thickened around him, Wang Baol's sense of security grew. The gray mosquito regenerated anew then and, together with the other mosquitoes, spread out in the forest. Wang Baol could see everything within 100 yards clearly. As a result, while the rest were slowing down slightly, unaccustomed to the unfamiliar dangers in the forest, Wang Baol's speed increased instead. I need 3 days to reach the foundation establishment realm. Wang Baol did some calculations as he ran. He also tried repeatedly to suppress the cauldron's spirit chi with his devouring seed. Though the results were not astounding, it was still of help. 6 hours had passed since he had gotten the small tripod cauldron. He hadn't yet come across any other cultivators. However, just as Wang Baol had gotten a handle on the time that had passed, suddenly, his pupils contracted. His right hand raised and sent an arc of lightning dashing behind him, to the right, in the forest. With his current cultivation, the flash arc no longer summoned a mere bolt of lightning. The attack was infused with electromagnetic force. It expanded into a vast lightning web in midair that flew past the trees, towards a young woman who suddenly dashed out like an arrow shot from a bow from behind him. The young woman had a towering, muscular form and held a large sword in her hand. She was not Chen Hui, nor was she someone from the Galactic Dusk sect. She was a cultivator from the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect who had raced ahead of the rest. They had been more prepared than Wang Baol had expected, attempting to stage an ambush after approaching Wang Baol, only to be discovered by the mosquitoes. In the face of the sudden lightning web, the young woman roared and slashed violently at the vast net. A tremendous force erupted from her. The web was sliced into 2 halves instantly, transforming into countless lightning arcs that scattered throughout the area. Hand over the source of spirit chi on you, and we'll leave your corpse intact. The young woman lifted her head and stared at Wang Baol. As she laughed viciously, 7 to 8 silhouettes dashed forward from behind her. They were young men and women, and all of them had towering, muscular builds. The battle lust stemming from them was alarming. They were clearly fearsome warriors who were physically powerful. "Get lost now and I won't have to kill you," Wang Baol said coolly. "What a joke!" The young woman burst out into furious laughter. She leaped and was about to charge forward. The people standing behind her sneered and leaped into the air as well. As soon as their feet left the ground, Wang Bao's right hand raised and formed a hand seal, the lightning bolts forming the lightning web, which had been sliced apart earlier by the young woman, flew suddenly into the air and transformed into swords made out of lightning. They wove their way through the crowd. They dashed about swiftly with alarming speed. The disciples from the plume manifestation Khanate sect all had coarse, thick skin and hard muscles. They disregarded the swords, racing through the crisscrossing flying lightning swords with greed in their eyes and ugly grins on their faces, straight for Wang Bao. They could disregard the lightning, but they couldn't escape the mosquitoes. Wang Bao's 10 mosquitoes charged forward swiftly, biting each person they came upon. In an instant, the looks on the 7 to 8 disciples from the plume manifestation Khanate sect changed drastically. They gasped in shock. "What's going on? Something bit me." As alarm colored their expressions, Wang Bao dispensed with useless speeches and took a step forward. With a sudden burst of speed, he arrived before a male disciple from the plume manifestation Khanate sect. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he threw his fist out. The disciple, a hideous grimace on his face as he tried to withstand a terrible itch, threw his fist forward in a roar as well. Wang Bao didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he put more force behind his. An explosive sound rang into the air the moment the two of them collided. The disciple from the plume manifestation Khanate sect let out an agonizing cry. His right arm, which had collided with Wang Bao's, was crushed from the fist. The damage traveled up his entire arm, extending to half of his body. His flesh smashed bloody before he finally exploded. He hadn't even the time for a single thought before he died from the immense injury. The sight was a sudden shock to the rest. Alarm and terror rose within them, and they fell back instinctively. When they looked at Wang Bao, it was with eyes of horror and incredulity. Only the muscular young woman who had slashed through the lightning web narrowed her eyes then. She didn't retreat. Her battle lust intensified instead. Wang Bao ignored the crazy woman and, instead, raised his right hand and swept it across the air. A line appeared on the ground. "I'm not a person who enjoys killing others. He who crosses this line dies." After he was done speaking, Wang Bao turned and prepared to leave. "Don't be frightened. Why not kill us if he really was capable of doing it? He's actually afraid and trying to scare us off," the young woman carrying the big sword said immediately. She charged forward, ignoring the line that was drawn. The other disciples, upon seeing their senior sister disciple attacking and hearing what seemed to be words of reason, grew aggressive once more. They passed the drawn boundary and charged at Wang Bao. As soon as they came charging, Wang Bao turned around and flicked his storage bracelet. The 7th grade dermic armament saber appeared in his hand. With a sudden wide sweep of the saber, he slashed at the 7 to 8 people behind him. He controlled the power that was released, ensuring it wasn't too overwhelming and that the extent of the backlash was something within his tolerance. Even so, as soon as the dermic armament appeared, the skies changed, and a black tornado suddenly erupted. The shadow of a crocodile appeared instantly and lashed out alongside the blinding slash of the blade. Wang Bao stored away his saber the next instant. As his hair drifted in the wind, and the black tornado and crocodile around him vanished, he turned without looking at the plume manifestation Khanate sect disciples standing there. He stared instead into the distant forest and said, dispassionately, "This line applies to you too." Done with speaking, Wang Bao turned and left, vanishing into the deep forest. A black-robed youth appeared at the spot he had originally stared at. He was the young prodigy of the Galactic Dusk sect who had been robbed by Wang Bao previously. He couldn't control his trembling body and found breathing difficult. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and horror as he stared at the line on the ground and the plume manifestation Khanate sect disciples who were, at present, slowly keeling over, their heads rolling off their shoulders. A sudden cold rose up his spine and throughout his entire body. Damn it, that weapon of his must be a dermic armament. Oomph! What's so great about having a dermic armament? He even went to the extent of doing something as ridiculous as drawing a line in the ground. How juvenile! The youth was furious but hesitated over whether he should continue his pursuit. He eventually released a long sigh, after realizing that possessing a dermic armament was indeed quite impressive, and chose to give up. Some were killed, some gave up, and others continued their pursuit. The brightness of the source of spirit chi on Wangbeol surpassed the definition and concept of a torch. It was like a burning volcano. Every cultivator within a 2,000-mile radius would immediately sense it. Those within the hundreds of miles, especially, upon sensing the source of spirit chi, immediately stirred and grew excited. Even though they knew that it might be all for naught, the greed in their hearts and the tiniest sliver of possibility still drove them towards the location of the spiritual source. The Galactic Dusk sect, for example, had 70 to 80 disciples within the radius. They were scattered throughout the area and on their respective solo hunts inside the mystic lunar realm. At that moment, however, an icy glint flickered across their eyes. They started dashing towards the same location. Besides the Galactic Dusk sect, there was also the 5-generation Sky clan. Not every disciple from the clan knew about what was going on at the dark side of the moon. The 5-generation Sky clan, after all, comprised of multiple family clans that were in constant conflict. At that moment, there were as many 5-generation Sky clan disciples seeking their fortunes and fragments in the mystic realm. They grew excited and agitated as well after sensing the source of spirit chi and rushed towards it. The same happened for the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. Besides the 3 political forces, there were also the descendants and heirs of the city lords who sat in the Senate, as well as minor political personalities affiliated with the Senate. There were easily more than 100 people within the 2,000-mile radius. Regardless of where they were scattered in the area, they all chose to charge towards the source of the spirit chi like the rest. Amongst them were those with a prominent status like Li Xiu. Besides him, there were 2 others, one a nephew of the Heavenly City's city lord, and the other a nephew of the Eternal Joy City's city lord. The latter 2 were your typical tyrants and bullies. They had attended the ethereal fruit feast as well. Now that they were there and had the Foundation establishment realm within reach, they had no reason to give up when they sensed the source of spirit chi. Every political force gathered. They seemed to form a huge spiraling whirlpool that had Wangbeol as its locus, spreading 1,000 miles in all directions. Wangbeol, who had become the eye of a storm, was presently racing through the forest and silently counting down the time. He didn't mind fighting to the death, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person at heart. If he could resolve the crisis he was in without having to kill anyone, he would do so in a heartbeat. That was what he had planned to do. If he could find a chance and create a window of 3 free days for himself, he would be able to build his Foundation establishment core. It was a good idea. The execution of it was the challenge. Wangbeol was racing through the forest when his eyes suddenly flashed. His right hand raised and swept behind him. His spirit chi burst out, and lightning bolts snaked around his right hand as he caught the flying sword surging towards him. The flying sword was black in color, and a strange glimmer shone on its blade. It seemed to contain some sort of poison. Wangbeol used his spirit chi to stop it in mid-flight, lightning bolts snaking up the sword, and, without any hesitation, flung it back where it came from. His series of actions were fluid like water and very, very fast. In an instant, a pained cry rang out. A silhouette dashed out from deep within the forest, hand pressed against his chest as he retreated hurriedly. He didn't get far. The person shuddered as blue spread rapidly over his entire body, and he quickly fell to the ground with a thud, dying on the spot. There was a cut on his forehead. A gray mosquito flew straight out from the cut and vanished in the surrounding forest. Another one. Wangbeol's face was cold and hard. He recognized the other's attire. It was a disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect. Excluding the black-robed youth, that was the 7th person from the Galactic Dusk sect. They were all eccentric characters who were extremely skilled in concealment and camouflage. They were proficient in staging ambushes as well. If Wangbeol didn't have his mosquito's vision, he would find it challenging to sense them as clearly. Wangbeol didn't check out the corpse. He was about to continue his journey deeper into the forest when a flash of light flickered across his eyes. He retreated hastily. As soon as he stepped back, the light from 10 spells surged forward from both sides in a deafening roar, disintegrating the trees around him. The ground on which Wang Baol had stood a moment earlier quaked, and snapped branches and torn leaves flew in the air. If Wang Baol hadn't dodged in time, he would have been struck by the 10 spells. As soon as he had fallen back, 20-odd people dashed out from both sides of the forest. Most of them were from the 5-generation Sky Clan. They weren't from the same family clan of those 5-generation Sky Clan disciples Wang Baol had crossed paths with earlier, but the greed and murder in their eyes were the same. They wasted no time talking. As soon as they appeared, the 20-odd people charged at Wang Baol with greed in their eyes. They had never seen each other before and hadn't held grudges against each other before that moment. However, at that moment, anyone who held such a tremendous source of spirit chi was the enemy in their eyes. The consequences they would face after snatching such an item from Wang Baol was something they, in the face of extreme greed, hadn't considered. They had to get it first. Wang Baol wasn't an indecisive person. He didn't enjoy killing. However, if he couldn't set aside the 3 days he needed by any other means, he was left with no choice. If I have no choice but to kill my way to a 3-day window, I'll do it. A vicious light flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. As the 20 or so 5-generation Sky Clan disciples rushed towards him, he shifted and formed hand seals with his right hand. Bolts of lightning descended immediately, and a web of electromagnetism was cast out over the air. It transformed into numerous lightning swords that shot out towards his enemies. It didn't end there. As the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baol had countless numinous treasures. Even though he had expended quite a few, he still had enough of them at his disposal. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned a dozen flying frost swords and a handful of self-exploding beads and flung them out. In an instant, deafening explosions shook the lands and sent heaven and earth quaking. Amid the chaos, as the 20 or so 5-generation Sky Clan disciples whipped out their numinous treasures and cast spells, Wang Baol's form blurred. It was like the sudden eruption of a lightning dragon as a shrill cry pierced the air. He appeared suddenly before one of the disciples and, without a pause in his step, slammed right into him. A myriad of emotions flashed across the person's face. He hurriedly fell back and tried to counter the blow, but to no avail. He was slammed straight in the chest. Blood spilled out from his mouth as his chest was crushed inwards. He let loose a terrifying scream and, like a kite cut from its string, keeled over. Wang Baol, without any stutter in his steps, turned and kicked smoothly at another person's crotch. The latter tried to block the blow with his right hand. It didn't work. There was the sound of an arm breaking as Wang Baol's kick landed on the person's crotch, and an almost inhuman cry rang out into the air. A spasm shot through the cultivator's body before he fell to the ground, dead. After 2 consecutive kills, the battle lust emanating from Wang Baol intensified. He knew that they were intent on exterminating him. He had 2 choices before him: kill or be killed. I'll kill you all, Wang Baol roared. He dashed forward in a blur and engaged in battle with the 20-odd cultivators, leaving death in his wake. A mere 15 minutes later, corpses lay scattered on the ground. All that remained of the 5-generation Sky Clan group were 2 cultivators. Their faces were drained of blood, and their eyes bright with terror and confusion. They seemed to have been roused from their earlier madness and greed. With a shrill scream, they fled hastily. Wang Baol was panting slightly. He hadn't suffered many injuries. However, battling with 20-odd perfected True Breath Realm cultivators was an exhausting feat. It was a pale comparison to the backlash from using the Dermic armament, though. It was still something within Wang Baol's limits. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes upon seeing the 2 fleeing people. He didn't plan to pursue them, but as he was about to leave, he heard a scream, followed by another not long after. A flash of light flickered across Wang Baol's eyes. He didn't issue an order to kill to the mosquito. The gray mosquito returned swiftly and hovered before Wang Baol. After experiencing multiple rounds of massacre, its spirit chi had transformed. One could clearly sense, after careful observation, bloodthirst exuding from the gray mosquito. That was the first time it was displaying signs of rebellion before Wang Baol. It buzzed aggressively with enmity. As soon as the buzzing sound rang out, the other 9 mosquitoes emerged from the surrounding forest, racing forward and surrounding Wang Baol, displaying hostility towards the gray mosquito in the 9-to-1 standoff. I was the one who made you. How dare you rebel against your master? You've grown gutsy, haven't you? Wang Baol snorted. The scabbard inside his body started churning. Instantly, a binding force erupted and blanketed the gray mosquito. The mosquito shuddered violently. Its body started showing signs of shattering. Wang Baol, who possessed the sword scabbard, held the life of the mosquito within the palm of his hand. After some time, the gray mosquito started crying out for mercy. Its thoughts surfaced clearly in Wang Baol's mind, causing surprise and startlement to flicker across his eyes. He withdrew the power of the scabbard. If this happens again, I'll break your proboscis, Wang Baol said coolly, then turned and left. The gray mosquito was still for a moment, before immediately following Wang Baol. Together with the other mosquitoes, they split up and flew off into the distance, extending Wang Baol's vision and, at the same time, guarding their master. The killing was still going on. The pursuit was still happening. After all, the mob came from all around, and one couldn't send voice transmissions in the mystic lunar realm. Hence, there wasn't much communication between them, and they didn't know who the spirit chi source was or how strong he was. Wang Baol couldn't do anything to change that. He only had one option: to kill and keep on killing. After killing someone, he would leave the corpse, letting the stench of blood spread throughout the air. He was using that as a deterrent. It would cause the next group of people to pass through the area littered with corpses to hesitate and not dare to continue giving chase. That was because they would feel fear after seeing those corpses and experiencing the murderous intent of the murderer. That kind of deterrent had some effect, but humans would always want to try their luck. There were those who remained logical and backed away despite the strong temptation, but those who actually did so were few and far between. 2 days had passed since Wang Baol stole the small tripod cauldron. In those 2 days, he tried to fuse the small tripod cauldron with his body. However, he discovered that once he started fusing with the small tripod cauldron, his body would enter a state where it couldn't be disturbed or touched. If he were to try to reach the Foundation establishment realm in such a dangerous place, he would surely fail if any accidents happened. Hence, Wang Baol stopped considering the method of infusing the cauldron while fighting. As he bolted deeper into the mystic lunar realm, the number of cultivators killed by him increased gradually, and the tally was quickly approaching 100. Among the close to 100 people, there were those from the Galactic Dusk sect, the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect, and the 5-Generation Sky Clan. So long as they gave chase and had murderous intent, they would all be slain by Wang Baol eventually. His feelings changed from an initial hesitation to silence while he murdered and eventually became cold-blooded bloodlust. As he stood there and gazed in front of him, 8 to 9 people walked out silently. Among those 8 to 9 people, Wang Baol knew 3 of them. Not long ago, he was even talking to one of them like they were close friends. But as they walked out, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Those that walked out were the family and sons of the senators in the Senate, Li Xiu, and the nephews of the city lords of Heavenly Sky City and Yongla City were also present. As for the rest, they all looked like young masters on the surface. Although Wang Baol had never seen them before, he could guess that their social statuses were not that far off from Li Xiu. And those people, for them to have come out from the forest ahead, could be seen to have put in a lot of effort and positioned themselves strategically. If not, they wouldn't have blocked Wang Baol's path so precisely. After all, that place could be considered the border separating them from the depths of the moon's dark side. Brother Wang. Li Xiu had complicated feelings and a hesitant look. He didn't want to be Wang Baol's enemy. In fact, if he knew that it was Wang Baol who had gotten the spirit chi source, he might not have come at all. Alas, it was too late when he found out that the person who had the spirit chi source was Wang Baol. Wang Baol also sighed. During the slaughter in the past 2 days, he didn't use the dermic armament again. Although his body didn't suffer a backlash, he faced too many enemies from all factions. In the end, he still couldn't prevent minor injuries from time to time, and the minor injuries gradually accumulated. Although he suppressed his injuries, they would open up again if he suppressed them for too long. At the same time, his mental fatigue was a huge problem as well. Even though Wang Baol had become ruthless and cold-blooded, his continuous attacking and sprinting made him feel increasingly fatigued. As he saw familiar faces, that feeling of fatigue increased even more. Don't hurt yourself by making a mistake. Wang Baol took a long look at Li Xiu and bolted away to one side, disappearing into the forest. Right at that moment, everyone except Li Xiu only hesitated for a moment. They seemed to notice that Wang Baol was suppressing his fatigue and injuries. So a murderous glint appeared in all their gazes, and they gave chase, disappearing into the forest one after another. Only Li Xiu stood there. He was in a dilemma and didn't give chase as he was hesitating. Not waiting for him to stop hesitating, sounds of tragic cries could be heard from within the forest up ahead, from a place that couldn't be seen. The tragic cries were extremely shocking and sounded as though the people making said cries had met a huge horror. Loud rumbles and beams of light from spells exploded forth. Even Li Xiu saw a sea of lightning bolts spread from within the forest. It caused a burnt smell to be spread from the surrounding flora. Very quickly, under the rumbling and tragic cries, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord and someone from a senator's affiliated family clan ran out rapidly. They both had frightened looks on their pale faces. But they didn't escape very far away before a flying sword flew straight into the back of one person's head. It caused the guy from the affiliated family clan to widen his eyes and die on the spot. Wang Baol, my uncle is Heavenly Sky City's city lord and one of the 17 senators. You dare to kill me? The remaining person, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord, had a huge change in his expression. He retreated backwards rapidly while screaming, and his gaze was filled with fear while looking at Wang Baol, who walked out from within the forest. Wang Baol's clothes were stained with blood, and he breathed heavily. Blood even leaked from the corner of his mouth. He looked very weak, as though he was unable to suppress his internal injuries any longer. However, the murderous intent emanating from his body was stunning. Xiu Xiu, save me, save me. The nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord called out anxiously to Li Xiu while retreating. The scene sent shivers down Li Xiu's spine. He knew Wang Baol was powerful. He could tell that from Wang Baol's fight with Zhuoyixin previously. He didn't expect, however, that he had still underestimated the man. He was very clear that Wang Baol must have been attacked many times and sustained heavy injuries throughout the past few days. Despite that, he only needed a few moments to slaughter all his comrades. Although he didn't see the entire slaughter, he could picture and analyze it through the rumbling and the disturbances caused by spells being cast. It was obvious that his comrades weren't in Wang Baol's league. He's still only at the perfected stage of the true breath realm. Once he reaches the foundation establishment realm, he'll definitely become even stronger. Li Xiu was stunned. Seeing Wang Baol walk over with murderous intent and seeing the fearful face of the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord, he hesitated once again and decided to remain silent. Wang Baol panted with some difficulty. As he looked at the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. As he raised his right hand and was about to attack, he seemed to have affected his injuries. Surprisingly, with a shake of his body, he spat out a large amount of blood and retreated a few steps unsteadily. It seemed like he was no longer able to suppress his injuries. He seemed to be unable to stand still, and his head was lowered. However, what others couldn't see was that deep within Wang Baol's gaze, a keen glint flashed as though he was on high alert for something. It made the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord stop retreating. When he looked towards Wang Baol, the fearful glimmer in his eyes was replaced by one of greed and desire as though he had discovered an opportunity. Get lost! Wang Baol took a deep breath, raised his head, and shouted hoarsely. He did not look at Li Xiu, instead choosing to retreat backwards to seem like he intended to leave. But right at that moment, the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord ground his teeth and actually burst forth towards Wang Beol. He roared, "Die!" As that person burst towards him and roared, Wang Beol raised his head abruptly. As he did so, a glaring glimmer appeared in his eyes. All of his weakness disappeared immediately, and a shocking force erupted from his body. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, they weren't to the point where Wang Beol was unable to suppress them. Everything that he did previously was fake. His purpose was obviously not to kill the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord. Instead, he was aiming for the figure charging towards him from behind the nephew. The figure was a woman. Her speed was too fast, and she approached right as Wang Beol's power erupted. Wang Beol ignored the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord. As he turned around with the 7th grade dermic armament saber in hand, he slashed towards the woman. "You're finally willing to show yourself." A black storm exploded forth, and a black crocodile roared from within it. The sword glint shook the surroundings, and the woman planning to launch a sneak attack had a huge change of expression as Wang Beol slashed towards her. But she wasn't an ordinary woman. In such a dangerous situation, she actually took out 3 statues. The 3 statues were all hugging their chests and spread an eerie aura. As they appeared, their auras exploded forth to counter Wang Beol's slash directly. Rumbles shook the surroundings and created a strong shockwave. Wherever the shockwave passed, the flora tumbled and the earth trembled. Not waiting for the nephew of Heavenly Sky City's city lord to approach, the shockwave hit his body and broke all his bones. In fact, he didn't even have time to let out a tragic cry before he became a bloody mess and died. No one noticed his death. Wang Beol spit out fresh blood and landed with the saber in hand while all 3 statues exploded. The woman let out an aggrieved scream and tried her best to dodge. Alas, she could only prevent her vital organs from getting hit, and her right arm was chopped off by the slash. Fresh blood spurted out. The woman's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her gaze was filled with hatred. A large amount of blood spurted from her mouth, covering her whole person in blood. She became a bloody figure and fled rapidly. One could only hear her frenzied voice filled with hatred echoing through the heavens. "Wang Beol, I, Chen Hui, swear that I will kill you and destroy your soul no matter how many lives it takes me." Looking coldly at Chen Hui escaping after transforming into a bloody figure, Wang Beol squinted his eyes. In reality, he had been having a sense that someone was following him in secret. However, no matter how hard he tried to use his mosquitoes to find out, he couldn't locate the other party's location. That made him recall the young girl in the white top that he met at the place he found the small tripod cauldron. The girl was also proficient at hiding, such that Wang Beol didn't notice her at all before he entered the crack. After analyzing it that way, Wang Beol was confident that the one following him was the same girl. Her tactics were bizarre, especially in terms of her numinous treasures, which were frightening. If he allowed her to follow him closely, it was like hanging a sword above his head and keeping a thorn in his throat. Therefore, Wang Beol had intentionally tried to lure her out. However, several days had passed, and regardless of how hard Wang Beol tried to tempt her, he didn't see the girl. Until now, the number of injuries he had increased and he was so close to the breaking point. Furthermore, meeting someone from the Senate made Wang Beol tempted to try again. He leveraged on the group attack by members of the Senate to weaken himself and continue sustaining his injuries in a way such that he was on the brink of breaking down. It was so real that it managed to lure the girl out. He had originally planned to kill her with a single attack, but her tactics were unusual and, coupled with the injuries that Wang Beol was carrying, he only managed to cut off one of her arms. At the same time, it came with a price. The backlash from the 7th grade dermic armament worsened Wang Beol's injuries. Thankfully, he managed to suppress them once again. As long as he didn't use the dermic armaments for a while, he could prevent his injuries from erupting. That feeling of having a lump in his throat had also disappeared simultaneously. Wang Beol heaved a sigh of relief, and as he turned, he saw Li Xiu not far away and chuckled. "Brother Li, how have you been? Are you also planning to snatch from others?" Li Xiu shivered as Wang Beol glanced at him. He had seen Wang Bao's attack, the bloodied, mangled corpse of Heavenly Sky City Lord's nephew, and also Wang Bao's scheming mindset and ferocity with his own eyes. All of that made him thankful for hesitating previously. Now he had seen through Wang Bao. The fatty seemed easygoing on the surface, but was actually a vicious person who wouldn't bat an eyelid at killing someone. He was decisive and determined if he put his mind to killing someone, and was an extremely vicious person. He felt that someone like Wang Bao didn't belong to the 4 major Dao colleges. Instead, he would be a good fit for the Galactic Dusk sect, carrying a smile on his face while holding a knife behind his back. Therefore, with Wang Bao smiling and looking at him, Li Xiu tried to control his trembling body. Laughing awkwardly, he hurriedly retrieved a few pills from his storage bag and put them on the ground, before patting his chest and exclaiming loudly, "Junior brother Bao, that is a misunderstanding that you have towards me. I, Li Xiu, am not someone like that. I have integrity and value justice. My only goal here is to send some pills to you, junior brother Bao." Wang Bao raised his eyebrows as he looked at Li Xiu. "Give me a reason to believe you." Hearing Wang Bao's words, Li Xiu was on the brink of tears, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. His mind was churning for excuses when he suddenly thought of one and voiced it out. "Big brother Bao, you're still single, right? It's all right even if you're not. I have an older sister who is so beautiful it's astonishing. Regardless of whether it's her face or her figure, she has one of the best you can find. She's now working at the Martian colony and is well known throughout the entire Federation. I have found you extremely affable since I first saw you, and I think that it's highly possible that you will become my elder brother-in-law." What on earth? Wang Bao was confused. Elder brother-in-law? I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll make a move first, elder brother-in-law. Li Xiu slapped his chest loudly, and as soon as he completed his sentence, he turned around and left hurriedly. Looking at Li Xiu's back view, Wang Bao didn't give chase. He looked incredulous and left after picking up the pills. He suppressed his emotions and felt more relaxed after hearing Li Xiu's words. As he continuously explored deeper within the forest on the dark side of the moon, the number of people who were charging at him also decreased. After all, the corpses laying all around had an effect of frightening others, and that allowed Wang Bao to finally take a breather. The only issue was that as he began searching for a place to begin the Foundation establishment process, another batch of people, apparently lured by his spirit chi source, appeared. They were the ones that Wang Bao was dreading the most to meet. However, he had no choice but to face them. "Wang Bao?" Chen Yutong laughed bitterly as he emerged from within the forest. Beside him were several other people from the Dao College, totaling about 12 of them, including Li Yi. Shi Ling, the natural talent at sensing the fragments, were also amongst them, looking incredulously at Wang Bao. They weren't aware of who the spirit chi source was coming from previously, but now, when they neared, they realized that it was from Wang Bao, and that made all of them laugh bitterly. Based on the ways of the world, Chen Yutong was very proficient and very clear that they were now at a juncture where misunderstandings could easily happen. He was a close friend of Wang Bao, and it was especially important that he took care not to create any misunderstanding between him and Wang Bao. Therefore, after he stepped out, he didn't go too close to Wang Bao. Instead, he opened his storage bag and took out a bottle of pills which he left at the side. "Bao, I will not say much. It's not appropriate for others to be around you now. I hereby wish you all the best in Foundation establishment." Chen Yutong looked sincerely at Wang Bao, bowing to him with cupped fists. The others in the crowd also took out their pills in silence. Seeing the reactions of the people from his Dao College, Wang Bao felt a sense of warmth and was touched, especially by Chen Yutong's actions. He nodded his head and picked up the pills. He was about to turn and leave when at that moment, a flash was seen across Li Yi's eyes. She seemed to have some thoughts, but even before she could take any action, Chen Yutong stared angrily at her. Li Yi stayed silent with her head lowered. Even though Wang Bao didn't turn around, he saw everything clearly with the help of the mosquitoes. A look of viciousness flashed across his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he took out excess fragments that he obtained during his killings along the way, which were fragments in excess of the 20 he needed. He flailed his hand and tossed most of it to Chun Yutong. Senior brother Chun, there are still some corpses lying around with fragments on them. I don't have time to pick all of them up, so they are yours to keep. Thank you and goodbye. When he finished speaking, Wang Bail turned around and charged into the distance, disappearing within the dense forest. Soon, after Wang Bail had left the people from the 4 Dao colleges behind, he continued advancing within the depths of the mystic lunar realm. As time passed, his injuries worsened and were about to relapse, and even though he could use his pills to treat them, it was only temporary respite unless he found a place to go into seclusion. If his injuries were to relapse, it would be a terrible situation. Therefore, after bearing with it for another Earth Day, Wang Baol spread his mosquitoes out. After making sure that no one was after him, he found an area on a small hill and dug a cave in a secluded spot, before wriggling in and sealing the cave shut. He then scattered the mosquitoes outside, before finally heaving a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out the small tripod cauldron. His eyes burned with passion and agitation as he looked at it. The small tripod cauldron was ancient, with signs of aging visible on it. There were also some indecipherable words and pictures of ferocious beasts densely covering it, making the entire cauldron seem very impressive. I'll use this object for foundation establishment. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He first swallowed some pills and digested them quickly, to suppress his injuries yet again. He then sealed his hands, releasing his spirit energy to encompass the cauldron according to the way of foundation establishment, as he began the first step of foundation establishment, spirit integration. At the same time, as Wang Baol began the foundation establishment process, Chun Hui from the Galactic Dusk sect, who was thousands of miles away from him, was charging forward with her face pale and aghast. She had lost an arm and was extremely beaten. The only thing that remained the same was the hatred and mania in her eyes. If the hatred were to be transformed into a sea of fire, then the heavens and earth would be burned to the bone right at that moment. Wang Baol. Chan Hui gritted her teeth, her heart filled with bitterness. She was charging forward as she searched for a place to rehabilitate when suddenly, a kind voice rang beside her ears. Huier, who has hurt you to this state? The moment she heard the voice, Chun Hui was shocked. When she turned around, she realized that an old lady had appeared without her knowing. The old lady's face was covered with wrinkles, and she was standing there, holding a crutch as she smiled at her. Master! Chun Hui felt incredulous. She knew well that her master was one of the Grand Supreme Elders of the Galactic Dusk sect, whose cultivation was that of core formation level. People of core formation cultivation weren't allowed to enter the mystic lunar realm, and that was especially so as the place had been sealed. Her first thought was that the seal had been broken, but when she raised her head to check, she realized that the firmament with grains were still intact. There are some things that we didn't tell you, the disciples, previously, for fear that you would not be able to keep the secrets well. The old lady seemed to have sensed Chan Hui's confusion as she smiled and spoke warmly while caressing Chan Hui's head. This time, the Galactic Dusk sect is supporting a special fellow Taoist. With his help, we managed to enter by cheating the array formation. This is the case for the 5-generation Sky Clan as well. The only difference is that they are supporting another creature. As for this seal, it's created by both our clans. I have gained a rough understanding of the perfect foundation establishment object that you have lost. Wait for me here. I'll get it back for you. Listening to the words from her master, Chan Hui's breathing quickened as she stared incredulously with her eyes wide open. She had never imagined that the earth-changing transformations that had occurred were a result of the combined actions of her sect and the 5-generation Sky Clan. She was also well aware of how severe the consequences would be. Naturally, the sect would have an idea of it as well, as it was akin to resistance against the whole Federation. Once exposed, there was no doubt that a great war would result. However, even so, the sect still decided to partake in it. That made Chan Hui gasp in shock as she realized that the sect had great plans. The old lady didn't speak any further. She passed Chun Hui some pills and inquired about the details of the spirit chi source. After knowing that the object was a small tripod cauldron, She turned around and charged in the skies towards where Wang Baol was carrying out the foundation establishment process. She was so fast that wind and thunder roared ferociously, causing changes in the sky as loud noises spread in all directions. That attracted the attention of many cultivators. After seeing the old lady in the skies, everyone's mind buzzed as a torrent of emotions erupted in their hearts. Core formation. Gosh, how is this possible? Impossible. Someone of the core formation realm appearing in the mystic lunar realm. The seal hasn't been broken, but yet there is someone of the core formation realm here. All the cultivators within the area were trembling with shock as their breathing grew rapid. They all felt that, within the mystic lunar realm, situations that were out of what they had imagined were occurring one after another. No one knew for sure what the eventual outcome would be, and the fear and reverence in their hearts had reached an indescribable level. The old lady didn't care much about the shock experienced by the true breath realm cultivators, not even bothering to mask her speed. After all, the preparations that she had been making were almost complete. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to hide. That was why she went out in search of her own disciple. Having heard news of the perfect object, she was happy. That small tripod cauldron would be the perfect item for our Huier to begin foundation establishment. On the other hand, Wang Baol was sitting with his legs crossed in the cave. With anticipation and agitation, he was fast in the process of foundation establishment. Using an object for foundation establishment involved 2 steps. The first step was spirit integration, which involved using either sufficient fragments or perfect objects and covering them with one's own spirit energy to weaken it. That was to integrate one's spirit energy with the item before swallowing it and allowing it to sink to one's dantian. What followed after that was the second step, life foundation. Life foundation meant sharing flesh and blood with the object. It involved completely integrating with the object from within and using it to establish and build the foundation stone. Establishment meant to build, while foundation referred to the object. To a certain degree, foundation establishment was akin to having an additional organ in one's body. The purpose of the organ was to evolve and advance the cultivator's life. From there, spirit chi would no longer be a rootless energy source. Instead, it would make one's body into a whirlpool of spirit chi source. It would be equipped with the ability to absorb the heaven and earth powers and be the foundation for taking over the fortune of the firmament and the galaxy. Once that was successful, the nature of life, spells, and everything else would be significantly transformed. Soon, as Wang Baol's cultivation was activated and his spirit energy emerged to envelop the small tripod cauldron within it, he sealed his hands again and began the process of spirit integration according to the method outlined by the Tao College. Gradually, as the small tripod cauldron was enveloped in spirit energy, it turned opaque. It shimmered, turning from opaque to translucent before it was completely translucent, invisible to one's eyes. When that happened, with passion in his eyes, Wang Baol opened his mouth and sucked. Instantly, the spirit energy that he released brought along the invisible small tripod cauldron and entered his mouth at a fast speed. Instantly, Wang Baol felt like he had swallowed a block of jelly. It felt slippery, and when he swallowed, the spirit energy that had entered his mouth sank to his dantian. There, the invisible small tripod cauldron gradually regained its appearance. When it was no longer transparent, it floated endlessly in the devouring seed. It is indeed a rare perfect object suitable for foundation establishment. I've completed the first step so easily. Wang Baol was excited and agitated. From the information from Ethereal Tao College that introduced the first step, it wouldn't be an easy process to integrate 20 fragments and gather them within one's body so that they would completely fit into one another. Furthermore, there couldn't be any mistakes made during the entire process, which required nurturing and care. Failure was of lesser consequence, as the damage to one's meridians and dantian during the process would be a more dangerous life-threatening situation. That was especially so as during the entire process, one wasn't allowed to move his body. Therefore, it must take place in an extremely safe place. Wang Baol had to abide by that even though he was integrating with a perfect object. He even felt that right at that moment he shouldn't be moving unnecessarily. If not, the newly integrated small tripod cauldron within his body would be unstable, causing the spirit chi source within it to be released. His body would be like a balloon exploding directly. That was the reason why Wang Baol didn't dare make an attempt at Foundation establishment previously. It was only there that he felt safe and made use of the opportunity for Foundation establishment. He took a deep breath and maintained his body posture to stabilize the small tripod cauldron which had integrated into his dantian. He then began the second step, which was also the most crucial last step of the process. Life Foundation. If the first step had to proceed smoothly without any incidents, the second step must be even more smooth sailing. Any small turbulence would lead to failure, as the Life Foundation step involved integrating one's life, flesh, and blood with the small tripod cauldron, in order to turn it into one of his own organs. He couldn't afford to be distracted. After Wang Baol sent orders to his mosquitoes outside to patrol on their own and prevent anyone from coming near, he settled down and attempted to integrate his meridians, flesh, and blood together with the small tripod cauldron according to the method taught by the Tao College. The advantage of using a perfect object for Foundation establishment was obvious. The whole process was extremely smooth sailing. Very quickly, Wang Baol's life, flesh, and blood began to connect with the small tripod cauldron to a certain extent. After 5 minutes, the integration had reached 30%. Slowly, it became 40, 50, and 60%. As time passed and the degree of integration increased, the movement of Wang Baol's cultivation grew stronger. If others who had used the fragments for Foundation establishment were to see him, they would be immensely shocked. Wang Baol, having reached only 60% integration, was giving off a vibe so strong that it was on a level similar to that of people who have achieved complete integration using the fragments. The integration process didn't stop there. Gradually, it rose to 70–80%. As the integration occurred and Wang Baol's cultivation was boosted significantly at astonishing speed, his life, his flesh and blood, his spirit, and his everything seemed to have been evolved in the process of combining with the small tripod cauldron. At the same time, memories and scenes of ancient times seemed to have emerged from the small tripod cauldron, flooding into Wang Baol's mind. There were so many images that Wang Baol was unable to take a clear look at everything. He noticed that the image that appeared most frequently was that of a gigantic altar, with numerous blurry figures surrounding it and praying. Of those praying figures, there were so many of them whose vibes alone made Wang Baol frightened. He didn't know what level of cultivation they were at, but he had a feeling that a single look by one of them would be sufficient to destroy him thoroughly. The altar that they were praying to consisted of 3 levels. There were 4 small tripod cauldrons on the lowest level, and one of them was exactly the one that Wang Baol was integrating. On the second level was a pair of pearls, one black and one white, giving off a dark and shimmering glow respectively. The third level was a fog layer. Faces of the commoners who were extremely devout appeared from within it. It looked extremely bizarre, and it was apparent that the objects placed on the 3 levels were offerings. They were in ascending levels in terms of value, and one could see how Wang Baol was bestowed with an unusually good fate that time around. After all, it was only an offering from the first level, but it was already being revered by so many people. That made it clear that its value couldn't be described with words. The thing that the countless figures were praying and offering valuable items to could be seen in a blur from the image that appeared in Wang Baol's mind through the small tripod cauldron. It seemed to be a green lotus growing in mid-air. The instant he saw the green lotus, which was the exact same moment where the integration with the small tripod cauldron had reached 80%, Wang Baol's vibe was so strong that it had already exceeded those who had succeeded in advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. One could imagine that after he had succeeded, Wang Baol's Foundation establishment would be much more formidable than everyone else's. However, just at that point, something happened. Wang Baol's mosquitoes, which were outside his cave abode, exploded even before they could sense someone approaching. The gray-colored mosquito was more hardy but had only managed to last for a while more, just in time to send a signal to Wang Baol before it completely vaporized. Wang Baol trembled. The image of the green lotus in his mind vanished, replaced by the expressionless face of the charging old lady sent by the gray-colored mosquito. The moment the image of the old lady appeared in Wang Baol's mind, An astonishing loud noise reverberated in all directions and caused the earth to shake such that Wang Baol's small cave tumbled and was torn open from above Wang Baol's head. The wall above his head exploded open. As innumerable rocks pelted down, the old lady, carrying a ferocious vibe and a boisterous manner, looked condescendingly at him. Sudden change had occurred. Everything happened too quickly. Almost the instant all the mosquitoes, including the gray-colored one, were destroyed. A deafening roar erupted in the cave. Wang Baol, who was at a crucial juncture, having integrated 80% with the small tripod cauldron, was extremely shaken. The loud roar was like 1,000 claps of thunder exploding right into his ears. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the old lady, the Grand Supreme Elder of Galactic Dusk Sect, approaching from the opening in the wall above his head as broken rocks fell from the sky. The old lady's figure carried such an imposing force that, in Wang Baol's eyes, it was as if he was being suppressed by the combined force of heaven and earth. He was at the most crucial stage of life foundation, and he wasn't supposed to move a single bit. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so sudden that Wang Baol didn't know what to do, as everything seemed like a catastrophe, forming a hurricane in his head. The vibe given off by the old lady, coupled with the falling rocks tumbling onto Wang Baol, caused his body to tremble vigorously. As a result, the small tripod cauldron within his body was immediately destabilized. All the vibes were disordered, become chaotic from a previously perfect, well-controlled state. Any interference during the process of foundation establishment for a true breath realm cultivator was dangerous. Needless to say, that also applied to Wang Baol, whose location for seclusion was being torn apart by others. The level of danger had already far exceeded that of the Pond Cloud Rainforest and that of Kulom Basin. After all, in those two areas where he experienced danger, he was able to retaliate somehow. However, right there, in the face of a core formation cultivator, Wang Baol was so weak that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. As the spirit energy moved in a chaotic manner, with his body trembling and the small tripod cauldron shaking all over, the only thing Wang Baol experienced was a current crashing heavily within his body, similar to if he were to swallow a self-exploding bead. The deafening boom within his body and by his ears overlapped at that instance, causing him to vomit fresh blood. He was like a deflated ball, his energy and spirit severely exhausted. Enlightened, with blood filling his entire mouth, Wang Baol struggled as he tried to recite the Tao Sutra to scare the other party away. That was the only means of resistance he could think of at the crucial juncture. However, after saying the first word, his body was unable to withstand anything else. That was because right then, his cultivation was connected to the small tripod cauldron. The violent shaking and disorder of the small tripod cauldron was, to a certain extent, similar to it undergoing exorcism, such that it was impossible for Wang Baol to recite the Tao Sutra. He vomited blood again, his face turning pale white. He was about to retreat without caring about the integration process, but in that chaotic environment, his body seemed like a ceramic vase about to be torn apart. Every part of his body was painful deep down to his bones. A worm-like scum like you dares to snatch away my disciple's fate? A chilly look and a condescending, croaky voice erupted from within the cave. The old lady's lips curled into a cold smile, looking at the extremely beaten Wang Baol who had blood flowing from his mouth. She looked at him as if he was an irritating maggot. After stepping into the exploded cave, she stepped right towards Wang Baol. She raised her left hand, grabbing directly at Wang Baol's dantian. Seeing the old lady's arrival and her raised right hand, Wang Baol's eyes became bloodshot as his vision turned red. He let out a beast-like scream, but the blood that emerged instead prevented him from screaming out loud. Instead, it transformed into madness and indignation. He wanted to struggle, but all his tactics were useless against a core formation cultivator. Needless to say, in his state of madness, it was difficult for him to use his tactics. The only thing he could do was watch the old lady's right hand swiftly pressing on his tummy with the speed of thunder. Immediately, Wang Baol's tummy exploded, his flesh torn apart. The grip by the old lady perforated his stomach, exposing his intestines as he vomited fresh blood. The pain made Wang Baol go berserk, his eyes filling up with blood. The old lady reached directly into the hole she had made in Wang Baol's tummy, disregarding Wang Baol's injuries and pain. She was like a piece of unfeeling steel, grabbing the small tripod cauldron resting on Wang Baol's dantian forcefully, disregarding his mangled flesh and blood. The feeling was similar to someone grabbing hold of one of his internal organs. The feeling of one's organ being gripped tightly by a hand that went through all his other tissues transformed into an indescribable amount of pain exploding directly in Wang Baol's mind, causing him to scream painfully. "I found it, it's not too late." The old lady smiled, her smile carrying a sense of indifference. Now Wang Baol, who was trembling heavily with sweat damping his entire shirt, saw the old lady as a devil through his bloodshot eyes. He had never felt that way before, and he felt helplessness, madness, and hatred on a level that couldn't be described. Nothing could be salvaged. The old lady twisted her left hand, which was holding onto the small tripod cauldron. And at that moment, Wang Baol understood what was meant by living hell. He was helpless and had wanted to call up the Black Mask. However, under the suppressive force of the core formation cultivator, the Black Mask stayed silent and motionless. Feeling every ounce of pain, Wang Baol laughed bitterly as he attempted to activate his devouring seed. However, there was such a huge difference between his level of cultivation and that of the old lady that even if the devouring seed were to move a single bit, it would be suppressed by the old lady. Trying to retaliate? The old lady sneered, nonchalantly kicking Wang Baol. With a loud bang, a strong force flowed from the old lady directly into Wang Baol's body. Wang Baol trembled vigorously and, as he spewed blood out of his mouth, his body flew backwards as a result. The small tripod cauldron had been integrated with his body over 80%. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or his soul, they had all already been combined, forming his Tao foundation to a certain extent. As the old lady kicked him, his body tumbled backwards. Immediately, the small tripod cauldron was pulled out by the old lady, together with his flesh and spirit. From the injury on his stomach, large amounts of spirit chi and life were leaking out. When the small tripod cauldron was pulled out, one could see that strands of his meridians and flesh had already been coiled around it. As the small tripod cauldron was removed, Wang Baol's body curled backwards, his meridians broken and his flesh torn apart. Blood spewed endlessly, covering the entire area. With a loud boom, Wang Baol, who had broken the cave on impact and landed outside, could only feel his vision darkening. He felt that an unbearable cold was surrounding him, and in the darkness and cold, a sense of hatred that could destroy the heaven and earth erupted from within him. However, it was all useless. It would only be a waste of his efforts. At that moment he was convulsing. His anger, hatred, and pitiful screams had already become weak. His soul, his spirit chi, his everything, they were all weakening at an astounding speed. The immense pain in his body couldn't compare to the feeling of having someone snatch away his Tao foundation with their bare hands. Furthermore, the feeling of having one of his organs taken away made Wang Baol's life dull immediately. His Tao foundation had been snatched away. His foundation establishment process, which had been completed to 80%, was destroyed. Not only that, his dantian and all his meridians were broken by 30% under the forceful pulling of the old lady. The frightening wound on his stomach, as well as the severely damaged intestines, worsened his injuries to an extent that he would have died even if he was physically at the level of foundation establishment. However, no matter how determined he was at surviving, with his Tao foundation being snatched away and his injuries so severe, it was impossible for him to have an opportunity at foundation establishment again in his life. Since the foundation had been destroyed, his cultivation would leak at such a fast speed that he would eventually return to a commoner state and die from his injuries. Something like that had happened before during the Spirit Inception era. However, it was the first time it happened to a disciple from the 4 Tao colleges, and to someone like Wang Baol. It could easily be imagined that if the mystic lunar realm wasn't sealed, the old lady would never dare to act that way. However, now that she saw that things were moving towards completion and that there would definitely be changes to the Federation, A mere deputy pavilion head like Wang Baol was simply a small fry that she could destroy. As she held the small blood-stained tripod cauldron and felt for the spirit chi source within it, a look of approval appeared in the old lady's eyes. She was irritated by the blood on the tripod cauldron, and with a single swing, the blood on it evaporated. She put it into her arms and looked towards Wang Baol as if he was already dead. "I've heard that you have another dermic armament?" As she spoke, the old lady stepped out. Wang Baol revealed a look of helplessness and madness in his eyes, as he watched the old lady attempt to kill him and steal his dermic armament. It was said that when one was on the brink of death, he would see a light appearing in a world that was pitch black. The light was like a source of guidance, causing one's body to rise until it eventually integrated with the light. What happened after the integration, where the person would go, and whether one would still retain their consciousness. There may be people who knew the answers to those questions, but they were unable to provide the answers to those secrets. Wang Baol had already seen the light. In the pitch-black world, with the exception of the old lady's frightening face, there was only a light that had silently appeared behind her. To put it more accurately, it was several rays instead of one that had appeared suddenly. As it appeared, a strong, imposing force was emanated from within those rays. It was not very clear, but Wang Baol managed to vaguely see that the 7 or 8 rays were actually the figures of several individuals that had floated towards him. They didn't have any facial features, which made it impossible to see what they looked like. The vibe they were giving off was so much stronger than that of the moon spirit that it was incomparable. They were the strongest forms of existence within the mystic lunar realm, second only to the giant ancient corpse. The Night Immortals. The level of cultivation of each Night Immortal was similar to that of a core formation cultivator. There were even a few of them who were able to battle cultivators who had perfected core formation, especially as they all had the characteristic which made them immortal. The characteristic, to a certain extent, made them exist even more boisterously than the ancient corpse in the Federation. After all, the ancient corpse had been in a deep slumber all those years, and wouldn't awaken unless it was provoked. On the other hand, Night Immortals preferred to live in a group. Even the Federation was unclear about how many of them existed. All they knew was that there was an estimated 50 of them, spending most of their time in the regions of the moon's dark side. Even though they would also occasionally appear on the moon's visible side, it was rare. They were a huge threat. They were filled with animosity towards outsiders, and wouldn't rest once they saw them, not until they killed the outsiders. However, thankfully, they didn't have a spirit sense like core formation cultivators and had to depend on their eyes to detect everything. As long as one wasn't noticed by them, he or she could escape. That characteristic was similar to that of the eye ghoul. It seemed like Wang Baol and the old lady had been seen by the group of Night Immortals that happened to have floated in their direction. Instantly, the Night Immortals charged directly towards the old lady. The old lady, who was in the midst of kicking Wang Baol to death, was taken aback as she stopped in her attacks. Even she was afraid of the Night Immortals. It wouldn't have been so bad if there was only one Night Immortal, but now that a group of them had neared, she was stricken with fear. She knew clearly that she must definitely not be haunted by the Night Immortals, as when that happened, it would be difficult to escape, and death would definitely fall upon her. The moment the Night Immortals appeared, which was the instant the old lady paused, Wang Baol, whose eyes were filled with despair and madness and whose laborious breathing had come to a halt, suddenly stared with his eyes wide open. Even though his body was weak, he was filled with indescribable pain, and fresh blood was still flowing out from the wound on his stomach. He suddenly had strength coming from an unknown source. Perhaps the suppression from core formation had suddenly disappeared, such that he could stand up, struggling as he scurried backwards, hugging his stomach. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Escape out of that place. Escape so that he could perhaps survive. Darn it! If Chun Hui hadn't known that Wang Baol possessed a dermic armament, the old lady wouldn't have further attacked the severely injured Wang Baol, who was an insignificant person in the old lady's eyes. However, it was clear that the dermic armament was an attractive item, even to the old lady. The old lady wanted to give chase, but the group of Night Immortals suddenly picked up speed and surrounded her. That made the old lady troubled, as she could no longer go after Wang Baol. After all, the Night Immortals were comparable in cultivation to a core formation cultivator. With all of them ganging up, even someone like the old lady would be terribly beaten to a state that she could no longer spare any more effort on Wang Baol. The most important thing to her would be to ensure her safety. After several hours, the old lady left, evidently beaten to her bones. Fresh blood was flowing out from the corners of her mouth, and she looked awful as her entire body was filled with pain. In order to escape from the group attack by the Night Immortals, she had to exhaust several valuable numinous treasures to obtain an opportunity to escape and avoid their pursuit. She was about to change the direction she was heading and continue her search for Wang Baol, but roars from the Night Immortals sounded off behind her once again. She turned around, surprised as in the skies a distance away, another 4 Night Immortals had appeared, charging towards her. Shit, why are there Night Immortals again? The old lady gritted her teeth helplessly as she continued speeding away towards the visible side of the moon. A bizarre feeling overwhelmed her as she felt that the Night Immortals on the dark side of the moon seemed to be against her for some reason. However, she was still indignant towards Wang Baol's escape. She groaned and took out a jade slip, which in that case wasn't a voice transmission ring but one that could be used for voice transmission even with the array formation seal present in the mystic lunar realm. It was developed by the Galactic Dusk sect with other members of the clan, with the help of the fellow Taoists of another species. There weren't many such jade slips and were therefore not distributed to true breath realm cultivators. However, of those from the Galactic Dusk sect that had entered the mystic lunar realm, there weren't only true breath realm and core formation realm cultivators, but also large numbers of foundation establishment realm cultivators. Therefore, using the voice transmission, the old lady sent out an order, gathering foundation establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect to find and kill Wang Baol. You're unlucky. The direction you escaped is not far from the secret location in which our sect is located. The moment the old lady gave the order, the foundation establishment cultivators on the dark side of the moon immediately responded. A glow flashed across their faces, as they were all glad to take on the task given by the Grand Supreme Elder. Therefore, very quickly, the foundation establishment cultivators began to move out. They even gathered some true breath realm disciples to join them in the search. At the same time, as an ally of Galactic Dusk sect, Zhou Fei from the 5-generation Sky clan that had previously tried to pursue and kill Wang Baol remained sentimental to him as he also carried out the search. He even activated his network of friends from the Galactic Dusk sect, telling them to inform him if they met Wang Baol. As the search carried on, Zhou Fei was rejuvenated and somewhat anxious the moment he received the news. He was afraid that others would be faster than him. However, considering that he had received the news, it meant that there weren't many who were aware of the dermic armament. Therefore, without wasting time, he rushed there immediately. Gradually, a vast net filled with greed and intention to kill was cast above the dense forest of the moon's dark side. Gathering both true breath realm cultivators and foundation establishment realm cultivators, the quest to find and kill Wang Baol had begun. No one from the 4 Dao colleges and the other factions, with the exception of the 5-generation Sky clan and the Galactic Dusk sect, knew about what was going on. They were putting in their utmost effort to attack the array formation seal. After all the time spent trying to break it, it seemed to have worked. It wouldn't be long before the array formation was completely destroyed. The members from the 5-generation Sky clan and Galactic Dusk sect amongst them didn't sense anything out of place. They all put on a relatively anxious expression as they cooperated with the rest in breaking the array formation. It could be said that right then, the moon seemed to have become an invisible vortex, attracting most of the elites from the entire Federation, with the exception of the cultivators from the Martian colony. The Martian colony was one of the most important bases of the Federation. This purpose wasn't to solve the issues on the moon, and was therefore not deployed. However, the number of core formation and foundation establishment cultivators gathered on the moon was astonishing. Their movement also became the media's spotlight within the entire Federation. After all, in that era, movie stars were no longer the focal point for the masses. The cultivators were the ones who could gather all of the people's attention. That was especially so as the transformation of the mystic lunar realm roused the entire Federation. Innumerable people were keeping watch, and rumors were abundant. In Phoenix City, Wang Bao's parents were pale with shock as they watched reports of the mystic lunar realm from the news. Husband, I feel lightheaded, and my right eyelid is twitching. Bao. Wang Bao's mother's eyes were reddened, apparently from crying. As she watched the news, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably again. That child. Why did he enter Ethereal Dao College and become a cultivator? Isn't it better if he had stayed as a commoner? The tears from Wang Bao's mother became uncontrollable as she spoke. In that period of time, she seemed to have aged. Before Wang Bao left for the moon, he had ordered Lu Daobin to bring his parents the ethereal fruit for consumption. However, the anxiety she felt, and her worries for Wang Bao's well-being, still made her seem tired and old. Don't think about such nonsense. Don't you know Baol? He looks honest on the surface but is a cheeky person. When was he ever at a disadvantage? Wang Baol's father also appeared visibly aged. However, he didn't reveal his anxiety as he consoled his wife. In reality, not only was his right eyelid twitching, but an indescribable feeling also arose in his heart. It felt like he was about to lose something precious, and that caused the wrinkles on his face to deepen and grow in number. Other than the Galactic Dusk Sect and the 5-generation Sky Clan, no one knew what Wang Baol had experienced and lost in the mystic lunar realm. Naturally, no one was aware of how pitiful Wang Baol was right now. Even using the word pitiful to describe him seemed like an understatement. In reality, Wang Baol had experienced something unimaginable to most people, like a nightmare that no one could even think of. As a cultivator, especially the highly looked-upon talent amongst the Federation seedlings, Wang Baol wasn't simply a Federation seedling, but also a popular star in the military. He was even a highly regarded deputy pavilion head of the 4 Dao colleges and was considered formidable compared to his batchmates. Even though that seemed like an exaggeration, it was not far from the truth. That was evidence of Wang Baol's combat capabilities and status. However, all of that was only applicable on Earth. In the moon's mystic lunar realm, it was a different story. The array formation caused darkness to overpower brightness, with all laws thrown out of the window without any regard. The survival of the fittest was a game that was playing out there. How would a true breath realm cultivator be able to resist the attacks from a core formation cultivator? To Wang Baol, a true breath realm cultivator, the most precious foundation establishment process was destroyed single-handedly by the old lady's attack. Furthermore, Wang Baol had used a rare perfect object, the small tripod cauldron, for foundation establishment instead of his fragments. That made the feud between him and Galactic Dusk Sect deepen exponentially. However, Wang Baol was unwilling to make an oath, as he felt that making an oath represented the useless screams of a weakling. He felt that the teaching from the high officials' autobiographies made a lot of sense. His breathing was heavy as he hugged his stomach, trotting while escaping within the forest. Other than making an oath, there was no other outlet for his emotions. I am still unwilling to swear, but if I could survive, Galactic Dusk Sect. Wang Baol smiled evilly without any tinge of happiness. The hatred in his eyes was unlike before, and in that moment, he seemed to have become an entirely different person. People had to undergo different experiences in order to change. Wang Baol felt that was the way for him too. In the Pond Cloud Rainforest, he learned to kill and give his all. In Kulom Basin, he learned about unity and cooperation, and here, he learned about what it was meant to have deep-seated hatred. It was hatred that arose from someone snatching away his chance at foundation establishment, for pushing him to the brink of death, and for destroying his future. In the silence, blood flowed out from his stomach, which he had covered with his hands. He heaved heavily, supporting himself on a tree as he lowered his head to look at the wound. He could see his intestines, and if he were to release his hands, his intestines would fall out all over the ground. Perhaps all his internal organs would slide out from the wound as well. Even though he was covering the wound with his hand, the injury was so severe that Wang Baol was already feeling his body becoming increasingly weaker by the moment. The only saving grace was that he had managed to complete 80% of the foundation establishment process, even though his level of cultivation had been decreased. He no longer had the foundation establishment, but as his devouring seed was still intact, he could forcefully stabilize the previously unstable cultivation after he escaped. That slowed the rate at which his cultivation was being lowered, and even though 30% of his meridians had been broken, no one knew that Wang Bao's spirit root was 10 inches long instead of 8 inches. The remaining 70% of his meridians could forcefully activate his cultivation, allowing him to activate combat capabilities akin to the level of a foundation establishment cultivator once he stabilized after his escape. That would be scary. It was worth mentioning that Wang Bao was only 80% foundation establishment, with 30% of his meridians destroyed, and was also carrying severe injuries. Even so, the combat capabilities that he could showcase were already on the same level as a foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, it could also be said that his injuries caused his level of cultivation to fall towards the level of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Wang Bao knew clearly that as time passed, his level of cultivation would gradually fall. Could take a few hours or a few days. It would be useless even if I managed to find my mates from the 4 Dao colleges. Instead, I might even bring danger to them. My only chance of survival now is time. As long as I can sustain until the seal has been broken, until seniors from the Dao College come. Wang Bao adjusted his breathing, his face pale. He was previously bitter and felt hopeless, but since he managed to escape, the feelings of despair were transformed into a strong will to survive. The level of hopelessness he felt was transformed into the same level of desire to survive. He didn't want to die. He couldn't bear leaving his parents and his friends, and he hadn't become the president of the Federation or taken his revenge. I must hold out, heal my injuries, and find the mystic trace fog. Wang Bao lowered his head to look at his injuries, before laughing bitterly again. His wound was so large and his injuries so severe that they couldn't be treated with pills. It was a miracle that he was still alive with injuries on that scale. However, he knew that the special devouring seed helped in decreasing the harm from his injuries. The pills in his storage bracelet weren't even able to provide any form of relief. If it were to carry on, his body would fall apart even before his cultivation was lowered to the level of a common man. He would then die as he lost blood and acquired infections as his cultivation diminished. That was especially so if he met with enemies. If Wang Bao were to raise his hand that was hugging his stomach, his intestines would all flow out. Using the devouring seed to forcefully suck them in wasn't a long-term solution. In the silence, Wang Bao knew that there was probably only one way out for him. However, just as the idea popped into his head, Wang Bao raised his other hand, and a saber appeared immediately, slashing towards the trees on his right at something that wasn't visible. A level of cultivation comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator was activated and used precisely on the dermic armament. His cultivation far exceeded that of before, allowing his control of the dermic armament to become even smoother. As the saber landed, a loud boom emerged as it made a slash the length of a man's height. A black crocodile appeared roaring, landing inside the forest as it prepared to attack a true Breath Realm disciple from the Galactic Dusk sect, who carried a look of greed in his eyes. Bang! There was still a trace of greed in the disciple's eyes, but a crack began to appear between his brows as he was directly split into 2. It was not long before the 2 parts fell to the ground, blood splashing out from each of them. From the beginning to the end, Wang Bao didn't take a single look at him, and neither did he keep his dermic armament. Instead, he stabbed the saber into the ground, a look of determination appearing in his eyes as he caught his breath. He immediately took out 4 puppets. The only solution is to dismantle all these puppets, transforming them into an armor that would encompass my entire body, sealing up the wound to a certain extent. Wang Bao didn't hesitate a single bit. He knew that he shouldn't stop, but compared to advancing, the danger from his injuries was greater. Therefore, he began to dismantle the puppets with one hand. Thankfully, he was the deputy pavilion head of the Dermic Armament Pavilion and had made the puppets himself. Therefore, his knowledge of the Dermic armament and his familiarity with the puppets made him very efficient, and soon, he had completely dismantled the puppets and began carving new inscriptions to transform them with his spirit stones. The scene seemed like art created by Wang Beol. The entire scene with him using his 7th-grade dermic armament and the heated burst mystic technique surrounding him, along with mystic lunar realms forest on the moon's dark side and his injured body as the background. A dermic armament master would be touched if he were to notice Wang Beol. Soon, a set of armor appeared before Wang Beol's eyes. It was black and looked extremely vicious and cold. Its exterior was covered densely with sharp spikes that were astonishingly pointy. One could see that it was an armor prepared for war. The whole process took about an hour. The armor was like a small giant about 10 feet tall, and as it stood in front of Wang Beol, he felt a torrent of emotions. Wang Beol wasn't completely satisfied with it, but due to the circumstances he was in, it was the best he could do. He struggled to stand and, as he activated his hand seals, the 10 feet tall armor in front of him assembled on its own, breaking into numerous fragments and approaching Wang Beol as they covered him entirely. When everything was completed, the dermic armament vanished, and Wang Beol's body could no longer be seen. Instead, one could only see a figure decked in armor standing in front of the giant tree. There was a black helmet that only revealed his eyes and black armor that covered his entire body, sealing the wound on his stomach. It seemed to have replaced his skin, preventing his intestines and organs from falling out. Wang Beol finally felt the weakness that was gradually increasing ease significantly. If the weakness was coming at him like a turbulent river flow previously, it was now akin to a peaceful stream. It was also at that time, when Wang Beol stopped moving, that the 9 ordinary mosquitoes sent back an image of a figure charging at him from afar. The figure hadn't neared, but a strong vibe of Foundation establishment emanated from the figure, and could be significantly felt. Wang Beol wasn't surprised at how they could accurately locate him. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have stayed put for so long. Seeing that the person coming after him wasn't the old lady, Wang Beol fell silent as a chill flashed across his eyes. As soon as the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator came surging forward, Wang Beol raised his left hand without a word and swung his fist towards him. The punch unleashed the supernova and augmented Wang Beol's strength and power. The immense force erupted into a huge whirlpool that ripped everything apart and roared as it slammed into the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Alarm flashed across the face of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect. He had thought Wang Beol weakened and knew that their elder had destroyed his Tao Foundation. That was why he had attacked confidently. He hadn't expected the force behind Wang Beol's punch. It gave him the illusion of facing off against a cultivator of equal cultivation realm instead of one at the true breath realm. How is this possible? Didn't the elder destroy his Tao Foundation? As emotions flashed across the Galactic Dusk Sect cultivator's face, and a flicker passed his eyes, he formed rapid hand seals. A large crescent moon appeared before him and collided with the whirlpool formed by the supernova. At that very instant, as the supernova erupted from Wang Beol's left fist, his right hand rose in the air. A 7th-grade dermic armament saber appeared in his hand. With a thundering roar, it slashed at the supernova whirlpool. Die! An explosion of unprecedented proportion followed. In the earlier battle with Zhou Fei, Wang Beol's cultivation hadn't been as advanced. He had suffered a backlash from wielding the dermic armament and was unable to fully unleash its power. Things had since changed. He unleashed his full power and the remaining, damaged spirit chi inside his body without holding anything back. He was the short-lived lotus in its last moments, unfolding into its fullest blossom without regret. With a thundering roar, the black tornado rose to the skies and shook the surrounding lands. The black crocodile unleashed its true roar, which rumbled and stirred the surrounding air. It replaced the sound barrier-breaking thundering of the saber, and a sudden 100-meter-tall light erupted from Wang Beol's dermic armament saber. The saber light flashed and slashed through the supernova whirlpool, parted with the blade, allowing the latter to slice clean through it and land on the crescent moon summoned by the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Shock and alarm flashed across the cultivator's face, and he fell back hastily. The crescent moon disintegrated without putting up much of a fight. The saber light, unhindered, raced towards the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. No! The Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator let out a terrible cry. He tried to fight, pulling out numerous numinous treasures hurriedly to defend himself, but he was like an ant before an upraised boot. The overpowering slash of the saber, powered by Wang Bail's explosive life force, shattered the numinous treasures that the Galactic Dusk Sect Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator had thrown at him. It was as if the treasures had been sucked clean of all spirit energy. The brilliant saber light fell straight on the cultivator's head and slashed clean through. A thundering rumble shook the earth, and a crack appeared between the two legs of the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. It went deep into the earth and was at least 30 yards long. Wang Bail landed, his blade piercing the ground and his body folding into a half-crouch. He lifted his head, panting, then slowly stood up. Before him, the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect shuddered. His body split apart into two cleanly cleaved halves. They exploded. Blood and torn body parts flew in the air. His flesh form and spirit were both destroyed. That was the present power of Wang Bail. Despite his grievous injuries, despite having a third of his meridians ruined, despite his Tao Foundation being robbed, despite his growing weakness, he still had the ability to kill a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Wang Bail stood up. He didn't spare a glance at the dead cultivator but looked instead to his left and then his right. He raised his dermic armament and pointed at his left and his right, then turned around and ran further into the forest at top speed. As soon as he left, two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators walked out slowly from where he had pointed his dermic armament. They both had a terrible look on their faces, their expressions grave and serious. They had arrived merely a moment later than the cultivator who had just been killed. They hadn't even had the chance to rush out to his aid before the fight had ended. They had seen, with their own eyes, Wang Bail's attack. The terrible and fearsome sight was a dagger of fear driven deep into their hearts. Did he really have his Tao Foundation destroyed by the Elder? After a long moment, one of them asked, uncertainty in his words. The Elder didn't just destroy his Tao Foundation. I heard she ripped a fully intact artifact straight from his body. He was on the verge of attaining the Foundation Establishment Realm then. The other person whispered. The first person who spoke, upon hearing that, sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew very clearly what that meant. He also knew the agony that one would have suffered throughout the entire process. It was an unimaginable pain. Despite having gone through that, Wang Bail was still able to fight to such an extent. That made them realize that the young man wasn't a mere prodigy. If he had successfully achieved the Foundation Establishment Realm, his reputation would grow far greater in the Federation. He didn't reach the Foundation Establishment Realm, but still possesses the same level of combat ability. It's such a waste. The two stared at each other. A hint of greed unfurled in their eyes. There lay unspoken words between them. They were about the dermic armament in Wang Bail's possession. With their level of cultivation, they had recognized the weapon to be a dermic armament at first glance. Now, they had an even greater reason not to give up the pursuit. However, after considering Wang Bail's resilience and battle prowess, they decided unanimously to continue the hunt at a safe distance, without venturing too near. He's seriously wounded. I can feel his spirit chi weakening. When he weakens more considerably, that's when we kill him. Both had their own ideas. They continued to keep their distance while readying themselves. If Wang Bail turned around and attacked, they wouldn't engage. They would choose instead to wait it out. They weren't idiots. Regardless of how precious a dermic armament was, they knew well about Wang Bail's Foundation Establishment Realm level fighting ability. There were those who would have bravely approached head-on and fought for the dermic armament, but such people were rare and few. Even if they didn't perish in the encounter, they would, eventually, in the others that followed. The Galactic Dusk Sect, especially, was extremely focused on its self-interests and gains. It would never do anything that required self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. That was why, as more Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators appeared, After noticing the strange situation as well as the spirit chi exuding from Wang Baol, despite Wang Baol having kept his dermic armament, they also chose to follow and observe. There would always be a few brash ones, however. One Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator from the Galactic Dusk sect could no longer hold himself back. He sensed Wang Baol's weakening spirit chi and attacked immediately. The glimmering light of a blade flashed in the air instantly, and a thundering roar threatened to split the earth apart. The disembodied head of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator flew into the air as his headless body fell to the ground. The 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who had been following closely behind were driven to shock. They rediscovered a sense of self-restraint. At the same time, fierce desire burned in their eyes. They unanimously decided to keep news of the situation to themselves instead of reporting back to the core formation realm elder. They continued tracking Wang Baol while waiting for the opportune moment. Wang Baol knew what the people following him were up to. His eyes flashed, and he ignored them. The current situation was actually to his advantage. In fact, he had revealed his dermic armament not just to inspire fear but also to use the cultivator's greed and lust for the dermic armament to his advantage. They would not as easily report his whereabouts to the core formation realm cultivator. They had their own schemes and naturally so did Wang Baol. At the same time, the delay tactic suited Wang Baol's plans. As he moved forward, he went towards low-lying lands in search of the mystic trace fog. Wang Baol knew that he was weakening at an alarming rate. If he could locate the mystic trace fog before he weakened to the extent that they were moved to attack, he would be able to buy himself some more time. If he failed to do so, Wang Baol fell silent then. He no longer knew where he was precisely. Based on his calculations, though, he knew that even though he was currently not in the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon, he was approaching the restricted zone that the college had spoken of and that he was not to enter at all costs. I hope I can find it. Wang Baol inhaled deeply. He could sense himself weakening. He was about to continue his search when suddenly, from the left, a figure raced towards them at an alarming speed. He seemed to be in great anxiety. As he approached, he drew not only Wang Baol's attention but that of the 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators behind Wang Baol as well. They turned their eyes on him. They soon saw the approaching person clearly. It was Zhou Fei of the 5-generation Sky Clan. As soon as he appeared, Zhou Fei said abruptly, "Stop waiting around, everyone. He has found a way to locate the mystic trace fog. If we don't do anything soon, he'll find the mystic trace fog and teleport himself away. That was how he escaped from me the last time." As soon as Zhou Fei said that, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect froze, and the expressions on their faces shifted. Wang Baol frowned. He sighed softly, inwardly, and leveled a frosty glare at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei, with greed in his eyes, initiated an attack and raced towards Wang Baol. Zhou Fei's words instantly exposed Wang Baol's delay tactic. The latter's plan failed as soon as Zhou Fei appeared. At that moment, Wang Baol could clearly feel the difference between a true breath realm cultivator and a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Compared to a true breath realm cultivator, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would have lived through numerous fights to the death as well as contests for resources. That was how they had emerged from the faceless crowd of true breath realm cultivators to form the central forces of the Federation. Such survivors would have honed their mind after undergoing many hardships as well as events that broadened their horizons. Their mental resilience surpassed that of a true breath realm cultivator. Their decisiveness, as soon as they made up their minds, was something a true breath realm cultivator couldn't compare to. Once their minds were made up, they weren't easily swayed. The level of their craftiness was also greater than that of a true breath realm cultivator. Wang Baol couldn't spare a moment more for thought. His eyes flashed. As soon as Zhou Fei approached, he raised his right hand and summoned his 7th-grade dermic armament saber in his hand, slashing it at Zhou Fei. He knew clearly that Zhou Fei held an understanding of his dermic armament that was far greater than anyone else there. Since he dared to appear out in the open, he must have a certain degree of confidence in his chances. If Wang Baol had still maintained the level of strength and power that had allowed him to cleave a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator into two, he might not have been too bothered. However, he clearly sensed the weakening of his cultivation. It had dropped by 3/10. His current level of cultivation was a mere 7/10 of his full cultivation. The only option left to him was to kill Zhou Fei quickly. His death would serve to terrorize the others. Even if they were aware of his plans, they would move with greater caution and give him more time to seek out the mystic trace fog. Wang Baol placed his full strength behind the attack. The tornado expanded outwards, and the black crocodile roared and lashed out in all directions. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. His entire person sprang upward suddenly, like the long arc of a rainbow, surging behind the arc of his blade light towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei sneered as he watched Wang Baol attack, his hands swiftly forming hand seals. A large mirror, which seemed to be crafted from spirit stones, appeared before him. It started giving off a bright, blinding light as soon as it appeared. It was something Zhou Fei had borrowed from someone in order to suppress Wang Baol's dermic armament. As he formed the hand seals and the mirror appeared, the blinding light of the saber came rushing towards him. Both the light from the mirror and the saber met. Everything seemed to happen at the same time. Amidst a deafening explosion, the twin lights collided. The mirror shattered with an explosion. As it cracked and shattered into pieces, an ethereal hand reached out from within the shattering mirror and stretched towards the approaching Wang Baol, pointed at him. An immense energy silently unfurled in the air. It formed a binding force that cast itself over Wang Baol, who suddenly felt the sensation of sinking deep into water. He felt as if his whole body had been suddenly and tightly bound. He froze in his steps, his movements slowing down considerably. It was as if he had frozen on the spot, unable to move and unable to fight back. The surrounding Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators witnessed the sight before them, and their eyes glimmered. They were about to dash out when Zhou Fei, with a loud burst of laughter, his spirits energized, raised his right hand and grabbed towards Wang Baol's dermic armament. The surrounding cultivators' breathing and pace quickened as Zhou Fei was about to wrap his fingers around the dermic armament. However, as Wang Baol lay bound and helpless, suddenly, an icy glint flickered in the eyes hidden behind his helmet. His devouring seed had been focused on keeping his injuries under control. His black lightning and the power of the purple sea hidden in his eye had also sunk into slumber after the events in the Coulomb Basin, without signs of awakening. They hadn't emerged even when the old woman had struck. That didn't mean that Wang Baol had no way of activating them, however. As the fierce light in his eyes flashed, the black armor he was wearing started emitting a black light. A series of cracking, metallic sounds rang out. The exterior of Wang Baol's armor started caving inwards, and in the middle of each dent lay a self-exploding bead. They shot out into the air instantly. More than 100 self-exploding beads scattered outwards from Wang Baol's armor and exploded instantly. Explosions resounded in the air, sending tremors through the ground. They were like a sudden boiling thunderstorm, their immense force sending shockwaves across the land, shaking the earth around Wang Baol, tearing the grass and leaves, and uprooting whole trees. The binding power that had trapped Wang Baol within its grasp was blown apart instantly. Zhou Fei was alarmed. He retreated hastily, but it was too late. The icy glimmer in Wang Baol's eyes transformed into a murderous glint. He eyed the approaching Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and started chanting inwardly. Enlightened, he echoed the words in his heart, and remarkable spirit energy exploded from his person. The heavens boiled, and amongst the distant stars, afar away, ancient beings seemed to be awakening. It had its gaze on them. The oppressive weight of the gaze sent shivers through the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who had been closing in. What is this aura? My God! This is... The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect fell back in unison, but Wang Baol paid them little attention. As he muttered the scripture, he dashed forward in a sudden burst of speed and arrived before the retreating Zhou Fei. with murder in his eyes and a rage that he had been suppressing all along. He slashed towards him. The sudden sweep of the blade almost drove Zhou Fei's spirits out from his body in terror. He did his best to counter it, but to no avail. As the blade fell, amidst a loud thunder, Zhou Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and let out an agonizing cry. His body fell, like a kite cut from its string, to the ground. His chest was a bloodied mess. Even though the actual injury wasn't visible, it was clear that he had been wounded severely. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He stared at Zhou Fei, who was on the verge of passing out. The latter had fallen near where the other Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators stood. That couldn't have been a coincidence. He chose not to follow through with a killing blow and instead turned and fled into the forest. Stop him. He's trying to find the mystic trace fog. What frightened you earlier was the aura from the dermic armament. Zhou Fei struggled to speak. He spat out another mouthful of blood and passed out. The others treated his words with equal doubt and belief. However, there was something he said that they clearly believed, and that was the reason for Wang Bail's fleeing. It was something they hadn't expected. However, it held a hint of truth and possibility to it. Their eyes flashed as Wang Bail raced further away. The earlier terrifying spirit energy wasn't enough to deter them from continuing their pursuit. Instantly, 7 to 8 6th-grade numinous treasures as well as a dozen spells erupted from the cultivator's hands, heading straight for Wang Bail. The color drained from Wang Bail's face. He wanted to put on a strong front that would continue to strike fear in his pursuers' hearts. The mind was willing, but the flesh was weak. He could only spare a sweep of his right hand as he fled. He put all he had behind the attack, but his weakening cultivation and the severity of his injuries made it impossible for him to stop the full onslaught. 2 numinous treasure-grade flying swords pierced clean through his left arm and shoulder. Wang Bail staggered from the blow. Inside his helmet, blood started flowing heavily from his lips. He continued escaping hurriedly, and the thought of casting the dermic armament aside to lure the group away even flashed across his mind. Doing so, however, wouldn't change the situation drastically. With the dermic armament in his hands, he would be pursued relentlessly by the crowd. Without it, the situation wouldn't change. It might even have adverse consequences. His weakened state was immediately exposed. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators pursuing him had excited glimmers in their eyes. They dashed forward in a burst of sudden speed, in fierce pursuit. The fire in their eyes burned brightly. It was the chance they had been waiting for. A cacophony of noises exploded within the forest. Wang Bail fought as he retreated. Spell after spell, and numinous treasure after numinous treasure flew at him from all directions. A few Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators skilled at sudden, swift attacks drew near and ambushed him from time to time. If the 8 to 9 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators had combined their efforts and made a unified attack, they would have instantly killed the rapidly weakening Wang Bail. Unfortunately, they were all lusting after the dermic armament for their own and guarding against one another. They were also wary against any sudden counterattacks from Wang Bail right before he died. Each of them had their own ideas and schemes and hence held back. They continued to engage in a long-drawn battle with Wang Bail to wear him down. Wang Bail's condition worsened. Amidst another explosion and the cleave of Wang Bail's saber, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator had his hand chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Wang Bail's stomach was pierced through by a flying sword that had sneaked up on him. It pierced through the existing raw wound on his stomach, making even the devouring seed stutter in its churning. Wang Bail shuddered, and blood spilled from his mouth. He could no longer suppress the full extent of his injuries, and they erupted. His cultivation drained away like the sudden rushing away of flood waters. His eyes reddened as a deadly calm took over him. He was like a silent lone wolf, charging straight into one of his foes and slamming him right in his forehead. The latter was knocked aside while Wang Bail fell back hastily as well, panting. His hands shook, and black spots danced in his vision. The violent aura exuding from Wang Bail grew more intense. He continued to flee from the group of cultivators' pursuit, unknowingly approaching the deeper regions of the dark side of the moon, the most restricted zone of all restricted zones, the center of where the mysterious ancient corpse, the night immortal king, slept. The roots intertwined on the ground like a thick blanket and were crimson in color. With a single glance, one would be able to recognize the place as the restricted zone highlighted in the materials distributed by all of the political forces. That was because anyone who entered that place would be faced with inevitable death. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators who had been pursuing Wang Baol, upon realizing where they had been led, were shocked. A few of them stopped in their tracks, their breathing stilled. He's not looking for the mystic trace fog. He's trying to lure us to the land of the slumbering night immortal king. As soon as the words were out and they realized where they were, the expressions on the Foundation establishment realm cultivators' faces changed. They froze in their steps, becoming wary and uncertain. To the Galactic Dusk sect, the domain meant death to all who hadn't reached the core formation realm. They weren't typically that brash or slow to realization, but their single-minded focus on pursuing Wang Baol while having to keep their guards up against one another proved distracting. They had also been so sure, after what Zhou Fei had said, that what Wang Baol was searching for was the mystic trace fog. Everything culminated in their late realization that they had actually approached the vicinity of the restricted zone. Wang Baol saw his pursuers stop in their tracks. He panted heavily. Blood was seeping out from the armor on his stomach. His vision had darkened, and everything was a spinning blur in his eyes. He leaned against a big tree and stared at the cultivators. "Come on. Not coming after me, your grandpa Wang, anymore." Frustration swelled in Wang Baol. He ripped off his helmet, exposing his death-pale face. Blood stained his lips and colored his eyes. His smile was grim and fearless, and he had a faint crazed, murderous aura around him as he stared at his pursuers. "Don't you have your eyes on your granddaddy's dermic armament? It's here. Come and take it." Wang Baol's legs felt like jelly. There was mockery in his smile, his words taunting. His vision was blurred and blood dripped into his eyes, coloring his vision red. And that one, the guy from the 5-generation Sky Clan, the one who did a pretty good job at faking his death. You can come out too. Hiding and following behind them without their notice is one thing. But do you think you can hide from your granddaddy? Wang Baol felt a chill come over him. It wasn't merely his cultivation that had weakened. His vitality was draining from his body rapidly as well. He struggled to lift his head as he stared into the distance. As soon as he said that, a few of the Galactic Dusk sect cultivators turned their heads in surprise, though some remained unfazed as if they had known all along. Zhou Fei emerged from the forest under the eyes of those who had turned their heads around. One step after another, his transparent form slowly solidified and became visible. He had clearly used the same ambush technique that he had used in his earlier pursuit of Wang Baol to conceal himself. He had been prepared for the injuries that he would sustain as well. They seemed serious but were, in reality, still within the limits of his tolerance. He had intended to be the Oriole preying on the unaware, hunting mantises, planning to wait for the cultivators to kill Wang Baol and strike as they fought amongst themselves for the dermic armament. Wang Baol, you're at the end of your rope. Hand over the dermic armament and end your own life. I believe the other fellow Taoists will find that acceptable, Zhou Fei said slowly. He remained on high alert as he eyed his surroundings. He had previously realized that they had approached the edge of the restricted zone, but his greed was too great, so he didn't give the others a heads up. He, though, had raised his guard. "A bunch of trash. You want the dermic armament? Come and get it. Don't worry. Before your granddaddy Wang dies, I'll make sure to get a few of you as well. It all depends on who amongst you are the unlucky ones. As for the rest, you'll get to find out if the restricted zone is as scary as the legends say." Wang Baol glanced at Zhou Fei contemptuously, and his eyes swept across the rest. His right hand pressed heavily into the large tree and, using the force of that push, he retreated suddenly. He stepped straight into the area where the red plants grew, right into the restricted zone on the dark side of the moon. He seemed to hear a sigh as he took a step into the restricted zone. With the world blurring before his eyes, he didn't spare it further thought. He simply struggled to make his way forward. Every step sent agony snaking through his entire body. The world was a blur in his eyes, and his body grew weaker and colder. The weakness and cold were like waves sweeping over him, threatening to drag him under. The wound on his stomach could no longer be held together. Blood slowly dripped from the open wound, and his intestines started to slip out. He tried his best to hold them in with his hands. His armor had been damaged and ruined in multiple places, a few spots being ripped apart and others dented. Where he passed, he left a trail of blood in his wake. It seeped into and merged with the blood-colored plants, creating a gruesome sight. Behind him, silence fell over the Foundation establishment realm cultivators. They stared at Wang Baol, whose tenacity had exceeded their wildest imagination. They might have harbored their own individual schemes and mistrust towards one another, and their uncoordinated efforts might have lacked unity, but they could recognize, to a certain degree, that Wang Baol himself possessed certain extraordinary qualities that allowed him to survive for so long. They asked themselves whether, in his place, they would have done as well. They might have discarded the dermic armament much earlier in the pursuit as a gambit to save themselves. But they knew, deep in their hearts, that if Wang Baol had abandoned the dermic armament, they would have fought for it, but they would also have killed Wang Baol in a shorter time. His death would be swift. They wouldn't have let him escape. After all, the reward from the Elder's mission didn't include the dermic armament. The only way to receive the reward was to kill Wang Baol. That was why, even though Wang Baol's head wasn't worth as much as the dermic armament, it was still enough to make them kill him. However, Wang Baol never discarded the dermic armament. That left them speechless. They knew that he had come to some kind of realization. That he had been able to retain such mental clarity in such a critical situation was what had made them most wary of and cautious towards him. If the kid had joined us Galactic Dusk Sect, he would likely be even more powerful now. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk Sect, after the prolonged hunt, came to a unanimous conclusion. They couldn't bear to leave, not even with the restricted zone in front of them. They watched as Wang Baol entered with the dermic armament. Be it Zhou Fei or the others, they couldn't control the quickening of their breathing. An internal struggle took place within their hearts. Then, a glimmer, filled with vicious determination and an intention to take up the gamble, shone in their eyes. Just as they prepared to make a gambit, suddenly, soft sobbing rose around them. The faint cries echoed in the air, sorrowful and unearthly. As the sounds resonated, a pale mist started to rise around them. It was not the mystic trace fog but a pale, thin mist. In the mist, blurry, indistinct silhouettes gradually appeared. It was a group of moon spirits, not 3 to 5 or even a dozen, but a whole group of them, in mid-air. In the mist, night immortals began to appear as well. Similarly, not just 3 to 5 of them, but a whole crowd of them. They appeared silently and hovered around like guards, standing watch over the restricted zone. They drifted with the spreading mist around the crimson area in the restricted zone. The mist swallowed Wang Baol in its midst and hid him from the other cultivators' sight. White noise exploded in their heads, and all of them, including Zhou Fei, retreated hastily without hesitation. Their hearts beat rapidly while their muscles twitched in alarm and terror. They reluctantly cast aside all thoughts for Wang Baol and instead tried their best to escape as quickly as possible from the area. Fortunately, the swarm of moon spirits and night immortals seemed to be focused only on guarding the restricted zone. They didn't pursue the cultivators, allowing the latter to escape with their lives intact. The cultivators turned around and stared in the direction of the restricted zone, falling silent. Sighing inwardly and with their hearts heavy, they went their own separate ways. Some left while others chose to linger around and wait for the mist to dissipate. They wanted to see if they might get a chance to retrieve Wang Baol's dead body. They no longer considered the possibility of Wang Baol's survival. The appearance of the mist and Wang Baol being trapped amongst the night immortals and moon spirits pointed to his inescapable death. Defying all odds, Wang Baol didn't die. As the mist rose and blanketed everything, Wang Baol turned around. He gazed past the mist at the people who had been hunting him and grinned widely. He turned back. His consciousness was growing hazy, and his body was beyond exhausted. He continued walking without conscious thought. As he was about to stumble and fall, the black mask flew away from him and floated above his head. Wang Baol had lost consciousness by then. He didn't see the soft glow radiating from the black mask. The light drifted to his side and gradually formed a faint glowing figure. It was a woman of unprecedented beauty, dressed in white, her long hair adrift in the air. She held on to Wang Baol. Even though her form seemed illusory, a strange power seemed to allow her to support his body and prevent him from falling over. She led him forward. They treaded on mist as they ventured deeper into the restricted zone. The number of moon spirits and night immortals grew as they went further in. The Federation would be alarmed at their numbers, as it far exceeded their estimation. What was bizarre was how the countless moon spirits and night immortals, upon seeing the woman, parted and made a path for her. It was as if a supreme ruler had returned. The moon spirits and night immortals didn't simply make way for her. They knelt and bowed down before her on both sides of the path. They watched as the little Missy supported the unconscious Wang Baol and led him deeper into the mist, to a place where no one had ventured before. There lay a vast crater. The illusory form of little Missy led the unconscious Wang Baol into the depths of the crater. The mist was thinner here, and unable to conceal the full sight before them. It was a vast, round cavern that stretched for thousands of yards. Unless one was perched atop an elevated spot, try as they might, they wouldn't be able to see the end of the cavern. What was visible within the expansive cavern was the thousands of figures on the ground, laid out in circles, kneeling forward in a bow. They didn't move a single inch. Their attires were different from those of people on Earth and clearly from a more ancient time. If there had been a specialist from the Federation well-versed in the study of the ancient green bronze sword, he would immediately recognize them to be ancient sword cultivators. In the crowd were both men and women, old and young. All of them were kneeling forward in a deep bow. They had long passed, but the bodies they had left behind retained the last expression on their faces before they died. It was as if they had shut their eyes in devoted prayer, or perhaps in an attempt to summon something just before their death. In a single glance, one would see rings upon rings of cultivators filling the entire cavern. In the center of the rings was a towering altar. The altar stood 300 meters tall and had 3 tiers. If Wang Baol were awake, he would find the altar familiar. It was the exact same altar that he had seen during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. Even the lowest first tier and its 4 corners upon which the small tripod cauldron sat were exactly the same. However, there were only 2 small tripod cauldrons on the altar, and they were both broken. No spirit chi emanated from them. The other 2 cauldrons had somehow been taken away, perhaps shot out from the crater or through some other means and for some other reason. One of those was undoubtedly the one Wang Baol had fused with. Some of the beads on the 2nd tier and the mist on the 3rd tier were also either absent or broken and left without spirit chi. They were all unimportant though. What was most important was the mist that hovered above the altar in midair. It exuded an astounding vitality, and within the mist was the indistinct form of a green lotus. The green lotus was partially shriveled up. Despite that, when it swayed gently in the breeze, it radiated a green light that emanated spirit energy which seemed to have surpassed certain limits. It sat within the green glow, contained. However, looking at the green lotus, one was faced with a vision of a thundering spirit chi hurricane that rose to the heavens. In comparison, the small tripod cauldron that Wang Baol had gotten his hands on previously was like a pale pinprick of a star hanging in the same sky as the bright luminous moon. The light exuding from both heavenly objects weren't of the same class. The vitality in the mist had clearly originated from within the green lotus. The intensity of the vitality could blanket the entire mystic lunar realm if unleashed. The green lotus sat in the mist. Felt like something that didn't belong to this world. The mere sight of it would shake one to their core, like a violent hurricane sweeping away one's spirit and soul. It was something that had been worshipped by tens of thousands of ancient cultivators and had received tribute in the form of numerous small tripod cauldrons and other even rarer items. That itself was a sign of its immense power. It was as if it were the embodiment of legends, the embodiment of myths, the embodiment of hope and endless possibility. One might even say that its power didn't affect only the cultivators on Earth. Those who hailed from other civilizations and practiced the art of cultivation, regardless of their cultivation realm, would, upon seeing the green lotus, go mad with longing for it. Waves of lust would rise roaring in their hearts. It was as if the green lotus reigned supreme and was one of the many mysterious life-transforming powers in the universe. The cultivators here might have been people who had landed on the moon after the ancient green-bronze sword shattered. Before they died, they had carried out a grand sacrificial ceremony and attempted to summon the green lotus. They had succeeded, but for some reason had still fallen. Or perhaps the green lotus had been a sacred object that had belonged to their clan and had been something they had used their lives to protect. With the support of little Missy, the unconscious Wang Baol was brought here. She placed him at one side, lifted her head, and stared at the green lotus in the mist. The soft glow of memory seemed to glimmer in her eyes. She appeared to be immersed in happy memories. After a long, long time, she lifted her right hand and pointed. Suddenly, the green lotus in the mist shuddered. It slowly flew out from the mist and dashed towards little Missy. It stopped, finally, in midair before her. A large part of it might have already shriveled up, but it still exuded an alarming and intense vitality. The life force surged forward. It seemed to contain within itself a spirit chi that had been compressed to the extreme. The spirit chi was bubbling with life. The young, healthy shoots were a vibrant jade green that surpassed all earthly beauty. One glance at it was enough to drive one crazy for it, enough to summon an instinctive want to possess the green lotus. "Count yourself lucky meeting me?" Little Missy lowered her head. It was unclear whether her words were directed at Wang Baol or the green lotus. She seemed reluctant, unwilling, yet exasperated. She waved her right hand and pressed the green lotus directly onto Wang Baol's dantian. Upon contact, the green lotus instantly melted into Wang Baol's body. It disappeared, then reappeared inside Wang Baol's body, within the severely injured dantian that was on the verge of collapse. Upon its fusion, an indescribable life force erupted within Wang Baol's body. It was as if an earth-shattering, heaven-moving transformation was about to unfold within Wang Baol at that moment. The life force was so overwhelming that it healed the wound on Wang Baol's stomach almost instantly. Within the blink of an eye, it repaired the ruined meridians in his body, and even his flesh wounds and damaged organs were all instantly healed. This wasn't the full extent of the astounding transformation. After repairing Wang Baol's injured body, the green lotus sank its roots deep in and surged towards the devouring seed. The devouring seed showed its first signs of submission. It allowed the green lotus to sink its roots deep inside it. The two fused into one, and the devouring seed appeared to take the place of the mist that had formerly enveloped the green lotus. After becoming a part of the green lotus, the devouring seed also became its source of sustenance. It was then that the signs of shriveling on the green lotus faded away. It no longer appeared to be a rootless form. It now had a foundation, and roots from which it could sustain itself and grow. The spirit chi within it erupted at that moment. As it transformed Wang Baol's body, it began to build a foundation establishment core. With the small tripod cauldron stolen and his Tao foundations ruined, it shouldn't have been possible for Wang Baol to achieve the foundation establishment realm again in his lifetime. But now, the tides had turned. As spirit chi continued to erupt in his body, a thunderous boom rumbled inside him. The green lotus took the place of the small tripod cauldron and started to meld with Wang Baol's flesh form. The speed of the fusion was quicker than the previous fusion with the small tripod cauldron. In the span of a dozen breaths, a tenth of the lotus had melded with Wang Baol. Spirit chi erupted from his body, rumbling outwards. The mere 1/10 exceeded his previous 80% fusion with the small tripod cauldron. Such luck was inconceivable and utterly incredible. As spirit chi continued to erupt from Wang Bao's body, the fusion progressed to 20%, then 30%. The spirit chi inside Wang Bao's body increased at a crazy, exponential rate. When the fusion was complete at 100%, an earth-shattering transformation took place inside Wang Bao. An overpowering foundation establishment core formed inside him. After fusing with Wang Bao and becoming his foundation establishment core, the overpowering green lotus seemed to view the other presences inside Wang Bao's body with disdain. It swayed, causing a shudder to travel through Wang Bao. The purple sea in his eye appeared, trembling, and the black lightning resting in his meridians was also startled awake. Unable to withstand the overwhelming presence of the green lotus and left with nowhere to go, the purple sea burrowed its way into the scabbard inside Wang Bao and transformed into the 11th mosquito. The black lightning bolt, after a slight pause, chose to compromise as well and snaked inside the scabbard, turning into the 12th mosquito. After cleaning up the mess inside Wang Bao's body, the green lotus was finally satisfied. It slowly sank into the devouring seed and began the last step to the foundation establishment realm, one that no one had ever carried out before. Elevation. Rumbling continued to erupt inside Wang Bao's body. The act of elevation was one of distilling Wang Bao's current cultivation and enhancing its quality, and in doing so, transform him. After the green lotus fused with Wang Bao's flesh form and become another organ inside his body, it had also spread its roots throughout Wang Bao's body. Wang Bao's muscles, bones, and meridians underwent a rapid transformation akin to an evolution. As time passed, his spirit chi grew stronger and had long since surpassed his original levels. His Tao foundation, under the evolution of his physical form and cultivation, also gradually met the green lotus expectations and transformed into one of the rarest forms of Tao foundation. His foundation establishment core was no longer a mere creation from fusion. It was one that was famed throughout the cultivation civilizations in the entire universe. The invincible, supreme green lotus foundation establishment core. Time passed seemingly fast and slow at the same time. Wang Bao didn't know how much time had gone by, but when he came to, little Missy had vanished. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the ceiling of the cavern. Wang Bao seemed lost for a moment before his pupils contracted, and he sat up suddenly and inspected his surroundings cautiously. He widened his eyes at the sight before him, shock flooding his mind. Wang Bao was stunned. His breathing stilled as he observed the majestic scene before him. The sight of the tens of thousands of ancient cultivators' corpses and the three-tiered altar they had been worshipping sent a flood of emotions surging through him. The altar, especially, and the items placed on the altar, inspired in him an indistinct feeling of surreality. He had immediately recognized the altar. It was the one which had appeared in the scenes that flashed across his mind during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. How did I end up here? There was confusion in Wang Bao's eyes. He couldn't recall anything that happened after he entered the restricted zone to escape from his pursuers. He remembered distinctly that he had been at the end of his rope then. His vitality had been a faint, weak flame that had been on the verge of being extinguished any moment. He had felt death looming close over him. It had felt inevitable. His small tripod cauldron had been robbed from him, the foundations of his Tao destroyed, and he had been injured grievously. He had then been forced to flee from the countless foundation establishment realm cultivators after his life. It didn't matter how many he had taken down. His death had seemed inevitable. His memories halted at the point when he entered the restricted zone. Then he seemed to have fallen into a long, deep slumber. After he had woken up, he found himself here. In his loss and confusion, Wang Bao took in a deep breath and looked down at his chest and the black mask that had appeared there without his knowledge. As he fell silent, he could feel the changes. His injuries had been healed, and there was a certain strength brimming within him that hadn't been there before. Upon that discovery, Wang Bao started shivering, and his eyes shone with incredulity. He started inspecting his body and soon fell into a dazed shock. It was as if he had just been struck by lightning. He saw, within himself, the ruined foundations of his cultivation completely rebuilt. His meridians were completely healed, and where his dantian lay, in the emptiness that had formed after the small tripod cauldron had been ripped out by the old woman, was a green lotus. The green lotus was the size of his palm. As it swayed, it radiated tremendous vitality and spirit chi which flooded Wang Baol's entire body. Wang Baol's breath froze instantly. At that moment, he was caught in an illusion of utter invincibility, as if he had the power to pluck the sun, the moon, and the stars from the heavens. He knew what he was feeling wasn't real, but he could still clearly and distinctly feel that the spirit chi in his body surpassed his earlier small tripod-grade foundation establishment realm cultivation by more than tenfold. It was like a miracle. Wang Baol felt as if he was in a dream. He found the green lotus familiar. It seemed to be the same lotus that was being worshipped by the small tripod cauldron and other beings in the scenes that had flashed within his mind during his fusion with the small tripod cauldron. There was no need and no basis for a comparison. He knew that if the green lotus within his body was indeed the lotus he had seen in his mind, then the lotus and the small tripod cauldron were clearly in different leagues. How did it appear inside me? Wang Baol was brimming with excitement and agitation. He hadn't simply regained what had been lost to him. He had, after losing something precious, found something even more valuable and priceless. That feeling was beyond what words could describe. His heart started beating fiercely. He inspected his body and surveyed his surroundings. Finally, his eyes landed on the black mask. Somehow, Wang Baol felt that he had perhaps found his answer. "You're the one who saved me, right, little missy?" Wang Baol asked softly. He picked the black mask up, but it didn't respond. After a long while, Wang Baol stood up, placed the mask before him, and with great gravity, gave it a deep bow. "Little missy, you saved my life. I, Wang Baol, will never forget this." The black mask glimmered faintly, like a reply to Wang Baol's deep bow of gratitude. Wang Baol stared at the black mask's response until it faded away and silence reigned again. He carefully kept the mask, then lifted his head. He could feel the immense vitality and spirit chi emanating from the green lotus that had melded with the devouring seed in his dantian. He could feel the spirit chi of a foundation establishment realm, and the waves of spirit energy that were much more powerful and terrifying than before. An intense murderous intent suddenly erupted inside Wang Baol. His eyes narrowed, and within them flashed a cold, terrifying glimmer. "Galactic Dusk Sect, 5th-generation Sky Clan. Since I, Wang Baol, am not dead, the grudge I have against you is due for settlement." His soft, murmuring words were laced with ice. They echoed faintly in the cavern. Wang Baol tried activating the green lotus in his dantian. He wanted to know the degree it had changed him since he had used it to attain the foundation establishment realm. The thought surfaced and seemed to fuse with the green lotus, but as the latter was about to stir, suddenly, the earth rumbled and quaked. An immense, remarkable aura suddenly surged from the depths of the land, terrifying even Wang Baol. The aura was so potent that its momentary release was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Every living thing that existed within the mystic lunar realm was shaken to the core of their souls. Wang Baol could sense that the owner of the spirit chi was deep in slumber, and that the sudden burst of spirit energy seemed to signal its awakening. The night immortal king? Wang Baol instinctively withdrew his consciousness, which was in the midst of sinking into the green lotus. As soon as he withdrew it, the immense spirit energy disappeared. All prior signs of its awakening vanished, and the night immortal king continued its deep slumber. Doubts rose within Wang Baol. He was guessing that within the mystic lunar realm, the only being that could give off such remarkable spirit energy must be the terrifying ancient giant corpse deep in slumber. He didn't try to test his theory further. However, he could sense that, somehow, the green lotus inside his body and the ancient corpse were related. Wang Baol fell silent. He was uncertain of what the awakening of the ancient corpse due to him activating the green lotus would bring. He wasn't confident that he could wield and control the corpse successfully if it truly woke up. The uncertainties made him set the idea of awakening the corpse aside. He lifted his head and looked towards the exit to the cavern. He leaped out and saw, immediately, in the thin mist outside, the silhouettes of moon spirits and night immortals. The moon spirits and night immortals, upon seeing Wang Baol, lowered their heads as if in a bow. Wang Baol froze at the sight. His eyes flashed. He tried to exert control over the creatures, but after a few attempts, he realized that even though the moon spirits and night immortals bowed to him, they weren't receptive to his commands. Wang Baol silently observed the mist around him. He could sense that the mist was different from the mystic trace fog. However, it seemed to share the same essence. There even seemed to be wisps of mystic trace fog appearing within it from time to time. He withdrew his gaze and lifted his head towards a point in the distance. That must be where he had come from. He could barely suppress the icy glint in his eyes. He had killed few in his short life. His experience in the mystic lunar realm had been a memorable one. The sense of helplessness he had felt, the grievances he had suffered, how he had been forced to the brink of death. All these incited an uncontrollable rage that surged in Wang Baol's mind. A murderous want, eager to be unleashed, boiled within him. If he didn't let it loose, he would go mad. Based on his assessments, the Green Lotus was definitely an extremely powerful object. However, regardless of how overwhelming its power was, he was still merely at the Foundation establishment realm. He needed time to become more powerful. It still wasn't within his means to fight a core formation realm cultivator. As the chasm separating cultivation realms grew wider the further one progressed. Wang Baol didn't lose his reason because of his Green Lotus Foundation establishment realm. He pondered, then turned and eyed the mist around him, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. I've studied the mystic trace beads for quite some time. There are still a few steps I haven't tested. If I succeed, there will be no one in the mystic lunar realm who can stop me from taking my revenge. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and suppressed his vengeful fury. He walked towards the fog and flipped his right hand over, revealing a handful of beads. Then, he continued his research of the mystic trace fog. A Foundation establishment realm cultivation didn't only give Wang Baol enhanced fighting abilities, but also augmented his mind. He became more adept in his control and craft of inscriptions and dermic armaments. There was also an abundance of mystic trace fog in this place. In addition, Wang Baol discovered that with the Green Lotus inside him, he was no longer affected by the mystic trace fog. His research progressed swiftly and extensively. Days later, Wang Baol successfully refined the mystic trace bead and walked out from the restricted zone. Battle thirst erupted from his person, murderous intent rising to the skies. I've returned. On the bloodied grass patch in the restricted zone, Wang Baol's figure emerged. He had already changed his top, and the armor made from the fragments from the puppets had been removed from his body. He was just wearing a simple ethereal Dao College Taoist robe. His slightly rotund body had significantly slimmed down after experiencing the ordeals, and even his face looked more chiseled than before. That was especially so as a look of peace was exuded from his eyes. It was like the calm night sky before a storm. It seemed deep, and at the same time carried a scary and heavily suppressed madness. He held the 7th grade dermic armament in his hands as hurricanes erupted around him. Behind him, the figure of a crocodile appeared amidst the blood-stained restricted zone. Wang Baol appeared like a god of slaughter returning from hell. As he stepped out, the vibe emanating from him settled. The movement of his cultivation was undetectable, but from the dermic armament he held in his hands, one could see that there was unlimited power within Wang Baol's body. It made the once defiant saber, which would have easily attacked its owner, obey Wang Baol. Along the way, Wang Baol didn't have the mood to joke, to mumble to himself, or to self-deprecate. He had an optimistic personality, but it depended on the situation. Right now, there was only one word in his mind, and that was kill. The person he wanted to kill most was the old lady from the Galactic Dusk sect that destroyed his Tao Foundation and took away his chance for Foundation establishment. The next person he wanted to kill was Zhou Fei from the 5-generation Sky Clan. Up next would be those cultivators who had pursued him in order to kill him. It didn't matter if they were True Breath Realm or Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Based on Wang Bao's judgment, with the exception of the old lady that he was not able to kill, he would be able to turn the others into corpses the moment he met them. As he walked out, a thick fog circled in the restricted zone behind Wang Bao. The moon spirits and night immortals all followed behind him silently, as if sending him off with respect. The 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect who were waiting outside the restricted zone saw this with their own eyes. They had been indignant about simply leaving, so they were waiting for the fog to dissipate in an attempt to snatch Wang Bao's corpse and the dermic armament. Seeing the fog churning, they were initially excited as they thought that the fog was about to dissipate. However, very quickly, when they saw that the figure that had emerged from the fog was Wang Bao, they were shocked. Instinctively, their intention to kill kicked in, but at the same time, an indescribable, bizarre feeling arose in their hearts. The moment those thoughts and feelings surfaced, they seemed to be transformed to shock and disbelief, as they saw that there were innumerable night immortals and moon spirits emerging from the fog and following behind Wang Bao. They seemed to be sending him off respectfully and only stopped when Wang Bao had completely left the restricted zone. After that, they even lowered their heads, as if bowing to send him off. This scene created a noisy buzz in the trio's minds. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes were about to fall out of their sockets at the unbelievable scene they had witnessed. The moon spirits, the night immortals, they're bowing to him? This Wang Bao, not only did he not die, he even recovered fully. The 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect were shaken. Even though they didn't manage to see Wang Bao's exact level of cultivation, they all instinctively chose to take a step backwards. However, at the exact instant they retreated, a killer's glance emerged from Wang Bao, who had just stepped out from the restricted zone. He had long sensed the presence of the trio, and would never let go of the chance. The moment they were about to escape, Wang Bao's speed erupted with a turn of his body. He was so fast that it was astonishing. Sonic booms erupted after him, even becoming a form of impact under the extreme speed. It led to many different tree branches breaking off after being shaken violently, and even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would be unsteady and filled with shock. At that moment, Wang Bao dashed past the Foundation Establishment cultivator, his saber shimmering. The Foundation Establishment cultivator trembled as he scrambled, a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at Wang Bao, who had stopped in front of him. "You?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator seemed to want to say something, but he had no chance. He only managed a word before a bloody wound appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. His decapitated body had blood spurting out from the neck as it fell to the side. It was a clean kill of a Foundation Establishment cultivator in the same realm. Wang Bao didn't even use all his power. His position as a Green Lotus Foundation Establishment cultivator, coupled with his dermic armament, allowed him to become the top cultivator within the Foundation Establishment realm. Without even looking at the Foundation Establishment cultivator's corpse, Wang Bao turned and looked coldly in the direction the other 2 had escaped, before charging after them. Right now, a middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Galactic Dusk sect who happened to be standing in another direction was aghast with fear. His mind exploded with activity as if heavy waves were crashing violently in his head. An indescribable sense of fear uncontrollably emerged in his heart. How could this be possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. The death of his comrade made him feel that he was in a nightmare. He couldn't imagine how Wang Bao could survive within the restricted zone. Not only that, but he managed to heal his injuries fully and even became so strong that it was unbelievable. However, there was meant to be no answer to his doubts. As he tried to escape and dodge like a maniac, Wang Bao was like an arrow that had left its bow, approaching him at an extremely high speed. If one were to look down on the ground from the sky, Wang Bao appeared 10 times faster than the other people, catching up with the others in just a few steps. "This is a misunderstanding. Wang Bao, listen to me. The Foundation establishment cultivator was taken aback. He immediately tried to explain himself, but what he got in return was the cold gaze from Wang Bao's eyes that carried a heavy sense of his intention to kill, and the glow from the saber that covered his entire world as it approached in the blink of an eye. The glow from the saber was transformed into a gigantic crocodile. As the sonic boom emerged, the crocodile opened its mouth and sneered, swallowing the person whole. When the glow disappeared, the Foundation establishment cultivator's body broke apart into several pieces, and Wang Bao turned and charged towards the third person. Wang Bao remembered clearly that those 3 Foundation establishment realm cultivators clad in armor had ambushed him, causing his injuries to worsen after a futile attempt at suppressing them. "You're fast." Wang Bao was soft and calm, his voice like a winter chill as he spoke to the third cultivator who had escaped a certain distance away. The cultivator was frantically calling for help with his jade slip. His pupils constricted and his mind buzzed with activity as he took out numerous numinous treasures, activating all kinds of spells to try to defend himself while shouting out loud. "Wang Bao, I have already sent out information about you. You still have time to leave, if not, the Elder will come and prosecute you." Wang Bao seemed not to have heard the threat spat out by the Foundation establishment cultivator. With a few steps, he raised his right hand and waved, and lightning appeared instantly from the skies. The lightning was 10 times thicker than when he was in the true breath realm, erupting while creating a loud boom. It emerged in layers, forming swords that interlaced to form a lightning net. No matter how hard the Foundation establishment cultivator tried to defend himself and fight back, it was futile as he was completely covered and electrocuted by the lightning net under the chilly gaze from Wang Bao. Waves of painful screams reverberated as the Foundation establishment cultivator's body was diced into tens of pieces. As the pieces fell to the ground, the screams halted. Wang Bao neared in broad steps, standing beside the corpse and stepping on the jade slip used by the cultivator. With a small force, he broke it into pieces. "What I really wanted was for you to send out that voice transmission. This way, I don't have to find people to kill one by one." Wang Bao spoke calmly. Killing 3 people was insufficient to eliminate the hatred in his heart. He turned and stared in the direction of the restricted zone for a long time. When he turned around, Wang Bao went in the opposite direction in huge strides, carrying an extremely strong sense of viciousness and intention to kill. "I didn't want to kill anyone originally. However, since the Galactic Dusk Sect wants to play the game of survival of the fittest, then I'll go according to their style. I want to see for myself the number of people they can send for me to kill. There's also Zhou Fei. I wish he would come find me himself and save me the trouble of searching for him." Wang Bao narrowed his eyes as he disappeared within the forest. He left behind 3 incomplete corpses in 3 different areas, filling the mystic realm with even more blood as its stench spread in all directions. Wang Bao didn't move fast within the forest, but his speed was still shocking. With the flailing of his arm, his mosquitoes scattered around the area surrounding him, providing a wide field of vision for him. However, as Wang Bao felt for the flying sword within his body, he realized that 2 mosquitoes had yet to fly out. One was black while the other was purple. The 2 mosquitoes were like arrogant masters. They stayed within the scabbard, not heeding Wang Bao's orders. The grade of the scabbard seemed to be too low to force them out. "It's them?" The 2 additional mosquitoes made Wang Bao recall the messy existences that were once present in his body. Seeing that they had now entered the scabbard and became mosquitoes, he had some thoughts, and a fire started burning in his heart. Wang Bao knew well that those 2 mosquitoes were definitely extraordinary. He was unable to order them around now, but he imagined that if he continued refining his scabbard, he would gain the ability to control them. Wang Bao was confident in their strength and future performance. After all, the black-colored mosquito was formed from the black lightning that had unknowingly appeared in his body. As for the purple sea, Wang Bao had managed to more or less guess that it was the purple glow that had wanted to kill him when they met it in Spirit Breath Village. These 2 fellas aren't to be underestimated. Wang Bao looked excited. His heart, which was seeped in hatred, seemed to have eased a little because of it as well. However, His experiences had been so bitter that his heart was only partially soothed, with most of it still filled with a strong intention to kill. It was as if he hadn't taken enough revenge, which filled him with angst as if there was a rock on his chest. Therefore, he charged forward, carrying his complex of emotions. Taking advantage of the wide field of vision from the mosquitoes, he began another round of waiting and searching. He was waiting for people from the Galactic Dusk Sect and 5th-generation Sky Clan to come to him on their own accord, and searching for cultivators from both sides that he would meet along the way. His targets were the cultivators from the two different factions. Those who were able to traverse the dark side of the moon were often not true Breath Realm cultivators but Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Very soon, after half an hour, Wang Baol sensed the presence of two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, though he was unclear if they were simply passing by or had come after receiving the voice transmission. The moment he sensed the duo, a chill flashed across his eyes. The intention to kill that was in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He knew the duo, as they were part of the crowd that had forced him into the restricted zone when he was on the brink of death. Wang Baol had a deep-seated hatred towards those people. Die! Wang Baol carried an indescribable chill in his heart. Without a sound, his body charged towards the duo at such a high speed that he seemed like a wandering spirit within the forests. It was impossible to see him clearly, and unless there were other people whose level of cultivation far exceeded him, they would be unable to sense his presence. Within the blink of an eye, Wang Baol neared one of them, and in that instant, he leaped into the sky like a wave of chilly wind and arrived beside his opponent. His opponent was cautiously monitoring his surroundings, but the sudden arrival of Wang Baol shocked him so severely that he tried to retreat. It seemed like he had received the voice transmission and come to know about Wang Baol's madness. He is here? Almost instinctively, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator twisted the jade slip and wanted to send a warning out, but it was too late. The moment he retreated, the moment he was about to twist the jade slip, Wang Baol carried a fierce and intense viciousness as he looked into the eyes of the cultivator. It was as if his viciousness was flowing and perforating into the cultivator's eyes along with his gaze, pounding straight into his mind and causing him to tremble so vigorously that he felt as if he were in the face of a cruel and psychotic beast. Suddenly, all that the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator saw was a blur. Wang Baol let out a punch the moment he neared. The instant Wang Baol sent out the supernova, a sonic boom emerged, and a loud series of impacts reverberated, forming a huge vortex in front of Wang Baol and the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. The vortex seemed to hold an astonishing amount of force. When it appeared, it carried along with it the force of the surroundings, causing the vegetation all around to be torn into pieces due to its force. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if a black hole had been formed. That was the real appearance of the supernova, directly attacking a seeming emptiness, creating a hurricane and transforming a vortex into a black hole based solely on one's physical strength. It looked like it was swallowing everything in its path, but was actually tearing everything apart. It all happened so quickly. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's resistance and struggle hadn't taken effect when the vortex black hole formed by the supernova swallowed him whole. The boom from the vortex covered his shrill cry. Then, Wang Baol's calm voice emerged as the boom erupted and the vortex dissipated, with blood emerging from it. The fourth one, the second Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator standing in another direction, who had witnessed everything happening before his eyes, felt as if his mind was about to explode as a frightening wave of thoughts crashed in his head. He couldn't believe everything that had happened, and even though he had received the voice transmission previously, he was still stricken with fear now that he had seen it himself. He stood pale, without a single tinge of rosiness on his face, as his mind was filled with only one thought: escape. As he breathed hurriedly, the second Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator retreated like a maniac. He even used his mystic technique, biting his tongue until it bled to allow for a boost in his speed. However, as he charged away, the chilly voice from Wang Baol, who was like the death, arrived upon his ears. The fifth one. That was the last thing he heard while he was still alive. Fear and despair filled his heart, and he hurriedly opened his mouth, attempting to explain himself and seek mercy. Listen to me, Wang Baol. If pleading were of any use, not as many cultivators would have died during the spirit inception era. He hadn't even completed his sentence before he trembled all over, his vision instantly turning black and his world thrown into a whirl. As his consciousness vanished, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator began to feel intense pain in his neck. The last thing he ever saw was a blade driven through his throat. After that, his breath stopped and he died. Wang Baol stepped on the Foundation Establishment cultivator's body and gently removed the saber from his neck. Then, he wiped the saber expressionlessly on the cultivator's shirt before he continued advancing as if nothing had happened. If someone who knew Wang Baol had seen what he was like now, they would feel extremely distant toward him. Wang Baol was normally a jovial, happy-go-lucky, and optimistic person, but that was what he presented on the exterior. If there was no such thing as cultivation in the world, and Earth hadn't entered the spirit inception era, Wang Baol's personality would perhaps not have changed throughout his entire life. However, it was a cruel world, a battle of life and death and the survival of the fittest, that made the viciousness and decisiveness hiding deep within the recesses of his optimism grow even stronger after continuous rounds of honing through experience. Right now, it was at the point that those qualities were the sharpest. Just like that, he continued on his way, giving off a strong sense of viciousness everywhere he passed. He killed every single Galactic Dusk Sect disciple that had attempted to kill him previously, regardless of whether they were true Breath Realm or Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, and regardless of whether they were male or female. He didn't soften nor think too much about the consequences. Since his enemies hadn't thought about the consequences when they were after him, there was no reason for him to care so much either. However, most of his targets were the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. He was lazy to care about the true Breath Realm cultivators from the Galactic Dusk Sect that he occasionally came across. Even so, his killing rampage had already garnered the attention of the members of the Galactic Dusk Sect who were in the Mystic Lunar Realm. There was more than one core formation cultivator from the Galactic Dusk Sect in the Mystic Lunar Realm, and even though none of them could afford to be distracted as they had other important matters to handle, the old lady, who had snatched Wang Baol's small tripod cauldron away from him, was surprised after knowing what had happened. She then laughed chillingly, pausing what she was doing and dashing towards where Wang Baol was. "Little worm, you were lucky the previous time. You managed to escape but still dared to appear. It seems like you still have other treasures, and are sending a message to your old lady here, inviting me to dig into your flesh again." At the same time, she sent out a task to assemble the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators nearby to pursue and kill Wang Baol. "In that case, I will annihilate you this time." The Galactic Dusk Sect had joined hands with the giant tree in the Mystic Lunar Realm this time. To a certain extent, they could disregard the array formation on the Mystic Lunar Realm and therefore made ample preparations. There seemed to be over 100 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. However, not everyone from the sect participated, and not all the factions from the Galactic Dusk Sect agreed to participate in the collaboration and dangerous journey. Therefore, those that came forward were people of the same unit as the old lady. After all, to a large faction, unless it was a well-thought-out mission, it was rare for them to risk everything. Usually, they would leave behind an escape route so that they could sever everything else and save themselves should anything go awry. It was similar for the 5-generation Sky Clan. Not everyone was chosen to collaborate with the giant tree. Instead, only certain family clans took part so that the clan could withdraw easily. Even if they were to fail, they simply needed to clean up after themselves and give an explanation to the Federation. Other times, the different factions were unwilling to start a war. As such, each party was accepting of making use of the tactic of punishment and weakening others. Therefore, of the hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators who had come this time, most of them were in the early or mid-stages. There were only 8 or 9 of them who had perfected the Foundation Establishment process. That was the full strength of the old lady's lineage. On the back face of the Mystic Lunar Realm, 3 bases seemed to have been dug out. These 3 regions appeared to be the testing sites that were produced from the collaboration process with the giant tree. It appeared that they were searching for something. There was a region that was one of the Galactic Dusk Sect's bases in the forest near where Wang Baol was. Other than the few cultivators who were standing guard, the remaining 12 Foundation establishment cultivators had all been activated, charging towards where Wang Baol was last seen with strong killing intent. At the same time, the old lady was moving at high speed towards the same area from another base. In the mystic lunar realm, she was fearless and didn't even try to hide her speed. She was like thunder, nearing at high speed with a chilly look in her eyes. In this way, a net that was deemed huge by the Galactic Dusk Sect was formed, tightening quickly around Wang Baol. Wang Baol, who was moving within the forest, immediately sensed it through the fields of vision provided by the mosquitoes he had sent out. After reaching the Foundation establishment realm, the area that the mosquitoes could spread out had exceeded that of previous times. They could now reach an area of 5 kilometers, and even though Wang Baol couldn't see the entire area with equal clarity, he could gain a rough gauge of the distribution and surroundings of his mosquitoes. Now, the first Galactic Dusk Sect cultivator had appeared in his field of vision. Wang Baol stopped and squinted his eyes, taking a closer look. Soon, in the different regions around him, he saw the second, third, and fourth cultivator. When all 12 Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared, Wang Baol smiled, a chill flashing across his eyes. 8 in early-stage Foundation establishment, and 4 in mid-stage Foundation establishment. There seemed to be numerous factions from the Galactic Dusk Sect that arrived on the moon. Wang Baol licked his lips. After his near-death experience, after a green lotus had appeared in his body, and after he had managed to achieve Foundation establishment again, Wang Baol hadn't found his limits. The attacks he unleashed previously and the feelings he physically felt right now didn't seem to be all he was capable of. The people he had killed previously were all in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. After analyzing everything, Wang Baol could gain a rough gauge of his own combat powers. It is easy to kill the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and it wasn't difficult to eliminate the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators with the dermic armament. As for the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, it isn't easy to make conclusions as I haven't met them. I could probably emerge victorious, but I fear that I would waste my time. Wang Baol concluded, keeping silent. Now, his eyes were narrowed as he charged towards the person nearest to him. Wang Baol couldn't estimate his capabilities in the case where he didn't have the dermic armament. To him, it was a normal thing for him to own dermic armaments as the deputy pavilion head of the dermic armament pavilion. It would be weird if he didn't have them. At the same time, after his previous attacks, Wang Baol had a sense of the green lotus within his body. It seemed like the green lotus didn't have a huge effect on his spells, but more of an obvious effect in boosting his physical strength. From the time he woke until now, Wang Baol didn't feel a tinge of fatigue. A source of vitality seemed to have appeared in his body, releasing an endless stream of life, keeping him at peak performance. Therefore, I shall make use of these 12 people to gauge how far my physical strength has increased. An intention to kill flashed in his eyes as Wang Baol erupted at high speed. As the sonic boom reverberated and was sensed by the 12 Foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Baol appeared before the nearest person to him like a flash of lightning. They all looked in the direction the sound had come from. That person was a middle-aged man. The instant he heard the sonic boom, his vision blurred. Years of combat made him instinctively retreat and dodge to his left. He activated his hand seals, causing his spells and the protection formed by his numinous treasures to emerge with a glow, attempting to block Wang Baol. However, under the test of Wang Baol's strength, his resistance was futile. The 7th-grade dermic armament was unleashed, forming a saber glow several hundred feet long that slashed right in front of the middle-aged man. It destroyed everything it passed, with all the numinous treasures and spells decimated. There was no way to block it, and eventually, as the middle-aged man screamed in fear, the saber appeared between his brows, cutting through him as he collapsed to the ground. A loud boom erupted from the ground. As a large crack appeared in the ground, the figures of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators all around arrived at high speed. They saw the corpse that was split in half but didn't see Wang Baol at all. The two halves of the corpse, as well as the crack in the ground, made all the galactic dusk sect cultivators who arrived gasp in shock. They were filled with fear and glanced at their surroundings quickly while on high alert. One slash, and he killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. This person's combat power is at least on the same level of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Darn it, I heard that Wang Baol owned a dermic armament, but even so, how did his cultivation advance to such a level? He's not afraid of a backlash. As the crowd grew fearful and alert, a glow from the saber appeared suddenly from the right, several hundred feet away. Everyone was gripped with fear as they hurriedly tried to dodge. The glow from the saber landed on the ground before them, creating a loud noise as the mud splattered everywhere, and vegetation flew into the air. A black hurricane spread, covering the entire area and throwing everyone into chaos. In the chaos, the figure of Wang Baol holding the saber appeared like a flash of lightning. He didn't want to ambush the crowd, instead, wanting to make use of the time when the vegetation was in the air to attack from the front. The best way to test my physical strength is to see how many times I can use the saber before a backlash occurs. A chill flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he neared someone instantly. He raised the dermic armament saber in his hands and slashed. A loud boom emerged, and the cultivator that had been cut by the saber blade didn't even have time to scream before he trembled and blood spewed in all directions. As the other people were gripped in shock, Wang Baol emerged from the blood fog, appearing beside another person as he waved his saber again. This time, however, he was resisted by that person slightly. Mid-stage Foundation establishment? Slay. Wang Baol raised his brows, unleashing his cultivation. The force from his saber didn't stop as it smoothly cut the body into two. Just like that, as Wang Baol weaved through them at high speed, the spells around him roared loudly. Gripped with fear, every single Foundation establishment cultivator unleashed their trump card. Even though their trump cards were formidable, Wang Baol was so fast and his saber so frightening that the cultivators Wang Baol met along the way were all killed. The mess of flesh and blood created immense stress in the other people who were alive. Everything happened within the time of a few breaths. It wasn't long before 6 corpses were laying on the ground. The remaining 6 cultivators spread out quickly, but Wang Baol was like the god of death, pursuing the 7th person, wanting to slash again as he carried a cold look in his eyes. However, at that moment, an angry roar erupted from the skies above. How dare you! A familiar, strong suppressive force was nearing from an area in the sky. The person hasn't arrived, but the suppressive force was so strong that it was like the force of the heavens covering the entire forest. This made all Foundation establishment cultivators tremble with fear as if their cultivation had been suppressed by the person's arrival. However, while most of them were surprised, some were agitated. The elder has arrived. Wang Baol, you'll be dead now. A flash shone across Wang Baol's eyes. He continued slashing, cutting off the Foundation establishment cultivator's head while he grew distracted with excitement. Wang Baol, damn you! The old lady roared angrily, picking up speed. Wang Baol killed people as easily as a saber through soft butter. He didn't pause a single moment, and as he killed the 7th person, he turned his head and waved his raised right hand. Immediately, 3 beads dashed towards the figure that had appeared in the sky, the figure of the old lady approaching him, who was carrying extreme rage and killing intent. Scram! In the face of a core formation cultivator, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes without any fear, sneering at her at the same time as he tossed out the beads. The moment he spoke, the 3 beads exploded open on their own, forming a fog in front of the approaching old lady. The old lady was carrying a chilling look, not even slightly affected by Wang Baol's attack. She was confident that no matter how capable a Foundation establishment cultivator he would never be a match for a core formation cultivator. She swept her sleeve, attempting to dissipate the fog resulting from the exploding beads. However, her pupils constricted, as she revealed a look of disbelief. This is mystic trace fog. With her will, she exclaimed noiselessly. She didn't manage to finish her sentence before the mystic trace fog completely enveloped her. Instantly, she was sent away. On the periphery of another basin on the mystic lunar realm's visible side, There were tens of cultivators fighting against each other. From the way they were dressed, it could be seen that it was the Senate against the Trillionaris Corporation, and Jin Duoming was amongst them. Within this group of people, there were Foundation Establishment cultivators who had managed to find 20 fragments and succeeded in becoming Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, even though Jin Duoming from Trillionaris Corporation had long attained 20 fragments, he didn't begin the Foundation Establishment process. Instead, he was lying on the chair, looking bored at the disciples within the Senate. "All of you dare to battle me?" Amongst the disciples in the Senate, there were Foundation Establishment cultivators who were looking angrily at Jin Duoming. For some unknown reason, a conflict had arisen between them. However, they couldn't fight him, and could only express their rage with angry stares. Just as the cultivators from both sides were glaring at each other, a sudden strong force of teleportation erupted from an area near them. The old lady appeared out of thin air just as they turned their heads to look. A wave of force from a core formation cultivator instantly spread in all directions, gripping the hearts of cultivators from both sides. Even Jin Duoming sat upright, a rare look of concern apparent in his eyes. The members of the Senate all held their breath but didn't seem too surprised. It appeared that they were already aware that there were core formation cultivators from the Galactic Dusk sect. They remained vigilant as the old lady stepped out from thin air. The moment she appeared, she looked extremely awful and solemn. Green veins bulged from her forehead. The madness and suppressed indignation she felt in her heart had already reached such a level that it could no longer be described. When she appeared, she screamed shrilly and angrily at the sky. "Wang Baol, you little bastard! It's not the end for me!" As the old lady screamed angrily, her voice reverberated. This made the Senate and people from the Trillionaris Corporation even more alert. Jin Duoming even narrowed his eyes, as he had heard about the issues between Wang Baol and the Galactic Dusk sect. He had thought that Wang Baol must have died during the ordeal. However, seeing how the old lady was acting now, curiosity arose in his heart. At almost the same instance that curiosity arose, the old lady's anger rose to its limits as she looked angrily and frighteningly at the people from the Trillionaris Corporation and the Senate. She wanted to vent her anger on them but forcefully swallowed that urge. After all, the people from the Senate and Trillionaris Corporation were from the second generation. Not a single one of their elders could be belittled. The old lady could kill and destroy Wang Baol but was unwilling to offend the direct relatives of any of these elites. That was especially so when she noticed Jin Duoming, which made her suppress her anger. She turned and charged towards the dark side of the moon. She was indignant as she recalled what had just happened. She felt incredulous, and at the same time, she determined that she would never give Wang Baol another chance when she saw him again. She would attack forcefully, targeting and killing Wang Baol directly. As the old lady rushed back at high speed, Wang Baol was standing on the dark side of the moon, his eyes shifting away from the position where the old lady was a moment ago. He then looked at the 5 dumbfounded and shocked Foundation Establishment realm cultivators around him, who had witnessed the scene. Every single one of those cultivators was utterly shocked with disbelief, as they felt that everything seemed ludicrous. What just happened was something that they would have never imagined even in their dreams. The Great Core Formation Realm Elder, who arrived so imposingly, had actually been teleported away with the wave of Wang Baol's hand and his order for her to scram. It was such a huge turn of events that their delight at the arrival of the old lady instantly turned into shock. The effect of the beads that Wang Baol had tossed out was clear to them. As reality and understanding sunk into their minds, their expressions changed, and they were taken aback. Voiceless screams uncontrollably escaped from their mouths. This is the mystic trace fog. God! Wang Baol can actually store the mystic trace fog into beads to form a dermic treasure. Darn it! How did this happen? If Wang Baol possesses beads like this, it means that he can teleport away whoever he wishes. To a certain extent, this makes him invincible. As the crowd gasped in shock, they all lost their will to battle. Wang Baol's powers made them frightened, and the mystic trace beads destroyed all their hope. They spread out in all directions, with only one thought in their heads, and that was to escape and hide. To them, a Foundation establishment realm cultivator on the same level as Wang Baol wasn't completely indestructible. However, it was still extremely frightening to them and was an existence that they couldn't fight against by themselves. That was especially so as Wang Baol's speed and physical build made his abilities for continuous combat and resistance towards attacks exceed that of others significantly. It was sick simply thinking about it, but Wang Baol also possessed dermic armaments that others could never obtain. That alone was a nightmare to people, and the only thing that they could do was wish to grow more legs in order to escape. However, Wang Baol wouldn't easily let them escape. Now, a flash appeared across his eyes as his speed erupted, charging out like a bolt of black lightning. When he emerged and neared someone, he swung his left hand and sent out a sea of fire. That was him activating his heated burst mystic technique. The heat wave was shockingly strong and spread instantly, enveloping the cultivators who were on the run. One cultivator tried to shield himself from it and retreat, but in the sea of fire enveloping him, bolts of lightning appeared, landing on him as the fire swallowed him whole. Without stopping and after eliminating that cultivator, Wang Baol turned and charged towards the next person. Painful screams emerged one after another in the forest. 5 minutes later, Wang Baol kicked the abdomen of the last Foundation establishment cultivator, bursting his body apart. He looked at the twisted face of the cultivator who had once gone after him in an attempt to kill him and kicked hard at the destroyed abdomen once again. Painful screams could no longer be heard. The cultivator laid there, trembling uncontrollably as his eyes clouded until he finally stopped breathing and died. Wang Baol looked at the corpse before him coldly, before picking up the cultivator's storage bag. He opened it to take a look and retrieved a jade slip from it. The storage bags of the other cultivators also contained similar jade slips, which marked a location nearby. In order to send so many people here so quickly, probably means that this spot is their assembly point. The hostility in Wang Baol's heart had partially dissipated. He groaned as he dashed towards the point marked in the jade slip. In reality, the marked point was one of the bases of the Galactic Dusk sect, which wasn't far away from where Wang Baol was. There was a deep trench in the ground, with hundreds of True Breath realm cultivators entering and leaving it. They appeared to be excavating. In the depths of the trench were 2 middle-aged men guarding the area vigilantly, looking at the disciples who were digging as they furrowed their brows. They had received the order from the old lady to kill Wang Baol, and also a reminder for them to take note of Wang Baol's mystic trace beads. Mystic trace beads? Sounds interesting. The duo grew vigilant. After all, for the old lady to personally alert them to it, it meant that there must be something shocking about it. Therefore, they looked at each other and were about to leave and begin their search outside the trench when suddenly, outside the trench, a painful scream arose, and gasps of shock gradually followed. Enemy attack! The duo was shocked as they instantly picked up speed and charged outside the trench. At the same time, outside the trench, Wang Baol had already emerged at high speed out of the forest. When he arrived, he dashed in with the dermic armament in his hands. He didn't bother to attack the True Breath realm cultivators unless they were looking for death themselves. His target was only the Foundation establishment realm cultivators. As he neared, he unleashed the supernova, killing several True Breath realm cultivators who charged at him without any fear of death. He waved his knife at every single Foundation establishment realm cultivator that came at him, cutting them into 2 with blood spurting out from their wounds. The scene was too shocking to the True Breath realm cultivators around him. They all gasped in shock, and almost all of them stepped back and looked at Wang Baol with extreme fear and disbelief. That was especially so for one of them, who was one of the Federation seedlings. As he looked at Wang Baol, a torrent of emotions and thoughts crashed in his heart. Even though he had heard about Wang Baol's matters previously, seeing how strong he was with his own eyes still made him feel incredulous. Wang Baol noticed him as well but retracted his gaze in silence. The other party hadn't participated in the pursuit for his death and didn't seem to want to attack him now. Furthermore, he was one of the Federation seedlings. With this shared relationship, Wang Baol chose to ignore him as he walked towards the trench without anyone blocking his way. Just as he neared, The strong aura of two people erupted from within the trenches right at Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't even bother to take a look as he tossed the mystic trace beads out. Scram! A loud boom emerged as the beads exploded. A thick fog filled the entire trench, and even though the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were alert, it wasn't possible for them to react and resist the mystic trace fog that had appeared so suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported away. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators in the base had mostly gone to take Wang Baol's life. Therefore, there were only a few that stayed behind, and that included those two late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Now, of all the people that Wang Baol had killed, the only one surviving was the one who was a Federation seedling like him. The True Breath realm cultivators standing around had seen Wang Baol arrive with their own eyes. They witnessed him killing Foundation establishment realm cultivators as if he was slaughtering chickens. Fear had long gripped their hearts completely, and as they were immersed in fear, they had given up the thought of resisting. They were all clear that in the face of a formidable person like Wang Baol, resisting would be futile. Instead, it would become the spark for more trouble to come. As for Wang Baol, all the killing along the way had already helped dissipate the hostility in his heart. The remnant of grudge that remained was that he hadn't seen Zhou Fei from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. Wang Baol's hatred towards Zhou Fei was second to the core formation old lady. Now he was standing outside the trench, alternating between looking into it with his head lowered and at the people around him who didn't dare to even breathe. A flash appeared across his eyes as he looked towards the only Federation seedling cultivator. "Who's that? Lin Gizi. That's your name, right? Explain the plot and goal the Galactic Dusk Sect is trying to achieve, and also tell me about the relationship between you and the 5th-generation Sky Clan. I don't wish to kill you, so you'd better be upfront. Also, I want you to tell me the location of the 5th-generation Sky Clan's base." Wang Baol didn't bother mincing words, conveying what he was looking for directly. The True Breath realm cultivators standing around all lowered their heads. The Federation seedling cultivator laughed bitterly and didn't hesitate to tell Wang Baol everything he knew. After all, the intelligent ones were the ones who knew when to act according to their circumstances. The Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk Sect didn't hesitate a single bit in revealing the secrets of his sect and was even very detailed in doing so. Based on the answer, Wang Baol finally understood the relationship between the Galactic Dusk Sect and the 5th-generation Sky Clan, as well as their goal. At the same time, he began to gain a more precise grasp on the sequence of events that led to the changes in the mystic lunar realm. In reality, there was a large ancient tree buried deep underground on the moon. An unknown length of time ago, it was born into existence, even though no one knew exactly how it arose. It seemed to have already been present on the day the moon was born. The ancient tree had experienced many trials and had been through the passage of time, be it the period when spirit chi hadn't filled the area or the period where it survived against all odds in an unfavorable environment. Its roots were spread across a wide area in the ground of the moon, integrating together with the rocks and mud, which made it difficult for people to sense its presence. Signs of its existence only began to appear many years ago, which led to a series of tales, such as that of the osmanthus tree inside the moon. However, the large ancient tree died a long time ago. After all, it had existed in the moon for too long, and there was a limit to how long it was possible for it to live. Therefore, when it had reached a near-death stage and felt that its life could no longer be sustained, it dispersed its seeds towards Earth in order for them to grow again on Earth. In that manner, it managed to achieve some sort of eternal existence. Eternal existence. As Wang Baol listened, thoughts arose in his head. In reality, there were many sayings about eternal existence in this time and age. Going back in time, before the arrival of the ancient greenish bronze sword, somebody had once mentioned that the purpose of the early humans procreating was to prolong their life's existence, and to some extent achieve eternal existence. The phrase eternal existence flashed across Wang Baol's mind. He didn't care about eternal existence, as the only thing that was important to him was having dreams. As Wang Baol fell silent, the Federation seedling from Galactic Dusk Sect continued illustrating. The giant tree that had almost completely integrated with the moon continued growing to its limits. It dispersed its seeds towards the earth. But it was a pity that spirit chi had still not existed on earth then. The environment was also unfavorable for the germination of the seeds, and as a result, the seeds either withered and died or remained dormant. If nothing unexpected happened, the seeds would have the same outcome as the giant tree on the moon, and that was a gradual death. That was until the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword. That was until the falling of the fragments. That was until the eruption of spirit chi. The effect of spirit chi on humans and ferocious beasts was extremely strong, and that was the case for the plants and vegetation as well. Of them, the ones that received the most impact were the seeds that were dispersed from the giant tree many years ago. Under the nourishment of the spirit chi, those seeds evolved insidiously. After a series of integration and elimination, 3 seeds managed to emerge and survive until this day. They each possessed a core formation level of cultivation and were vigilant and spiteful towards each other. 3 of them. Wang Bao's pupils constricted. He wasn't sure if the giant tree on Huangshan was the same as the one he had seen in Kulom Basin. If it wasn't, he would have seen 2 of the 3 trees with his own eyes. I heard all of this from the elders from the ancestors' gate. Other than depending on their own cultivation to grow, another easier method for the 3 trees to develop would be to swallow each other. Therefore, they are extremely hostile towards each other. It was a pity that the 3 of them were comparable to each other in terms of capabilities, and were extremely vigilant towards each other. As a result, there was no opportunity for any swallowing to happen. As such, in order to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation and to swallow each other, they decided to be assimilated into a host body in order to enter the mystic lunar realm. Their goal: to find their parent tree. The Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk sect lowered his voice as he spoke about the crucial reason behind the arrival of the 3 trees on the moon. The large parent tree deep under the moon's surface had existed for so long that it had been on the brink of death for an extremely long time. Even with the arrival of the ancient greenish-bronze sword and the spirit chi, it was unable to rejuvenate its life. However, before it died, it managed to grow a fruit. That fruit was the target of the parent tree's 3 offspring. Swallowing the fruit would allow them to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation and reach the nascent soul realm. However, to induce the parent tree to grow a fruit, nutrients were needed. One source of the nutrients were the cultivators within the mystic lunar realm. However, the more significant and indispensable source would be from the 3 giant trees themselves. With every death of one of the 3 giant trees, the growth of the fruit by the parent tree would be accelerated. Once 2 giant trees die, the parent tree would instantly bear fruit. The trees didn't hide this goal of theirs from the people that they were cooperating with. One of the trees collaborated with the 5-generation Sky Clan, while another collaborated with the Galactic Dusk sect. After each reached an agreement, the 2 factions supported and assisted the mutant tree that they were collaborating with, and they began a battle against each other in the mystic lunar realm. The tree that had blended itself within the crowd of the 4 Tao colleges was the 3rd tree. It was killed through the collaboration of the 2 groups of allies, consisting of the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect with each of their trees. That resulted in 2 trees remaining of the 3. At the same time, the 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk sect each established numerous bases. That was the result of the endless pursuit for the parent tree that had occurred as part of the collaboration between the trees and each clan. This particular base was still in the process of excavation. Right now, it could more or less be determined that the path that was being dug out was not leading to the main stem. Therefore, knowing that, the old lady and the other core formation cultivators left for another base to continue guarding it. Towards the end of his illustration, the Federation seedling from the Galactic Dusk sect hesitated momentarily before speaking softly again. According to the information that I have received, the 3rd base of our sect is the one that would truly lead to the main stem. Its excavation has almost been completed. However, it is unclear why there are still people staying at and personnel being sent to the remaining 2 bases. As he concluded his sentence, he passed the location of the other 2 bases of his sect, as well as that of 5-generation Sky Clan that was found by the other sects, to Wang Baol, not thinking too much about it. That's all I have, Brother Wang. I didn't hide a single detail. I don't ask for more. I'm not worried about you regretting it and deciding to kill me after all. However, please give these true breath disciples a chance to live. They didn't offend you in any way. In the end, the Galactic Dusk sect disciple sighed as he looked pitifully at the True Breath Realm disciples that had fallen silent around him. It was unclear what thoughts were running through his mind, but from the surface, it could be seen that he had betrayed his sect in order to protect his fellow disciples. Looking at the Federation seedling before him, Wang Baol was clear about his intentions and had no plans to stab him in the back. After all, the Federation seedling had cooperated fully, and even though Wang Baol was uncertain about the truth of the Jade Slip's contents, the location of the base of the 5th-generation Sky Clan was one that Wang Baol had seen previously. After comparing the information, he concluded that the information was still somewhat accurate. He nodded his head before turning around and charging into the distance, heading in the direction marked on the Jade Slip. Seeing that Wang Baol had left, the disciples from the Galactic Dusk sect all heaved sighs of relief. They all felt as if they had risen from the dead, and they all thanked the Federation seedling, their hearts filled with gratitude. Lin Gizi, the Federation seedling, picked by Wang Baol, also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Wang Baol disappearing into the distance, he was filled with a torrent of emotions as he recalled what he had experienced in Federation City. This person has become completely different from us? As he mumbled to himself, he retracted his gaze and turned his attention towards the disciples who were thanking him. He felt a sense of pride as he thought that he had handled the matter well. Right now, Wang Baol was charging forward through the dark side of the mystic lunar realm. The viciousness in his eyes grew stronger. He wasn't afraid of falling into any traps, as he could always toss some mystic trace beads around. And if the mystic trace beads were of no use, I'll awaken the Night Immortal King. A desire to kill flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as he picked up speed. Be it the Galactic Dusk sect or the 5th-generation Sky Clan, Wang Baol had always taken the stance of neutrality. He wouldn't move against them if they didn't offend him. Since he had entered the mystic lunar realm, though he had multiple adverse encounters with the two powers, he had already exacted his vengeance on the Galactic Dusk sect, with interest. He had wiped out all those who had hunted him. He was unable to kill the core formation realm old woman. However, she couldn't do anything to him while in the mystic lunar realm either. The feeling of having to watch him kill her own while helpless to stop him would only drive her into a spiraling madness. There's another person I have to kill who's from the Galactic Dusk sect, and that's Chun Hui. An icy glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He had gotten the name of the old woman's disciple and made the connection between the two. Zhou Fei is another. Chun Hui was nowhere to be found at the moment. Thus, Wang Baol had his eyes set on Zhou Fei. Besides, he had wiped out most of those on his list that were from the Galactic Dusk sect but had yet to touch anyone from the 5th-generation Sky Clan. We must be fair in how we treat people and manage all affairs. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He charged towards the 5th-generation Sky Clan base at top speed, like an approaching meteor. The moon spirits and Iguls, hidden within the forests of the dark side of the moon, lowered their heads in a bow wherever they saw him. Without any obstacle in sight, Wang Baol approached the 5th-generation Sky Clan base at startling speed. He ran for 2 hours before suddenly, the deafening rumble of the sound barrier being broken thundered in the sky. A burst of core formation realm cultivation erupted, and the howling voice of an old woman resounded in the air. Wang. Before she could finish her words, Wang Baol, without even a turn of his head, flung out a handful of mystic trace beads. They exploded instantly around her. Mist rolled outward in waves and blanketed everything in a rush, including the old woman who had finally caught up with Wang Baol. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The old lady raged. Her hair fell loose and disheveled over her shoulders. She had been so cautious and had controlled herself. Despite the eruption of her cultivation, she had kept her distance instead of launching a physical attack, relying instead on her numinous treasures. The mystic trace beads were too powerful, however. Whatever they came into contact with it, be it a numinous treasure or a cultivator, would be teleported away instantly. Wang Baol had flung out a big handful of them as well. Mist immediately surrounded the area. She had no way of avoiding it and could only be covered in mist and forcibly transported away a second time. Wang Baol, I'm going to kill you. The old lady reappeared elsewhere, on the visible side of the moon. Her features were twisted into an ugly expression on her face, and blood lined the veins in her eyes. The feelings of frustration and powerlessness drove her howling mad. She stomped the ground heavily. The earth groaned as she burst forth in full speed and charged, with reddened eyes, towards the dark side of the moon once again. Wang Baol simply turned his head and stared coldly at the spot where the old lady had stood. He turned around again and continued his approach towards the 5-generation Sky Clan base. Instead of slowing down, his pace increased. From afar, he was like a long rainbow arrow, flying near the ground and dashing forward, through the forest until he reached the place he had previously come across, the 5-generation Sky Clan base. The crater inside the base had grown multiple times larger than its previous size. The giant tree and the old core formation realm cultivator were nowhere to be seen, but more than 100 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators sat around the crater. They sat cross-legged around the crater as if guarding and stabilizing the area. Most of the 100-odd cultivators were at the True Breath realm, with 30-odd Foundation Establishment realm cultivators amongst them. Zhou Fei was one of them. There were also 7 cultivators at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Every one of them was sitting cross-legged around the crater while surveying their surroundings alertly. From time to time, loud rumblings would travel out from the large crater that they were watching over. Some form of grand ceremony seemed to be taking place within the giant crater. Wang Baol arrived, like a piercing arrow shot from afar, whizzing past the alert eyes of the cultivators. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators immediately sensed his arrival. They twisted their heads around and watched as Wang Baol charged out from the forest with an intense, murderous air. The reactions of the 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators were immediate. Many of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators didn't recognize Wang Baol at first. However, this was an important base belonging to the 5-generation Sky Clan. Most of the cultivators didn't hesitate and attacked as soon as Wang Baol appeared. You have a death wish. A late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, as well as 3 other mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, were nearest Wang Baol. Without hesitation, they stood and raced towards him. My quarrel is with Zhou Fei. Anyone else who stands in my path dies. Murderous intent burned in Wang Baol's eyes. His pace didn't slow down. With a wave of his right hand, the dermic armament saber appeared. He gripped it tightly and, with alarming speed, sent it slashing towards the 4 approaching cultivators. A black tornado blasted outwards, and the crocodile appeared. The force of the saber was astounding, its sweeping blade roaring in the air and alarming the 4 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who had rushed forward to stop him. The late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator's breath stilled momentarily. With a rapid forming of hand seals, he summoned numerous numinous treasures as well as talismans that formed a defensive barrier. The remaining 3 mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators followed suit hastily. It was clear, however, that they couldn't withstand Wang Baol's attack as well as the cultivator in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. A deafening rumble thundered across the air. Pained cries rang out. The defenses of the 3 mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were useless against the gleam of the incoming blade. They shattered and disintegrated immediately. Then, the cultivators shuddered, and their bodies were ripped into pieces as screams of terror escaped their lips. Someone's disembodied head flew in the air. Another had half his body blown up. The third, who had been the first to rush forward, disintegrated into a mist of blood. The late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator was the only one left standing. He had put everything he had into his defense and into countering the gleam of the incoming saber. After defending against the attack, his face was drained of blood and shock colored his eyes. But he still had a burst of energy left in him. He didn't fall back and, instead, charged forward with a burst of sudden speed. Appearing right before Wang Baol, he prepared to strike. Scram! Wang Baol wouldn't have minded fighting the late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator if time permitted it. In fact, he would have liked to test his limits. However, he had no time for that at the moment. With a wave of his left hand, he threw out a mystic trace bead. The bead exploded, and mist rolled outward in waves. The late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, who had rushed before Wang Baol and was about to attack, suddenly froze. Before he could react, he was enveloped by the mist and instantly teleported away. Everything happened too quickly. It all took place within a blink of an eye before anyone else could react. Wang Baol had suddenly appeared, for people had tried to stop him, and then, instantly, one of them had vanished while the other three had died. Everyone was immediately taken aback by the scene that had unfolded before them. They were overwhelmed by a sense of incredulity and disbelief. A myriad of emotions surged within them. This was especially so for Zhou Fei. Wang Baol. Zhou Fei widened his eyes. His breathing stopped. He could not believe his eyes. He had been summoned by the clan to guard the base. To prevent any accidents from occurring, they had their jade slips confiscated and were forbidden from having any external communications. He had no idea Wang Baol had survived and returned. Witnessing Wang Baol's sudden appearance and the display of his alarming power, Zhou Fei was uncontrollably overwhelmed by shock and terror. As everyone stood, stunned, and Zhou Fei let out a gasp of shock. Wang Baol's icy stare locked onto Zhou Fei, who was standing amidst the crowd. Zhou Fei! Wang Baol's lips widened into a fierce grin. At that moment, he only had eyes for Zhou Fei. Wang Baol had come here with the sole purpose of killing him, so he charged murderously towards Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei's head buzzed as he retreated hastily, shouting, "This is the guy the elder spoke of, the one we're supposed to silence. Everyone, kill him. He has a dermic armament with him. It's an 8th grade dermic armament." As soon as the words left Zhou Fei's lips, more than 30 people dashed out and charged towards Wang Baol. Terror fled from Zhou Fei's face as he witnessed the scene, and savagery started to glimmer in his eyes. "Wang Baol, you've traveled so far just to present us with a gift. Fine, since you seek your own deaths. Let's see what my limits actually are." More than 30 people charged at Wang Baol. Many of them were Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators, while a few were True Breath Realm Cultivators. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath. Enlightened, the heavens and earth seemed to quake. The skies transformed. An extreme, terrifying presence from the deep ends of the expansive, vast universe seemed to have traveled across the universe and descended upon them. Its presence weighed down on the earth, rumbling in the skies and erupting suddenly. The swarm of cultivators who had been charging towards Wang Baol shuddered violently as alarm flashed across their faces. As they stood, frozen and shaken to their cores, a blinding flash of light erupted from the dermic armament and took the place where Wang Baol had stood. It transformed into a black crocodile brimming with aggression and violence that rushed straight at the crowd. His hand rose, the blade fell, and heads rolled, all of them slain. Wherever the light of the blade passed, death followed. According to what little Missy in the black mask had said, the scripture's power was only meant to scare others. But Wang Baol was applying new uses to the scripture. He was using the sudden surge of awesome power to create an overpowering presence that would instill fear and awe in others and destabilize their aura. As a result, his approach was like the descent of the death. In his wake, he left cries of pain, the eruptions of mystic trace beads, and the never-ending sounds of explosions reverberating in the air. Wang Baol and the other group of cultivators separated with a sudden explosion. The ground was littered with a dozen corpses. The rest were also injured. 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators had vanished within the mystic trace fog, and the remaining cultivators retreated hurriedly. When they looked at Wang Baol, it was with terror in their eyes. Wang Baol was panting lightly, and his eyes shone brightly. He had roughly assessed his combat abilities after engaging the other group in direct battle. He flung out the mystic trace beads decisively and sent the 3rd batch of late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators away while killing a handful of cultivators. I can hold my own against a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He ignored the cultivators who had been scared out of their wits and were hastily retreating away from him. Instead, he turned towards the shocked Zhou Fei standing a distance away. His face split into a wide grin. Zhou Fei, it's been a while. Wang Baol strolled towards Zhou Fei as he spoke. Zhou Fei's face was pale. He hurriedly fell back, yelling in panic. Everyone, let's attack together. Once he breaks into the crater, he'll ruin our clan's plans. We'll all have to suffer the consequences. Everyone hesitated when they heard his words. Since Wang Baol had appeared, the extent of his battle prowess and his brutality that he had displayed within the short span of time had sent them reeling back in shock. He had killed both early-stage and mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators easily. Even when they had attacked in a group, the outcome had remained unchanged. Only late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators posed a semblance of a threat to him. However, he had the bizarre ability to teleport them away. With such means, Wang Baol had become invincible in the entire mystic lunar realm. While the others remained rooted in indecision after Zhou Fei yelled at them, Wang Baol moved immediately. With a sudden burst of speed, he left a blurry silhouette of himself where he had stood. Zhou Fei's scalp prickled with numbness, and he watched in horror as Wang Baol appeared before him the next moment. Wang Baol, wait, listen to me. Zhou Fei's heart beat rapidly. He started pleading. Wang Baol ignored his plea and waved his right hand suddenly. The saber gleamed with a violent brilliance. Cries of pain and fear escaped from Zhou Fei's lips. His right arm was sliced right off, and as soon as it separated from his body, it exploded. All blood drained from Zhou Fei's face as he tried to escape with his bloodied, mutilated body. Despair and helplessness filled his eyes, and a hateful vengeance boiled and erupted inside him. Yet it fell apart before Wang Baol. As soon as he took a step back, the violence in Wang Baol's eyes flashed. Wang Baol's icy voice drifted past Zhou Fei's ear. An arm is the price you pay for hunting me relentlessly. Another arm, to reward you for your persistence in joining the Galactic Dusk sect and hunting me. As soon as Wang Baol spoke those words, another scream escaped from Zhou Fei. His other arm had been chopped off by Wang Baol's saber. It exploded instantly. That's not the end yet. Next is your leg. That's for lusting after the dermic armament, Wang Baol said casually as he circled Zhou Fei. His hand rose, the blade fell, and he sliced off Zhou Fei's right leg. The scent of blood was heavy in the air. With a heavy thud, Zhou Fei fell to the ground. With the loss of both arms and a leg, he had no means to escape. His hair spread loosely around him. He trembled and screamed, and terror and utter despair colored his eyes. The cultivators around them gasped as they witnessed the scene. Nearly all the true breath realm cultivators fell back immediately. Wang Baol was like a demon in their eyes. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators reeled back in shock as well. There were 7 to 8 amongst them whose eyes flashed. They didn't stop Wang Baol. Then your other leg, because... Wang Baol stared at Zhou Fei. At a sudden loss for words, he simply chopped off the last limb. Because I just hate your guts, Wang Baol said. Zhou Fei widened his eyes and stared as the final blade fell on his head and sliced clean through him. He died instantly. Upon Zhou Fei's death, the 7 to 8 Foundation establishment realm cultivators, whose eyes had flashed earlier, suddenly formed hand seals and pointed towards his corpse. Zhou Fei's corpse shriveled instantly. A faint shadow rose from his dead body, indistinct and blurry, and wrapped itself around Wang Baol's dermic armament. It started screaming silently. The soundless scream formed a kind of attack that lashed at Wang Baol's mind. Murder flashed across the eyes of the 7 to 8 cultivators, and they charged at Wang Baol suddenly. Die! Amidst a deafening thunder, waves of spells and countless numinous treasures exploded around Wang Baol. They stirred a dust storm that enveloped him. Gasps of shock soon rang out from within the dust clouds. The 7 to 8 cultivators leaped back hastily, but it was too late. The flash of a saber's blade swept past in a wide arc. The cultivators were beheaded in mid-air. Everything happened too fast. It ended before anyone around them could react. The dust clouds settled, revealing a towering figure that stood 10 meters tall. Upon closer look, it was not a person but a dozen puppets entwined with one another, forming a shield. The puppets started disintegrating. They fell apart in fragments, revealing within a dozen protective screens. Sheltered behind the screens was Wang Baol. He hadn't suffered a single injury. Everyone's pupils contracted upon the sight. The shock they had been feeling intensified, and those with the intention to attack Wang Baol immediately cast aside such thoughts. Wang Baol was simply too powerful. It was easy to feel helpless before such a person in the mystic lunar realm. Wang Baol turned around and stared coldly at the other cultivators. There were still late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators amongst them. They looked extremely solemn. They didn't retreat and instead raced towards Wang Baol. Their intentions were clear. They didn't wish to attack. They only wished to be teleported away. They weren't idiots. They knew that Wang Baol would investigate the giant crater, and the accountability was too great. If something did happen, their family clan would hold them responsible. If they were transported away by Wang Baol, the accountability on their shoulders would lessen considerably. Wang Baol immediately sensed the choice these few late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators had made. Their intentions were very clear. They wouldn't make trouble for him. He, in turn, should extend the same courtesy. After all, they had no grudges against each other. Works for me too. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Baol threw out a handful of mystic trace beads. The beads exploded in mid-air and turned into a mist. The late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators froze momentarily, then raced towards the mist. A few mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators also came to their senses then and hurriedly dashed out. They fought to get into the mist. Those slower on the uptake stared in a daze as the mist dispersed. They looked at Wang Baol, then at the others. Everyone immediately retreated without hesitation, departing the area and scattering to the winds. Soon, the entire base was left with Wang Baol and a ground littered with dead bodies. No other living person remained. The number of people I've killed in the past 2 days is more than those I've killed in the past 20 years. Wang Baol's eyes fell shut. He was silent for a long while. He could feel the raging bloodlust inside him slowly quieten. He opened his eyes and eyed the giant crater before him. Revenge must be taken. The thing that the two powers and the giant tree are trying to get their hands on. I'll snatch it if I can. If I can't, no one else gets to have it. I'll destroy it myself. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He marched towards the crater and entered. A wave of heat surged towards him as soon as he stepped inside. There was a blood-red glow that emanated from deep within the crater. Something seemed to be brewing inside. The feeling was similar to what he had felt when he had first discovered the fissure where the small tripod cauldron had been. Around him were signs of trees fused with rocks. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He knew that the cultivators he would find inside would most likely be core formation realm cultivators. With a flip of his palm, he pulled out a handful of mystic trace bead and raced in. The core formation realm old wretch from the 5-generation Sky Clan was an absolute bully. It was obvious he was trying to silence me. I'm going to check the crater out and see exactly how he's going to silence me this time. The Galactic Dusk sect as well, pouring in so much effort. This entire thing isn't just a simple alliance with the giant tree. It's not as simple as them each having to gain from this alliance. They must both have their own secrets and are scheming against each other. They must both think they'll be the one left standing at the end of it all. If that's the case, since the old witch from the Galactic Dusk sect dares steal my Tao Foundation, I'm going to steal this precious fruit of theirs. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Having made up his mind, his pace quickened as he sped further into the crater. The giant crater went a long way down. Wang Baol soon reached the depths he had reached in the previous fissure where he had discovered the small tripod cauldron and the exposed tree branch. Unlike the previous fissure, though, he seemed to have only traveled through a short segment of the crater. The red glow below him appeared more demonic than when he had first seen it nearer to the surface. Wang Baol was able to come to some conclusions on the depth of the crater by assessing the red glow. He didn't stop there. He continued deeper in and approached the red glow. As he approached, frequent and muted rumbling thundered from below. It grew louder as he ventured deeper downward. It didn't sound like a growling that would come from someone when he was awake. It was more similar to the sound of snoring when one was deep asleep. Wang Baol was caught by the sudden revelation. He paused in his steps and started pondering. Snoring. Amidst his thoughts, Wang Baol soon reached the lowest level of the crater. It might have been the lowest level, but it didn't seem to be the end of the crater. The red glow and the snoring both came from another tunnel that led to the lowest level. The entire crater was the shape of a right-angled triangle. Wang Baol inspected the surrounding before heading into the tunnel. He raced down the extremely long tunnel. One could see faint tree veins threading through the earthen walls. It was as if the tunnel itself was carved out and rested within a tree branch. The red glow grew brighter, and the snoring grew louder. The latter roared like thunder next to Wang Baol's ear. The odd look Wang Baol had on his face grew odder by the moment. Based on his calculations, the path seemed to be leading towards the restricted zone on the dark side of the moon, the place where he got his Green Lotus Foundation establishment. It should be somewhere below the cavern with the Green Lotus. The snoring seems to be coming from ahead, but it's actually also coming from below. Wang Baol seemed to have understood something. Images started forming in his head. Images of 5-generation Sky Clan members digging a long tunnel that led to some place below the cavern where the Green Lotus had rested. A tunnel that led to where the night immortal king slumbered. There was a flicker of light in Wang Baol's eyes. Wang Baol slowed down. He suppressed his aura and released the mosquitoes. He allowed them to speed ahead while he followed a distance behind. It might be because of the snoring gaining volume or the red glow intensifying, but gradually a strong, almost overpowering spirit energy started to vibrate in the air. The 5-generation Sky Clan was likely confident in their ability to contain whatever situation might occur on their base. They seemed to have relaxed their guard. That was why Wang Baol's intrusion hadn't drawn any attention from the group of people gathered at the deepest end of the tunnel. When Wang Baol was still a distance away from the end of the tunnel, his mosquitoes had already flown to the end. With the aid of their vision, he could see a cavern that spanned 100 yards at the end of the tunnel. In the middle of the cavern was a shriveled tree branch. It was 30 meters wide, and clearly a small part of the ancient tree. A giant fruit 3 meters wide hung from the branch. It might seem enormous to an ordinary cultivator, but compared to the actual size of the ancient tree, it was a tiny thing that was smaller than a sesame seed. The fruit was completely dried up, but waves of sweet fragrance continued to emanate from it. A blood-red glow radiated from the fruit. The light pulsed ceaselessly, but it wasn't glaring. Upon first glance, Wang Baol was seized by the sudden feeling that the red light that he had seen the entire time he had been walking in the crater had come from the fruit. Is that the fruit? Its light doesn't seem that bright. Who knew that it would possess such strange properties? As Wang Baol observed in surprise, he saw 8 figures standing around the fruit. They were split into 4 groups and seemed to be in a tense face-off against one another. The atmosphere was so tense that swords might fly at any moment. One of them was the core formation realm elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan, whom Wang Baol had crossed paths with that day. Standing next to him were 2 others, both middle-aged. One was clearly a core formation realm cultivator. He did not conceal his cultivation, and it was rushing off him in waves. Standing opposite them were 3 elders from the Galactic Dusk sect. Perhaps it was inappropriate to describe them as elders. Their faces were heavily wrinkled, but their hair remained black. Their appearance seemed to be the result of practicing a special kind of mystic technique. Their eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. A ghostly light, like will-o'-the-wisp, seemed to glow in their eyes. They stared at the other 2 groups, who weren't from the 5-generation Sky Clan, with hostility. The remaining 2 groups were divided into a man and a tree. What could be referred to as a man was actually a mutated giant tree that had implanted itself into a cultivator host body. He wore black robes and looked to be in his middle ages, had an unfathomable look in his eyes, and was smiling. They appeared to have noticed the mosquitoes that had appeared around them but clearly couldn't spare any attention on them. They could sense how weak the mosquitoes were as well, and hence decided they weren't worth the attention. Wang Baol saw the scene before him and stopped in his tracks. He didn't venture nearer. Esteemed tree cultivators and fellow Taoists, why do you still fight us? Do you think you stand a chance against us? Amidst the tension, the core formation realm elder from the 5-generation Sky Clan smiled coldly. He turned towards the Galactic Dusk Sect members. Esteemed fellow Taoists, let us begin. We will stand guard over you. The eyes of the 3 Galactic Dusk Sect members flashed. They instantly formed hand seals in unison, raised their palms and reached into their chests. It was as if they were reaching for their hearts. Instantaneously, a thick black chi erupted from their bodies. It rose rapidly into the air and formed an enormous black gate above their heads. Alarm flashed across the faces of the man and the tree. They moved in unison to stop the attack. The 3 men from the 5-generation Sky Clan swooped in and blocked them with everything they had. The black gate swung open, and waves of black chi rolled out. An alarming spirit chi surpassing the cultivation of everyone in the cavern, and at the perfected core formation realm burst forth from the black gate. It sent the cavern quaking as soon as it appeared. Its awesome presence contained intense violence and madness. It was as if a terrifying demon lay behind the black gate. The 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators immediately retreated. The man and tree were also alarmed and fell back as well, staring unblinkingly at the open gate. As the black gate swung open, a youth, wearing a crimson robe and treading on mist, stepped out. He had a fair complexion and delicate features. His eyes looked old, his expression was solemn, and there was an air of authority about him. At the same time, he also exuded an air of superiority. His presence, to a certain degree, rivaled that of the Federation president. They were both clearly of an elevated status, and were amongst the most powerful figures in the entire Federation. Greetings to the Sect Lord. The 3 core formation realm cultivators who had reached into their chests and grasped their own hearts immediately lowered their heads respectfully. Even the 3 from the 5-generation Sky Clan fell back immediately and extended a respectful bow towards the youth. Wang Baol reeled back in shock. He stared at the youth through the eyes of his mosquitoes. This youth was the Sect Lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect. The Galactic Dusk Sect was different from the other political powers where the Grand Supreme Elder was the most powerful person in the institution. In the Galactic Dusk Sect, the most powerful figure wasn't an elder but the Sect Lord. He was the one who had founded the Galactic Dusk Sect. He was the one who had acquired the mystic techniques and mystic arts from the ancient green bronze sword. The entire sect had been built with his hands. The agreement between our sect and the 5-generation Sky Clan remains unchanged. The fruit will be divided between us, 7 parts to our sect and 3 parts to your clan. You have provided much aid and also lured the mutated trees here. For your efforts, the Galactic Dusk Sect will answer what you have asked for. The youth gave the 3 5-generation Sky Clan cultivators a slight nod. He then threw a glance towards the mosquitoes, and the mosquitoes disintegrated instantly. The youth then turned towards the giant tree and the black-robed man. The first one to join and swear his life to our sect, and take the 9 lives poison, will get the aid of our sect. We will help you destroy the other mutated tree, and allow you to have 3 parts of the fruit. The black-robed man frowned, and the giant tree remained silent. It was clear that the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect had allied themselves from the beginning and come to some sort of agreement where the 5-generation Sky Clan would aid the Galactic Dusk Sect. The fact that the Sect Lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect could make an appearance here must have been the result of the 5-generation Sky Clan's aid. The latter must have helped in concealing signs of his presence, hiding his arrival from the rest of the Federation, allowing the plan to unfold smoothly. As the different political factions stood in a face-off against one another, Wang Baol hid in the tunnel. His pupils had contracted suddenly. After his cultivation had reached the Foundation establishment realm, his mosquitoes had gained considerable resilience. They might not rival a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, but they weren't mere ants that could be destroyed with a single glance. A mere glance from the youth in crimson robes, however, had turned all 9 of his mosquitoes to dust instantly. This meant that the youth's power had reached stupendous levels. The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect, Wang Baol, narrowed his eyes and frowned. He kept his distance and pulled out a handful of mystic trace beads. He was reluctant to simply leave. He released 9 mosquitoes again and commanded them to fly ahead. Inside the cavern, the Galactic Dusk sect lord's strange entrance, his overpowering presence that blanketed the entire area, his piercing eyes, and his strong words had the effects of a game changer. The precarious balance was thrown. The tides turned. The allied 5-generation Sky Clan and Galactic Dusk sect had 7 core formation realm cultivators between them. The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect was at the perfected core formation realm, and he alone was enough to turn the tide. The balance of power was collapsing. It was then, under the piercing gaze of the Galactic Dusk sect lord, amidst the heavy silence, that the black-robed man and the giant mutated tree suddenly laughed. Both the giant tree and the black-robed man smiled. Upon closer look, though, one might notice that the black-robed man had started smiling first. The giant tree then followed shortly after. The black-robed man started shaking his head and sighing as his smile grew wider. I've been trying to figure out the trump card the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect were holding. I didn't expect it to be the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect's personal appearance. What a big catch. But this is our parent tree. The moon can be considered our home. How can we not have something to protect ourselves from you outsiders? As the black-robed man spoke, he lifted his right foot, then stomped the ground suddenly. The others began to frown as a face suddenly emerged from the tree branch upon which the fruit was hanging. As it appeared, the rest of its body started to form with startling speed as well. In a blink of an eye, a man was stepping out from the tree. He had the appearance of a young man, and his eyes were cold and merciless. As he stepped out from the branch, a core formation realm cultivation erupted from his person. The spirit chi was identical to the aura belonging to the black-robed man and the giant mutated tree. His appearance sent the cultivators from the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect gasping. The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect narrowed his eyes. His face was solemn as he seemed to realize something, the look on his face darkening. It was then that the second batch of 9 mosquitoes that Wang Baol had released reached the center of the cavern. Upon seeing the person who had walked out from the tree branch, Wang Baol reeled back in shock. Incredulity flashed across his eyes. Huang Shan, the person who had walked out from the tree branch, was the 3rd descendant of the mythical osmanthus tree on the moon, the one who had been destroyed by the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect with the aid of the other 2 giant trees after he had just entered the mystic lunar realm. He wasn't dead. As soon as he stepped out, Huang Shan and the other giant tree immediately raced towards the black-robed man. The 3 started melding with one another instantly. Upon closer look, one could see that Huang Shan and the other giant tree had merged themselves with the black-robed man's body. The elders of the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk sect were immediately alarmed. They moved to stop them but were themselves stopped by the solemn-looking Galactic Dusk sect lord. "He's trying to lure you over." The black-robed man smiled as soon as the Galactic Dusk sect lord spoke. The seemingly slow fusion suddenly sped up and was instantly completed, taking but the span of a breath. The giant tree and Huang Shan vanished, and only the black-robed man remained standing. Aura suddenly erupted from his person. Waves of a perfected core formation realm blast surged outward, roaring to the heavens. Its power rivaled that of the Galactic Dusk sect lord. If the human cultivators had approached earlier and tried to stop the black-robed man, they would have been caught by surprise, and a number of them would have been killed. It was clear that the black-robed man's fusion had been complete. The earlier performance had been an act to lure them in. It's a pity no one took the bait. The black-robed man rolled his shoulders. As he lamented, he turned towards the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord. The latter had an ugly look on his face. "Someone told me that you would have something else up your sleeve. I didn't doubt that. That's why I had something prepared as well. I provided you with 2 pieces of wrong information right from the start. The first is the supposed myth of the parent tree being survived by 3 descendants that grew up on Earth. This is both true and untrue. The truth is that it did happen. The lie is that before entering the mystic lunar realm, I had already absorbed the other 2 trees. I've absorbed their memories and senses and become the main host, while they became my avatars." The black-robed man smiled. He was about to continue when the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord snorted and interrupted him. "You need not say more. The second lie you are referring to is allowing us to witness the death of your avatar. His death misled us into believing that this avatar didn't ally himself with anyone else and had journeyed to the moon on his own. This avatar of yours must be working with the Federation, right? The 4 Tao colleges? Or the 17-member Senate? Neither seems likely. You must be working with the current Federation president," the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect said in a grave voice. The pupils of the black-robed man contracted ever so slightly. He wasn't surprised to have his lie exposed so openly and directly by the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect. They had all nearly revealed their full hand by now. It would be embarrassing if they hadn't already guessed what had indeed happened. Still, he felt something was amiss and began to raise his guard. With the aid of the mosquitoes, Wang Baol was able to witness and hear the entire exchange. Waves of emotions threatened to sweep him under. The layers of scheming and conspiracy that were involved here was too much for him. The conspiring against one another, even the sudden change that had taken over the moon, had all been foreseen. It was clear that the Federation had known what was going to take place on the moon. To be more exact, the Federation president had known all along. The 4 Tao colleges and the other political powers might have been aware and had also gone along with it. What had appeared to be mutiny from the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect in the Mystic Lunar Realm was actually a trap set by the Federation president for the 2 powers. That must be why the array formation sealing the Mystic Realm hasn't been broken yet. Wang Baol's breath quickened. His emotions stirred like a wild storm inside him. In that case, the people must be talking all about it by now. High officials' autobiographies stated before public opinion is a politician's weapon. So, the first step is to stir public debate, then create public pressure. At the same time, use the other political forces' disciples trapped in the mystic realm as bargaining chips, gather all their forces, and carry out a rescue effort. While erecting a positive image, it'll also create pressure on the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect. They'll have something over the 2 and be able to weaken the power of both political forces to the greatest extent. Wang Baol didn't know if he had guessed right, but everything he had seen and heard seemed to lead to this single conclusion. The key to everything seemed to lay with the black-robed man, the last surviving heir to the osmanthus tree on the moon. He had reached an agreement with the Federation president and turned the tables on the 5-generation Sky Clan and the Galactic Dusk Sect. Both would satisfy their end of the bargain and get what they wanted. Just as Wang Baol was reeling from his revelation, the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect laughed. There was an unfathomable look in his eyes as he stared meaningfully at the black-robed man. "Even though I don't know why Duan Muk believes that you can execute his plan flawlessly, but if I guess correctly, based on the plan you and the Federation president made, he and his friends from the other political powers should have destroyed the array formation and arrived. They should be here right now, ready to persecute us, and to end everything, shouldn't they? So, why aren't they here now? Why isn't the array formation open? Fellow Taoist Osmanthus, your ambitions are indeed great." The sect lord of the Galactic Dusk Sect narrowed his eyes and said coolly. As soon as his words fell from his lips, a flicker of light passed the black-robed man's eyes. His wariness of the Galactic Dusk Sect lord grew. With just a few words, regardless of if they were made in hindsight, he had exposed the truth and revealed the answer. "Seems like I've guessed correctly again." The Galactic Dusk Sect lord laughed. "Let me venture another guess then. Duan Muk is able to exert a degree of control over you, but it's not perfect. That's how you managed to beat him at his own game. Right from the start, your goal has been to monopolize the fruit. Or should I say fuse with the fruit so that you can become the first nascent soul in the Federation. With that, you would no longer have anything to fear. The expression on the tree-turned man darkened as the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord spoke. His stare at the latter also grew more piercing. The Galactic Dusk Sect Lord narrowed his eyes, and his smile widened. He seemed confident of his victory. I know Duan Myuk and his methods. He likes his backup plans. The first is the mysterious way he's exerted his control over you. As for the second, I can vaguely guess it as well. It must be the Night Immortal King. The Galactic Dusk Sect Lord burst out into laughter. He raised his right hand suddenly. Within his palm was a ball of mist. It was a rainbow-colored mist. As soon as it appeared, it transformed into 7 differently colored dragon heads. They looked almost like the real thing. They roared endlessly as they surged outwards. As soon as they spread out, a startling spirit chi that threatened to overpower everyone erupted and rose in the air. Its power surpassed Wang Bao's 7th-grade dermic armament by leagues. There was, in fact, no basis for comparison. It was like a tiny firefly competing against the luminous moon. A 9th-grade dermic armament. The tree-turned man in black robes was taken aback. His pupils contracted into pinpricks. He experienced panic for the first time. Every word that fell from the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord's lips was more powerful than a prophet's. The Sect Lord was slowly but surely revealing all his innermost thoughts as if he could see through him. Fellow Taoist Osmanthus, I'm not sure what you're afraid of. Is it the destruction of your parent tree? Or the Night Immortal King's awakening? Or perhaps there is a connection between the two. Once the Night Immortal King awakens, your parent tree will be inevitably destroyed. This must be why Duan Myuk wasn't worried when he let you in, and why he is confident of steering the events towards his desired outcome. I can do both. That's why I'm changing my conditions now. I'll claim 2/10 of the fruit on behalf of the 5-generation Sky Clan and a half for myself. You can take it or leave it, but know that I will destroy my own dermic armament in order to destroy your parent tree and awaken the ancient corpse. Calamity will fall upon this land. No one will get to have the fruit then. A sullen gloom fell over the face of the tree-turned man. He rapidly weighed his options. It was as the other had said. Despite him working with Duan Myuk, and despite Duan Myuk's limited control over him, he remained ambitious and didn't wish to be constrained. He had planned to go along with Duan Myuk's plans and use them to his advantage to become a nascent soul. That was why he hadn't followed the plan to activate the array formation to allow those outside to enter the mystic lunar realm. However, the Galactic Dusk Sect Lord had pointed out something of utmost importance, and that was Duan Myuk's backup plan. It was something that the black-robed man was terrified of. Once the Night Immortal King awakened, he would start absorbing the vitality of the parent tree instinctively. Everything would be ruined then. As the black-robed man fell into deep thought, Wang Bao's mind was wavering. He had been shocked by the 9th-grade dermic armament, the various conspiracies and counter-conspiracies that had bubbled up, and by the giant fruit. He held his breath as a myriad of mixed emotions flashed across his eyes. There seemed to be a struggle taking place within him. He soon made up his mind. Instead of retreating, he raced towards the cavern where the crowd was gathered. As he charged forward, he took out half of all the mystic trace beads he had on him as well as 7 to 8 puppets. He got the puppets to hold onto the beads and race ahead of him. Fortune favors the bold. I'm blessed with great looks and a good character. I'll bet on those. As Wang Bao approached rapidly, the tree-turned man remained silent. After the span of a few breaths, he sighed inwardly and made his choice. You'll be taking away 7/10 of the entire fruit. I'll be left with less than what Duan Myuk promised me. After all, there are 3 of us here, the 5-generation Sky Clan, you and me. We're not going to get a large part of the fruit after dividing it amongst us 3. I'm only agreeable to splitting half of the fruit with you, the black-robed man said firmly. As he spoke, he glanced towards the entrance to the cavern, as if he had noticed something. He didn't pay it further attention. The others seemed to have sensed something as well. However, as core formation realm cultivators, they wouldn't pay any attention to the appearance of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. One of the elders from the 5th-generation Sky clan, who had been going on a roller coaster ride of emotions, didn't spare a further thought before he raised his right hand and sent an attack towards the entrance. A giant handprint materialized in the air and surged towards the entrance. It looked as if it was going to smack the hell out of the insolent trespasser. As soon as the giant handprint appeared and blasted towards the entrance, suddenly, the 3 elders from the Galactic Dusk sect who had summoned their sect lord sensed something and seemed to come to a certain realization. Looks of alarm flashed across their faces. They were about to say something, but it was too late. They could only watch as 7 to 8 figures dashed out from the entrance and collided with the incoming handprint. Everything happened too quickly. The 7 to 8 figures disintegrated in a deafening explosion. As they shattered into dust, the hundreds of mystic trace beads they were carrying exploded at the same time. The thundering booms of the explosions resounded all around in the cavern, stirring deafening reverberations as well as summoning vast clouds of mist. The mist erupted and rapidly blanketed the entire area. The 3 elders from the 5th-generation Sky clan were the first to be caught in the blast. The mist instantly enveloped them. The other 3 from the Galactic Dusk sect retreated hastily but were still a step too late. The mist enveloped them in the next instant. Even the sect lord of the Galactic Dusk sect, the crimson-robed youth at the perfected core formation realm, displayed his first signs of alarm. He tried to escape at full speed. He even wielded the 9th-grade dermic armament in his hand and tried to slash the mist in halves. However, while the dermic armament might be powerful, the mist was fluid and changeable, and it had the ability to teleport anything. The explosion of hundreds of mystic trace beads wasn't something to be trifled with. The mystic trace fog contained within them was voluminous. Deep underground in the cavern, unless one was a nascent soul and was able to teleport away, he would be cornered with nowhere to go. In a blink of an eye, the entire cavern was filled with rolling wave-like mist. It blanketed the entire area. The mist enveloped everyone. Be it the Galactic Dusk sect lord, the black-robed man who was a tree-turned man, or anyone else. The mist that Wang Baol had adapted for his own use had no source. It erupted swiftly and dispersed equally swiftly. After it had dispersed, neither hide nor hair of the 5th-generation Sky clan core formation realm cultivators, the Galactic Dusk sect elders, or their sect lord could be found in the cavern. They were powerless against the mist. Every single one of them was teleported away. Only the tree and its giant hanging fruit, as well as a flabbergasted black-robed man, remained standing. Everything had happened too quickly. A moment ago, they had still been at each other's throats, fighting for their own gains. A single misstep would have resulted in a full-blown fight. The next moment, the people who had been fighting with him for the fruit had all vanished. The mystic trace fog? The black-robed man was stunned and lifted his head towards the entrance of the cavern. Wang Baol walked in with a calm expression on his face. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes at the giant tree that hadn't been transported away by the mist. He wasn't too surprised. The mist was only effective against outsiders. The giant tree could be considered a native of the moon. Wang Baol! The black-robed man stared at Wang Baol, then narrowed his eyes. He started to laugh. There was a hint of madness to his laughter, a hint of mad glee as well as an unprecedented excitement. He could hardly describe the excitement he was feeling right now. He raised his right hand, intending to destroy Wang Baol with a single blow. He did not care whether Wang Baol lived or died. As a token of his gratitude, though, he was willing to send him on his way. Wang Baol remained unfazed as the black-robed man raised his hand. The former said casually, "Awaken!" Wang Baol activated the green lotus inside him as he spoke the word. Instantly, from deep down underground, a roar thundered and traveled through the ground. Its loudness surpassed the snoring, shaking the heavens and the earth. It sent a tremor through the entire mystic lunar realm. Even those outside could hear it clearly, and countless people were shaken to their core at that instant. At the same moment, the Galactic Dusk sect lord had been transported to a lowland on the visible side of the moon. The crimson-robed youth let out a furious howl as soon as he reappeared. Damn it! What the hell happened? He was furious. He knew that even if he were to rush over right now, it would be too late. All his ploys, all that preparation, withstanding the pressure from the Federation and risking it all for something that would be considered mutiny, breaking everything down for the giant tree and persuading it to share the fruit. The fruit was within reach, but everything was lost when the mist appeared. The Galactic Dusk Sect Lord thought about the sacrifices he had made, those he had made in order to execute this entire thing and those that awaited him in the future, and was driven absolutely mad with rage. He was almost tempted to destroy his own dermic armament and awaken the Night Immortal King. Since he couldn't have what he wanted, others shouldn't dream of having it either. He held his dermic armament, but he was unable to destroy it, not for the lack of ability, but because of fear. If he had gotten the fruit, it would have been worth the price of awakening the Night Immortal King. As long as he attained the nascent soul realm, everything would be resolved. He would have been able to change the current situation in the Federation. However, now, the fruit was beyond his reach. If he simply left without doing anything more, it was still possible to save his sect. The Galactic Dusk Sect would inevitably be punished, but the penalty would be light. However, if he made any further moves and awakened the Night Immortal King, he wouldn't only lose the fruit but also make enemies of everyone in the Federation. It would no longer be a simple matter of light punishment. The price he had to pay might cripple his entire sect. They would be persecuted fiercely by all the other political forces in the Federation. His feelings of powerlessness, fear, and raging fury reddened his eyes. He ground his teeth and whirled around, growling inwardly as he sped away. I'm going to find out who exactly has the audacity to do this, what kind of grudge he has against me, to ruin my path towards the nascent soul realm at such a critical moment.